Chapter 26. Jiang Zuning was only 16 or 17 years old, but this Liu was 26 or 27 years old, a difference of more than 10 years. But in the Tang dynasty, this was normal. According to the Tang custom, when a man and a woman got married, the man had to be older than the woman. There was a saying, the man is 10 years older, and the woman is of the same age. The men of Dafu, especially the scholars, usually got married later. Therefore, it was normal for Liu Junfan to be older than Jiang Zuning by more than 10 years. Seeing this awkward scene, Ma Qiao hurriedly said, "Xiao Ning, don't think too much. Maybe it's his sister, or a neighbor." Yang Fan coldly said, "These two are a man and a woman over 30 years old. They went to a jewelry shop together and behaved so intimately. Do you believe that there is no relationship between the two?" Ma Qiao winked at him and tried to persuade him, "They are men. They just play occasionally. You saw it, but what if you didn't see it? Xiao Ning, you are a girl, a daughter-in-law who hasn't married yet. How can you be so self-righteous and ask questions? Why don't you just leave?" Yang Fan said, "Leave? Sister Ning can turn a blind eye to it and pretend it never happened." Ma Qiao hurriedly pulled him aside and whispered, "Xiao Fan, what's wrong with you today? Why do you want the world to be in chaos? What do you want Xiao Ning to do? Can she go up and quarrel with him? We are about to get married. Just bear with it for a while and let it go." Yang Fan sternly said, "If you lie to yourself and others, how can there be happiness?" Ma Qiao became anxious and said, "Xiao Ning has already signed a marriage contract with him. Even though they haven't bowed to heaven and earth, they are already husband and wife. If you don't stop them, won't it be better to let them fight?" Yang Fan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He just stared at Jiang Zuning to see her attitude. He could tolerate others bullying him and lying to him, but he could not tolerate others bullying his friends. However, this was Jiang Zuning's business after all, and he needed Jiang Zuning's attitude. Jiang Zuning's mind raced. Although the situation in front of him was infuriating and sorrowful, he was an unmarried girl. Could he really step forward and question him with the air of a legal wife? Jiang Zuning was in a dilemma for a while. Then he sighed and said, "Forget it. Xiao Fan, let's go." Unexpectedly, before the three of them could take a step forward, another scene appeared in the shop. Jiang Zuning's pretty face swelled up and turned purple when she saw it. It turned out that the woman did not like the ornament and walked to another cabinet. Liu Junfan hurriedly chased after her. Unexpectedly, the lynx suddenly jumped down from his shoulder and ran to the ground like a wisp of smoke, as if it wanted to catch up with its owner. Liu Junfan was also moving forward. The lynx was as fast as lightning. He didn't have time to react and stepped on the lynx's body. The red lynx screeched like a cat and rolled on the ground a few times. It pounced on the woman and whimpered pitifully. The woman's expression suddenly changed. She raised her hand and slapped Liu Junfan's face hard. She scolded, "You blind dog." Liu Junfan covered his face and said embarrassedly, It moved too fast. I couldn't react in time." The woman backhanded another slap and scolded, "You can't even take care of my Xiao Bei. What can you do, you useless thing?" After scolding Liu Junfan, the woman bent over and picked up the lynx. She coaxed, "My little baby, let me see if you're hurt. Ayo, my little baby, look how much you hurt my baby. This blind trash, Anyang has already taught him a lesson. Stop screaming." Liu Junfan smiled and said flatteringly, "Yes, Xiao Bei, be good. It's my fault. I have eyes but can't see. Did I hurt you? Come, let me rub it for you." Just as he stretched out his hand, the woman slapped it down. She rolled her eyes at him and scolded, "Take your dog paws away." Xiao Bei doesn't care. When Jiang Zuning saw this scene, she was so angry that her face turned red and her whole body trembled. She could endure it if her man was just playing around. But her man didn't have any backbone. He didn't seem like a man at all. How could she endure it? Jiang Zuning's eyes were filled with tears of humiliation. Ma Qiao didn't manage to pull her back. She shook off Ma Qiao's arm and walked into the store. She stood in front of Liu Junfan and asked in a deep voice, "Liu Junfan, who is this woman? What relationship does she have with you?" When Liu Junfan saw her, he couldn't help but jump in fright. He said, "Zunning, why are you here?" Jiang Zunning sneered, "If I didn't come, how would I see you acting so manly? Who is this woman? What relationship does she have with you?" When the woman saw Jiang Zunning reprimanding Liu Junfan, she was also startled. She calmed down immediately. She looked at Jiang Zunning and gently stroked the lynx's fur. She asked slowly, "Junfan, who is this shrewish woman?" Liu Junfan said embarrassedly, "This young lady's surname is Jiang. Her name is Jiang Zunning, Jiang Kai-shek." Jiang Zunning said coldly, "What? You don't dare to admit that I'm your fiancé? Oh, this is the young lady who opened a noodle stall and sold breakfast." The woman sneered and said disdainfully, "Let's go. I don't have any interest in shopping anymore." What a disappointment. Wait. Jiang Zunning reached out to stop Liu Junfan, who was about to leave with the woman, and asked, "You still haven't told me who this woman is." Liu Junfan said awkwardly, "This lady is Madame Yao, who lives with me in Yongtai Lane." Jiang Zunning stared at him with his almond-shaped eyes and asked in a deep voice, "What relationship do you have with her?" Liu Junfan flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Jiang Zunning, you haven't married into my family yet. Why are you so nosy? Since when did you have the right to ask about my affairs?" At this time, Madame Yarrow had already walked out of the door. There was a light carriage at the door, and the driver was a Kunlun slave. Beside him was a Korean maid. Madame Yarrow raised the curtain of the sedan and said slowly, "Liu Junfan, are you coming over? If you don't come now, you don't have to come in the future." Liu Junfan stomped her feet, walked around Jiang Zunning, and walked out. Jiang Zunning was also really angry. He chased after him and grabbed his sleeve, and said unforgivingly, "Liu Junfan, tell me clearly. What relationship do you have with her?" Liu Junfan said angrily, "Surnamed Jiang, you're too nosy. Not to mention that you haven't married into my family yet. Even if we consummate our marriage and become husband and wife, you still can't control me." "Let go." Jiang Zunning said stubbornly, "Speak clearly first." "Let go." Madame Yarrow said in disdain, "What a useless piece of trash. If you don't want to say it, I'll say it for you." Madame Yarrow puffed out her chest and looked at Jiang Zunning. She said proudly, "You're asking me what relationship I have with Liu Junfan? Let me tell you, he eats my food, drinks my water, the expenses of making friends with scoundrels, and the expenses of gambling are all mine. Tell me, what relationship do I have with him?" Madame Yarrow squeezed her handkerchief as she spoke. She took a step forward and said arrogantly, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, even the expenses for your wedding at the end of the year were paid by me. Why don't you ask your future son-in-law what kind of relationship I have with him?" Liu Junfan's face turned red. Faced with Jiang Zunning's angry and embarrassed gaze, he could only helplessly lick his lips. He licked away the thin layer of lipstick on his lips, but he didn't have the courage to say a single word. Jiang Zunning was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at Liu Junfan and said, You. A man should be able to support the heavens and the earth, but you're actually so useless. I know that your family's circumstances have fallen, and your family's circumstances haven't been as good as before. But the rich have their ways, and the poor have their ways. A poor person can't be short of ambition. You don't even care about your face, and you're actually a gigolo. To think that you're a scholar, do you even know what propriety, justice, integrity, and shame are? Liu Junfan flew into a rage out of humiliation after being scolded by Jiang Zunning. She raised her hand and gave Jiang Zunning a resounding slap on his face. Jiang Zunning covered his cheek and said in astonishment, "Liu Junfan, you actually hit me?" Liu Junfan sneered, "Although you and I haven't gotten married yet, we've already signed the marriage certificate. We're legally recognized as husband and wife by the laws of the Tang dynasty. Today, I'm going to teach a lowly servant like you who doesn't know how to be a wife a lesson. What about it? You're a good person, but you run a lowly business, set up a stall on the street, and sell noodles. Marrying into my family, isn't that a disgrace to my family's reputation? Although I've long heard of this, considering that your family's circumstances are poor, I had no choice but to do so, so I've never come to your house to make things difficult for you. Madame Yarrow and I. Both love poetry and singing. We often exchange notes and become bosom friends. Seeing that my family is poor, Madame Yao often gives me a helping hand. That's all. I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Not only do you unscrupulously criticize and ruin my reputation, you even insult my benefactor and bosom friend. How can I still tolerate you? Lowly woman, get lost. Madame Yao only sneered when she heard this, but she didn't expose him again. Ma Qiao caught up to them and said, "Let's talk this out, both of you, please calm down." Liu Junfan glared at him and said, "We're husband and wife talking, who are you?" Ma Qiao smiled and said, "I'm Xiaoning's neighbor. Today, I accompanied her to Nan City to buy hairstyles." Liu Junfan let out a strange laugh and grabbed Ma Qiao. Pointing at Jiang Zuning, she said, "Good. Madame Yarrow and I are traveling to Nan City together, but you've said such unbearable things. And you, a woman about to be married, don't follow the ways of a woman. You actually went to Nan City with someone else and even asked him to accompany you to buy jewelry. What's your relationship? Adulterous couple." Jiang Zuning's eyes reddened. Sobbing, she said, How can you be so shameless? Do you know that I wake up early every day to earn money by selling noodles? Originally, I knew that your family's circumstances weren't good, so I wanted to earn more dowry. In the future, I'll take care of the household, so that you can study in peace and obtain scholarly honors. I never would have thought that my, Jiang Zuning's, husband would actually be such a person. Liu Junfan steeled her heart and angrily scolded, "What kind of person am I? You're a lowly maid who doesn't follow the ways of a woman. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson." After saying that, her left hand grabbed Jiang Zuning's hair and her right hand was about to slap her face again. Yang Fan couldn't take it anymore. With a shua sound, he pulled up his robe and tucked it around his waist. Raising his feet, he rushed forward. Chapter 27. Liu Juanfan's hand had just reached out, but before it could touch Jiang Zuning's tender cheek, it was stopped by a hand. Liu Junfan turned his head and angrily shouted, "I am teaching my wife a lesson, who is it that is meddling?" When he turned to look, he saw that it was a smiling doll. He couldn't help but be startled. Doll did not say a word and punched Liu Junfan in the eye. Liu Junfan screamed and fell backward. Doll did not say a word. He lifted his robe, lifted his boots, and kicked Liu Junfan down without a care for his face. Doll did not say a word. The jewelry store where the two of them quarreled was an extremely high-end store in Nan City. Every piece of jewelry was not cheap. Even the cheapest and most inconspicuous jewelry was worth half a year's worth of rations for an ordinary family, so it was usually very quiet. In the accounting room at the back of the store, the shopkeeper was accompanying the manager of the accounting room. They were busy sorting out the accounts. Sitting next to them were two young masters wearing embroidered robes and jade belts. One of them was Xie Muwen and Xie Juwei. The other was surnamed Gao Ying. She was also an inner guard. When it was her turn to fan Empress Wu, the two of them had always been a pair, so they had a very good relationship. Seeing that Xie Muwen was seriously looking at the steward calculating the accounts, Gao Ying called her by her small name and covered her mouth as she laughed. "Xiaoman, at our age, we should either buy some rouge, face powder, hairpins, and jewelry, or buy colorful clothes and embroidered skirts to dress up beautifully. How can there be someone like you? You're so young but you're already such a moneygrubber." Xie Muwen smiled but didn't say anything. Today, the two of them were not on duty, so they specially came to this jewelry store together. The two of them came to this store not to buy jewelry, but because this store was opened by Xie Muwen. Gao Ying accompanied her friend to sort out the accounts. All these years, Xie Muwen lived frugally and used all her salary and rewards to invest in business. She was the emperor's guard and enjoyed many privileges, so the business was getting better and better. The capital she had at the beginning was like rolling snowballs. After a few years, she already had several stores in Luoyang City. Although Gao Ying teased her for being a money grubber, she actually admired her and envied her. Everyone earned the same amount of money. Her salary and rewards came in with her left hand and went out with her right hand. She didn't save a single cent in the past few years, so she felt that she was very tight. How did Xie Muwen make such a big business? Gao Ying sighed softly. "You, Who are you working hard for? When you get married in the future, won't all your assets be given to others as dowry, letting them enjoy the fruits of your labor? Look at you. You don't even know how to dress. You is not living for your age. With your status and appearance, are you going to be a good husband in the future? Why do you have to work so hard to save a dowry? Xie Muwen still smiled and didn't say anything. She didn't want to save a dowry. It was just that there was no need to tell Jiao Ying about her thoughts. Every time she said it, it would make her sad and disappointed. Why bother? After a while, the steward had sorted out the accounts. The shopkeeper took the account book and presented it to Xie Muwen with both hands. He said, "Boss, this is the account book from the beginning of this month until now. Please have a look." Xie Muwen took the account book and looked at the amount of money first. Then she smiled and said, "Yang Aolu is really worthy of being called Yang Aolu. I have found the right person to hire you as the shopkeeper. It has only been half a month and the profits are so rich." Shopkeeper Yang smiled and said, "This is all thanks to boss. Our Pearl and Jade Square has very few patrolling soldiers. The bailiffs and officials come to disturb us. The local ruffians and scoundrels also don't dare to come and cause trouble. In addition, most of the pearls and jades are bought from the Guangzhou government. They are new and unique, different from the pearls and jades that come from the western region. So the women in the capital like them very much. Naturally, there are many customers. This is not my ability." Xie Muwen smiled and flipped through the account book. She said, "With my status, there is naturally no one who dares to come and ask for help. However, we can't force customers to come to our door. Shopkeeper Yang's management is proper. This credit is not fake. If you put in more effort, I will not treat you unfairly." Yang Gaolo quickly cupped his hands and said, "Then I will thank boss in advance." Seeing the two of them discuss the details of the accounts, even though Jiao Ying was her close friend, it was not good for her to listen in. She found an excuse to go to the back courtyard. Xie Muwen and Yang Gaolo went through the accounts from beginning to end in the accounting room. Only then did they close the account book. She asked, "Shopkeeper, did the people who went to the Guangzhou government to buy jewelry find out the whereabouts of my elder brother?" Yang Gaolo bowed and said, "Every time I send people to Guangzhou to buy goods, I repeatedly remind them to make finding boss's eldest brother the first priority. They have searched the streets and alleys, and even asked the jewelry merchants in Guangzhou to help them find him. So far, there has been no news." The joy on Xie Muwen's face was immediately replaced by a haze. Seeing her appearance, Yang Gaolo could not help but sigh softly. Yang Gaolo knew a little about the boss. According to what he knew, this boss was originally a beggar in the Guangzhou government. Later, she was taken in by a noble and entered the capital. She was introduced to that noble's junior sister, Auntie Xie. Auntie Xie became her adoptive mother and became a female guard in the palace. Speaking of which, this Xie Juwei was really close to her elder brother. She opened a few shops in the east, west, and south cities, all of which were properties bought for her elder brother. The few properties under her name all dealt with goods imported from the Guangzhou port. The original purpose was to send people to find her elder brother for convenience. Unexpectedly, it was an unintentional move. Nowadays, the merchants of the Tang dynasty mainly bought goods from the western regions. They bought very few goods from the south, which made her shop stand out. With her identity as the Plum Blossom Internal Guard Guiyi, her shop did not buy goods from merchants from the south. Instead, it took free trips between the north and the south to buy goods herself. This way, the cost of buying goods was extremely low. Moreover, the people she sent to Guangzhou to buy goods all had the mission of finding her elder brother's whereabouts. Unfortunately, after so many years, all the beggars in Guangzhou had been searched, but they still could not find his whereabouts. The shop assistant in charge of finding people did not know to keep it a secret at first and revealed it. There were also some beggars of similar age who impersonated her, which made Xie Muwen lose count of how happy she was. However, no matter how similar those impersonators looked, no matter how eloquent they were, none of them could say what jewelry her elder brother had given her, or what he had said when they parted. Later, the shop assistant in charge of finding people also knew to keep his mouth shut, so there were fewer impersonators. From shopkeeper Yang's point of view, it was likely that her elder brother had already died of cold or hunger. It was just that the boss was infatuated, so he did not dare to say this guess. Naturally, he also had no way of persuading her. However, Xie Muwen did not think this way. Although the hope was so slim, fortunately, there was still hope. She was silent for a moment, then nodded and said sadly, "Thank you, shopkeeper. The person still needs to continue looking. We must find him." For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was a bit heavy. Seeing this situation, the accounts manager hurriedly gave shopkeeper Yang a look and said, "Shopkeeper, it's rare for the boss to come over. Why don't you bring the jewelry we just bought from Guangzhou and let the boss choose a few that he likes?" Shopkeeper Yang let out a sigh of relief and repeatedly said, that's right, Boss, wait for me to bring the jewelry we just bought." After a moment, shopkeeper Yang came back with a large box. When he opened it, there were 4 layers of jewelry inside, and they were placed one by one on the table. Xie Muwen originally did not want to wear jewelry and put on makeup, but when she casually swept her eyes over the jewelry boxes, she suddenly discovered a butterfly-shaped hairpin. Her eyes couldn't help but light up and she said, "I want this one." The shopkeeper took a look at the hairpin and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Although shopkeeper runs Pearl and Jade Lane, his eyesight is really not that good. The hairpin's style is too playful and is only suitable for girls who have not reached the age of 15. Although the workmanship is also exquisite, the material used doesn't seem expensive. In this batch of hairpins we bought, it belongs to the lower quality. The shopkeeper tactfully expressed his opinion, but Xie Muwen shook her head. Staring at the hairpin in her hand, her eyes softened and she softly said, "Although it isn't the most expensive, it is the most beautiful in my heart. I like this butterfly hairpin." At this time, a miserable wail came from the front of the shop. Xie Muwen was recalling that unforgettable moment when she was suddenly interrupted by the wail. She was very displeased, so she raised her eyebrows and secretly said angrily, "Who dares to make noise in my shop?" Chapter 28. In the open space in front of the noodle shop, Liu Junfan was kicked and rolled on the ground, cursing in a shrill voice, "Jiang Zuning, you lowly servant, how dare you order people to beat your husband? How dare you order people to beat your husband?" As soon as Madame Yarrow saw this, she quickly ordered the Kunlun slave, "Idiot, why aren't you saving him?" The Kunlun slave was docile and obedient. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward when Yang Fan, who was wearing a doll mask, suddenly said something in Kunlun language to him. The Kunlun slave was startled and his strength lessened a bit. Yang Fan casually threw a punch, but before his fist could even touch the Kunlun slave let out a loud cry. As if he had been struck by the wind from Yang Fan's palm, he fell backward and fainted. Fortunately, Yang Fan's punch was ingenious and the Kunlun slave fell just in time. Their sleeves and robes covered their movements, so the bystanders thought that he was hit by Yang Fan's punch. Liu Junfan hugged his head and curled up like a dog, howling mournfully, "Jiang Zuning, a man's wife is heaven. You dare to order people to beat your husband, I won't let you off. Everyone, my fellow countrymen, please be my witnesses." With one foot on Liu Junfan's waist, Yang Fan raised his hands high and said, "I don't know this man's wife, and I've never been instigated by his wife. If I didn't see injustice on the road, why would I beat someone? It's because this man has humiliated all the men in the world. I am also a man, how can I endure such a great humiliation?" By this time, Xie Muwen had just come out from the accountant's room and was standing in the middle of the shop, watching. Yang Fan exaggerated Liu Junfan's evil deeds to the people and shouted, "This kind of animal, he was born as a man in vain, but his actions are a disgrace to the word man. All the men in the world have been humiliated because of him. Tell me, does this man deserve to be beaten?" The bystanders said in unison, "He deserves to be beaten." Yang Fan said, "He really deserves to be beaten. If you're a man, what are you waiting for?" Suddenly, the men in the crowd rushed forward, especially those who were traveling with their female companions or their wives. They were especially indignant. In order to show that they were men of indomitable spirit, they all rushed forward and used their fists and legs to draw a line between Liu Junfan, this shameless man who lived off a woman. "Make way! Lang Jun, make way for me." The women were even angrier than the men. Some of them were hot-tempered, and they immediately lifted their skirts and rushed forward to join in the gang beating up Liu Junfan. After being kicked by Yang Fan, Liu Junfan's face was already swollen and bruised beyond recognition. Now that she was surrounded and beaten by these people, she didn't even have the strength to scream. Xie Muwen stood in the shop and heard everything that Yang Fan had said. Her face immediately revealed a look of disdain and disgust. As soon as the shop assistant saw the boss come out, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Boss, do you want me to blow them away? I don't want to affect our business." Xie Muwen said, "Useless stinky man. Using your body to beg for food is even more disgusting than using your hands to beg for food. You're worse than a beggar. Let them be." Looking at her, if it weren't for her status, she would have rushed out and ruthlessly kicked Liu Junfan a few times. When the shop assistant saw this, he didn't dare to say anything else. "Everyone, this adulterer is shameless, and so is that whore. It's her. Look." When Yang Fan saw that the people had been provoked, he suddenly shouted and pointed at Madame Yarrow, who was standing on the side of the road in shock. "Hit her. Adulterer and adulterer. This adulterer and adulterer." The people had been incited and immediately rushed towards Madame Yarrow. When Madame Yarrow saw this, she was shocked and quickly ran to the carriage. She shouted at the Kunlun slave who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, "Lowly slave, get up and take me away." The Kunlun slave who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead crawled up. His waist was no longer sore and his legs were no longer painful. He jumped onto the carriage and drove away. Liu Junfan crawled up from the ground and chased after the carriage. As she ran, she gritted her teeth and said, "Jiang Zunning, you lowly slave, just you wait. I won't let you go." Ouch. Before she could finish her sentence, rotten pears and dates were thrown at her like a downpour. Liu Junfan covered her head with her sleeves and ran away. At this time, the city magistrate came over with a few servants who were responsible for maintaining the order of the market. He shouted from afar, "Who is fighting here? Do you want to be punished by the authorities?" When the people heard this, they stopped, tidied up their clothes, calmed their breathing and pretended to be bystanders. Someone commented, "Look at this pretty girl, how did she find such a man? It's really a pity." Pasta's face was dark. She lowered her head and hurried away. Ma Qiao and Yang Fan saw this and quickly left with her. Xie Muwen saw that the crowd had dispersed and returned to the rear hall. After they left the crowd, Ma Qiao complained to Yang Fan, "Xiao Fan, you were too reckless today. That spineless man left in anger and will take his anger out on Xiao Ning. If Xiao Ning marries him, will she still have a good life?" Yang Fan said, "Marry him? You still think that way? Is he a man just because he has balls? Sister Ning, do you really want to marry this kind of filthy trash?" Jiang Zunning stood still, her expression hesitated for a moment. She gradually became stern and said in a deep voice, "Although I am a woman, I was born poor. I am ashamed to marry this kind of man. When I go back, I will report to my mother and ask a matchmaker to come forward and divorce him." Yang Fan happily said, "That's right. Sister Ning is pretty and diligent. You can't find a good husband. I think Epsilon Majoris is not bad." Ma Qiao hurriedly said, No, I can't. I've lived for so long and I've accomplished nothing. My family's situation is much worse than Xiao Ning's family. How could Xiao Ning's mother agree?" Jiang Zunning unhappily rolled his eyes at him and said, "Xiao Fan was just joking, don't take it seriously. Even if you're willing, I'm not. Since I, Jiang Zunning, am going to break up with that surnamed Liu, my future husband must be a bit stronger than him. Otherwise, wouldn't I be ridiculed by him?" "You, humph." Ma Qiao hurriedly said, "That's right. Even if you want to marry, you should marry someone like Beta Percy. At least his handsome face is 100 times better than Liu Junfan." Jiang Zunning slapped him and said angrily, "You want to die? How old is Lil Fan? He's even 2 years younger than me. Nonsense." Yang Fan stuck out her chest and said, "Although men are older than women, there are also women who are older than men. Sister Ning is handsome, gentle, hardworking, and capable. I can't ask for more. Sister just needs to nod and I will find someone to go to your house to be a matchmaker." Jiang Zuning laughed and lifted her leg to kick him. Yang Fan laughed and floated away. Jiang Zuning faintly sighed and said, "All right, you two don't need to find ways to make me happy. I have already thought it through. Liu Junfan is not worth worrying about." Yang Fan and Ma Qiao heard this and knew that she had really thought it through. They couldn't help but smile at each other and their hearts relaxed. After waiting for Yang Fan to leave, Tin Ano's heart struggled fiercely. She looked inside and outside and even risked opening the courtyard door to peep outside. With her eyesight, she couldn't see anyone watching her. She began to doubt whether she had misunderstood Yang Fan. She wanted to leave without saying goodbye, but thinking of the possible consequences, she didn't dare to take the risk. To leave or not to leave? Are there people spying on me? Tin Ano couldn't make up her mind and was at a loss. It wasn't until the door opened and Yang Fan came in that Tin Ano let out a sigh of relief. At least she didn't have to struggle with the problem of staying or leaving. When Yang Fan came back, it was already closing time. He had only been back for a while when Nan City's waiter had already sent over the pots and pans, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, rice, noodles, vegetables, and all kinds of ingredients that he had ordered. Yang Fan asked the waiter to help him unload the things into the central room. He stared blankly at the small mountain of things in the room. To tell the truth, Yang Fan had never been to the kitchen before. He looked at the pile of things in front of him without a clue. He didn't even know what they were used for and didn't know where to put them. After the waiter left, Tin Ano came out of the room and saw Yang Fan's silly look. She couldn't help smiling and walked forward and said, "Let me do it." Firewood, rice, oil, salt, pots and pans were all arranged in an orderly manner. Tin Ano only glanced at the small kitchen and seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Yang Fan saw Tin Ano busy and felt very apologetic. But when he went over to help tidy up, the result was that the things were either placed in the wrong place or the things that were commonly used were put away and the things that were not frequently used were put away. Tin Ano said unhappily, "Get out, get out. The more you help, the more trouble you make." Yang Fan retreated to the side and said, "Then, what do you think I should do?" Tin Ano said, "Go clean that wooden bucket that hasn't been used for 800 years and bring in a bucket of water. Then go to the backyard and chop some firewood for later use." Yang Fan finally got rid of the suspicion of being an idler and excitedly picked up the wooden bucket and walked out. Yang Fan hummed a folk song from the country of Kunlun as he cleaned the wooden bucket and filled it with water. He brought it into the kitchen and rushed to the backyard to chop firewood. There were ready-made old wood and some decayed furniture in the backyard. Using the rusty axe, he chopped a pile of firewood in a short while. Looking at the small mountain of firewood, Yang Fan actually felt a sense of accomplishment. A fire was lit in the kitchen. Ever since Yang Fan moved to the Xiuwen workshop, smoke came out of the chimney of their house for the first time. Yang Fan, who once again had nothing to do, leaned against the door and watched the entire process of the Tian Ari Nu transforming from a little maid to a cook. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 29. Tin Ano washed her hands and walked into the kitchen. At the same time, she had already tied the small apron that had been modified from the all-purpose bedsheet around her waist. In the basin, fish were jumping and shrimps were jumping. On the chopping board was a lump of mutton. In the time it took Yang Fan to blink a few times, the rice had been washed and put into the pot. The scallions, ginger, and garlic had been peeled, flattened, and shredded. In the time it took Yang Fan to blink a few more times, a fish had been grilled, scaled, cleaned, and placed on an open plate. The scallions, shredded ginger, cooking wine, soy sauce, and other condiments were poured on the fish that had been cut into pieces. The plate was pushed to the side, and Tin Ano picked up the knife again. The knife flew up and down in her hand. Even though she was only using one hand, in a short while, the mutton had become a lump of bright red meat. With a dong sound, the knife stabbed into the chopping board. The handle was still buzzing. Tin Ano had already bent over to add a few pieces of firewood into the stove. She cleaned her hands with honey locust in a basin that had been prepared beforehand. She picked up a few large dates, removed the cores, and threw them into the rice pot. A fat chicken that had already been cleaned when the waiter brought it over was washed again. The stomach was stuffed with all sorts of condiments to flavor it. The date meat porridge was already cooked, and the fragrance of the rice wafted into the air. She placed the fresh fish into the steamer and casually grabbed a handful of shredded ginger and scallions to cover the fish. Young Fan was in a daze as he stared at the big fish covered under the shredded ginger and scallions. A few pieces of cheese were thrown into the water. Tin Aino's jade-like movements and casual movements made her look like a calligraphy master waving a brush and splashing ink, writing a wonderful piece of calligraphy with ease. The fresh fish didn't need to be steamed for too long. When the fragrance of the fish and the cool milk escaped from the edge of the pot along with the steam, making Young Fan salivate, the fat chicken was sent into the steamer again. At this time, the bouncing fresh shrimp had already been filtered out of the water and were ready to be used. The old man leaning against the door felt very hungry, getting hungrier and hungrier, but he couldn't bear to leave. He never knew that it could be done so beautifully and elegantly. Men didn't cook. They probably wouldn't even enter the kitchen once in their entire lives. But if there was such a beautiful scene in the kitchen, what was wrong with going into the kitchen? Young Fan stared at Tin Aino, who was wearing a small green apron around her waist. Her waist was as slender as a fresh cabbage. In Young Fan's opinion, she was undoubtedly the most delicious dish in this kitchen. Her beauty was truly a feast for the eyes. The plate of delicious cabbage was still busy in the kitchen. Whether it was waving the ladle, picking up the kitchen knife, sprinkling the chopped green onions, or swiftly cutting the lamb with the knife, even the way she stooped over to add firewood was full of artistic beauty. It was as if she wasn't stir-frying, but dancing. As if sensing Young Fan's gaze, Tin Aino suddenly asked without turning her head, "Do you know what my favorite thing to do is?" Young Fan shook his head and said, "I don't know." Tin Aino took a deep breath of the aroma of the food and said excitedly, "Cooking. My favorite thing is to cook." Young Fan was slightly embarrassed. So, she's a foodie. Vinegar and scallion chicken, steamed fish, grilled bright prawns, stir-fried lamb, and jujube porridge were all placed on the table. Young Fan and Tin Aino sat on both sides of the table, kneeling and raising the table. The dishes on the table were very sumptuous, but there were no vegetables. It wasn't easy for Young Fan to improve his life. Of course, he wouldn't buy vegetables. Tin Aino wasn't picky about the ingredients he bought. Since the Sui and Tang dynasties, the barbarians and the Han lived together. The culture, clothing, food, and other aspects of the Central Plains were influenced by the barbarians and the barbarians. There were many changes. Nowadays, it was very difficult to see vegetables on the menu of the rich and powerful. Young Fan ate with great relish. His belly was very round. A fat fish that was 1 kati, 8 tails and 6 chien, a fat chicken that was 3 katis and 4 tails, half a kati of mutton, and a plate of river prawns were almost swept clean by him. Even the pot of porridge was eaten by him. Tin Aino held the rice bowl and looked at the empty plate. He asked Young Fan, "Are you a reincarnated hungry ghost?" Young Fan held his round belly and sighed. "This is the most delicious meal I've ever eaten in my life. Why don't you stay?" Tin Aino glanced at him and said indifferently, "You can afford to hire a cook like me." Young Fan coughed and said, "You must be a cook." Tin Aino took small bites of the porridge. He picked up some leftovers from the plate that Young Fan had wiped out. He didn't care about Young Fan at all. Young Fan rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed. "Let me see. Aya, today is the 3rd day since you came to my house." Tin Aino raised his pair of watery eyes and said, "Huh." Young Fan smiled. On the 3rd day after the bride's marriage, she needs to cook. Tin Aino snorted. He still ignored Dong Shuebing. Young Fan rubbed his nose and said tentatively, "That's right. The hairpin you gave me was exchanged for 2,800 coins. I'm getting more and more curious about you. From your speech and mannerisms, and the fact that you can casually take out a hairpin that is worth so much, you must be from a wealthy family. Why would you need to be a thief?" Tin Aino put down his chopsticks. He said indifferently, "You still can't help but want to know about my past." You don't have to say." Tin Aino shook his head. He said after a pause, "There's no harm in saying. But I can only tell you about my past before I was 6. Young Fan said excitedly, "That's fine. Tell me." Tin Ano thought quietly for a while. He said softly, "My family lived in Guangzhou's Zhouji County. There was nothing special about our family. My father was an ordinary farmer with a dozen or so acres of dry land. In the 5th month of the first year of Yongchun, there was a great drought in Guangzhou. The land was scarlet for thousands of miles. Then locusts came. The crops that had already withered were eaten up by the locusts. This beginning was probably not a happy story." Young Fan couldn't help but stop smiling. He listened quietly. Tin Ano said, "The government couldn't gather enough food for disaster relief. In order to survive, Grandpa, Father, the most common colloquial name at that time, sold the family's dozen or so acres of farmland. But at that time, the price of rice had already risen to 10,000 coins per bushel. How many days could this bit of money last? Very quickly, the city and the countryside were filled with people eating each other. The dead piled on the streets. Tin Ano said sadly, "Misfortune never comes alone." Soon after, there was a great plague. The victims dragged their children. They begged during the day and slept on the streets at night. Many people vomited yellow liquid in their sleep. Their corpses were left by the roadside. At that time, there was a folk song that said, "Li Sai buried Zhongshan in the morning, Li Sai ascended to heaven at noon. Liu and Wang Wu went to the funeral. Yu Luo and Shuang went to the gates of hell." The starving people began to resort to any means necessary. The bread that someone had just bought was snatched away by the starving people. Just as they were about to catch up, the starving people threw the bread into the horse urine and stepped on it. The person who was robbed had no choice but to give up. The starving people picked up the bread again and wolfed it down. The bark was peeled off, revealing the white trunk. The leaves were also eaten by the locusts and the starving people. Many people began to eat the guanine clay. They knew that they would still die if they ate it, but if they didn't fill their stomachs, they would really be starving. There was a man in our village who sold his land and his wife. In the end, he buried his 4-year-old son who had starved to death in a brick bed and fled for his life. There was also a widow. Her family had more than 100 acres of farmland. She was considered very wealthy in the village. At this time, it was difficult for her to support herself. She had a son and a daughter. They were both young. In order to support her son and preserve her deceased husband's bloodline, she personally pressed her young daughter into a basin of water and drowned her alive. Tin Ano raised her head and looked at Young Fan. She seriously explained, "Do you think that this has nothing to do with me? I'm saying all of this because I want to tell you how miserable it was back then. Many people who were far richer than my family couldn't even survive. So, no matter what my parents did to me, I never hated them. Never." Young Fan's heart trembled slightly. She stared into Tin Ano's sparkling eyes. She wanted to tell her not to continue speaking, but facing that kind of gaze, she couldn't even speak. Tin Ano was silent for a moment. She continued, "Groups of starving people headed east, fleeing towards Luoyang. There were as many people as there were hairs on an ox. Their clothes were ragged, and they were as thin as sticks. As they walked, people would collapse. The wilderness was filled with wolves and wild dogs that were as vicious as wolves. They were not afraid of people at all. They even ran into the empty villages and used the remaining humans as their food. There are many people from Longxi who come to Guangzhou to buy wives, but they are not allowed to bring children. I saw with my own eyes a Longxi man lift a rather good-looking young woman onto the back of a donkey, but he snatched the child from her arms and threw it into the dry gutter." "Grandpa." Tin Ano's voice trembled. Grandpa had no choice but to sell Mother. But the food he got wasn't even enough to eat for 3 days. Who cares? At that time, as long as he could have a bite to eat, as long as he could live a moment longer, what wouldn't he be willing to do? Many women were forced to sell their bodies. Every time they sold their bodies, they could only get a bowl of rice soup. Tin Ano gave a long sigh and faintly said, "After the food I got from selling Mother was finished, Grandpa stared at me. At that time, I was very afraid. I thought Grandpa was going to eat me. In the end, he only called me to a dry well and pushed me down." Young Fan's body shook. His lips moved a few times, but he could not say any comforting words. Tin Ano said, "Grandpa threw some bricks and debris down, and then I don't know where he ran for his life." Yang Fan gently held her hand. Her hand was cold and trembling. When Yang Fan held her hand, she immediately held Yang Fan's hand in a death grip. She was like a person who had fallen into a dry well grabbing onto a rope hung down by a kind-hearted person, unwilling to let go. Yang Fan said in a low voice, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked about this. Please don't say any more." Tin Ano gently shook her head and mournfully said, "The stone thrown by Grandpa hit my head. I fainted. But I don't hate him. I really don't hate him. He couldn't do anything about it. At least, he didn't eat me." Note: stir-frying existed in the Tang dynasty. But because it consumed a lot of oil and the quality of the raw ironwork was not good, it was easy to break. Soy sauce was invented in the Jin dynasty. It was already popular in the Tang dynasty. Before that, it was known as clear soy sauce, bean sauce, soy sauce, black bean sauce, pomelo oil, tanning oil, seat oil, fu oil, autumn oil, etc. After 755 AD, the soy sauce production technology was spread to Japan with Master Genjin. Then it was spread to Korea, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, and other countries. Chapter 30. Yang Fan listened with a heavy heart. He knew that the reason why Tin Ano repeatedly emphasized her father's helplessness and that she didn't hate her father was because she had been hurt too deeply in her childhood, especially when she was abandoned by her family. It was like a nightmare that she couldn't get rid of. She didn't want to hate, but she couldn't forget. She could only use this method to hypnotize her heart over and over again. Tin Ano's eyes were faintly glistening with tears. She faintly said, "But the heavens didn't give up on me. It was probably because I had food for those 3 days that I actually gained some strength. I woke up and climbed out of the well through the hole where the bricks and stones had fallen off. I followed the fleeing crowd and wandered around the countryside. Later, I was taken in by a miller." Tin Ano smiled and said, "The miller told his wife that he would first raise me as a child laborer. When I grew up, I would be the wife of his foolish son and help him carry on the family line. He didn't hide it from me when he said these words. He knew I had no choice. In fact, I was very happy. At least I could eat my fill. At that time, I was not even as tall as the millstone and was as thin as a stick. The food that the miller gave me was only enough to keep me alive. I had no strength. I was accidentally knocked down by the donkey pulling the millstone. I didn't even have the strength to get up. The blindfolded donkey continued to pull the millstone, trampling on me until I was on the verge of death. Treatment costs money. The miller felt that it wasn't worth it and threw me out of the village. The hungry people surrounded me with green eyes, wanting to eat me alive. At this time, there was a sudden rush of horse hooves. The people on the horses looked very spirited and neat. Because of the plague, their faces were covered with thick towels, revealing only their eyes. One of them looked at me coldly. Perhaps they had seen all kinds of tragedies along the way. I didn't see any intention of saving me. I thought that I was about to be eaten, but he had clearly galloped past me and suddenly turned back. Those hungry people bared their white teeth and threw themselves at me, wanting to eat me raw. At this time, the man waved the whip in his hand. The weak hungry people fell like paper under his whip. I was saved. He treated my wounds and fed me. Yang Fan asked, "Why did he change his mind and save you?" The Tien Renu was silent for a moment before she answered. Later on, he told me that he had seen too many dying people along the way. Some of them would look like they were begging for mercy when they saw them passing by, some of them would cry out in fear of death, some of them were numb and ignored them. Tin Ano took a deep breath and said, "As for me," he said that in the eyes of this 6-year-old girl, he saw the tranquility of liberation. For a 6-year-old child to have such a gaze that transcends life and death, he felt that it was very unusual, so, he saved me. Tears welled up in her eyes. Tin Ano raised her head. After a long time, she slowly lowered her head. Although her eyes were moist, the tears had already disappeared. In the end, she did not let them fall. She stared at Yang Fan and said word by word, "My name was chosen by me. Tin Ano, people don't love slaves, Tin Ano. When she said these words, she still tightly held onto Yang Fan's hand. Yang Fan could feel that in those hellish days, she had suffered not only from the drought, the plague of locusts, the plague, not only from witnessing the tragic deaths and the victims who took advantage of the situation, but also from her birth father. Yang Fan said softly, "No matter what, all of that is in the past. Don't always keep it in your heart." Tin Ano gently withdrew her hand. Her palm was as soft and smooth as silk. When his hand was removed, the smooth and soft feeling still rippled on his fingertips. She used a sword, but there were no calluses on her palm. This could only be done by people who had the conditions to practice martial arts and took good care of their hands. Yang Fan was even more curious about this mysterious girl, but he did not want to delve into it. Just like he also had his own secrets, he understood and respected other people's secrets. The corner of Tin Ano's mouth curled up slightly, and she said with some mockery, "You don't understand. Although your family's circumstances are not good, at least you have a stable life. At least you have food and clothing. How would you know what I have suffered?" Yang Fan was silent. In fact, he also had a misfortune, but compared to the torture Tin Ano had suffered, he felt that at least what he had suffered was a sudden blow. It was far from the pain of eternal despair. So he did not refute Tin Ano's words. After a moment of silence, he stared into Tin Ano's eyes and said, "Do you know how I feel after listening to your story?" "What feeling?" "I want to eat another bowl of rice." "Tin Ano," Yang Fan said softly, "in any case, everything is in the past. The misfortune of the past is not the greatest misfortune. The greatest misfortune is to indulge in the memories of misfortune and be unable to extricate yourself, letting that misfortune affect you forever. You are still alive, and you are still living well. This is happiness. You know what kind of pain you have suffered in the past, so you have to live well now, and not indulge in the painful past. If you miss the dead, then you have to cherish the living even more. This is what an old man who is over 100 years old told me. I have been doing according to his words, so I have been living happily." Tin Ano raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, "His words must be reasonable." An unusual look of respect appeared on Yang Fan's face, and he said, "If he said it, then I believe it. Besides, the old man has lived for so many years, and has experienced far more than us. Even if his words are not the most reasonable in this world, they must be more reasonable than mine. RNU, the heavens care for you, and let you live. You are still living in this world, then you should work hard to find happiness in this world, and do not let down the heavens care for you." Looking at Yang Fan's unusually sincere eyes, Tin Ano's heart palpitated. Yang Fan's tone revealed his true feelings, and there was not a trace of falsehood. She was even more suspicious of her own judgment, but she was still not sure. After all, what she did had too much implications, and being moved, when the miller took her in and gave her half a bun, she was even more moved than now. It was hard to know a man's heart. Tin Ano said softly, "I will." Tin Ano's narrow eyes slowly raised, "I want to eat another bowl of rice." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. That smile was like a lamp suddenly lit up in the quiet midnight, and at that moment, their hearts warmed a lot. This was the second time she smiled, and her smile was very beautiful. Yang Fan felt that she should smile like this more often. Tin Ano stood up and said, "You have eaten all the food, I will go get some more. What do you want to eat?" Yang Fan said, "I want to eat vegetables, very light dishes, like wild vegetables dipped in sauce. This is simple, it will be ready soon." Tin Ano put on her apron, and leisurely walked to the kitchen. Her gait was very feminine. Yang Fan added, "If the sauce needs to be fried, put in a chicken." Tin Ano replied, "Okay." Her beautiful figure disappeared from the kitchen, and after a moment, a burst of egg-fried sauce smell rushed into Yang Fan's nose. Yang Fan closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, savoring the taste of the sauce. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were sparkling. This time, Yang Fan ate very slowly, no longer like a reincarnated hungry ghost. He ate while looking at the way Tin Ano ate. She ate even slower, and her movements were very elegant and very beautiful. The soup with her hands, shyly waiting for the gentleman to taste. No matter how delicious the soup was, without the last sentence as a foil, it would lose its charming scenery. The fireworks of the world always needed a fairer-like woman to accompany them, and that dullness would give birth to an indescribable taste. Thus, the person would be more beautiful, and the food would be more fragrant. This was a feast for the eyes. The peace and warmth was quickly broken, and suddenly there was a burst of hurried footsteps in the courtyard. Before the two of them could react, that person rushed in. Chapter 31. Trespassing shouldn't happen, especially at night, which was almost impossible. Because in ancient times, when lighting was poor, people had an instinctive fear of the dark and difficulty in moving around. When committing a crime at night, the owner couldn't determine in advance whether you were going to steal or kill. Coupled with the traditional concept of privacy, the idea of trespassing at night was deeply rooted in people's hearts. The law of the Tang Empire stated, anyone who trespasses at night without reason will be whipped 40 times. The owner will kill the offender immediately, without mercy. Coupled with the curfew, it was unthinkable to visit at night. It was even more impossible to enter someone's house without knocking. As a result, the two of them were caught off guard. However, young Fan wasn't surprised. Rules were rules. Once they were set, they could be broken. Who else but Ma Qiao would dare to trespass into his house and break the rule of not trespassing at night? But Ma Qiao usually wouldn't come to his house. Normally, at this time, Ma Qiao should be at home with his mother making handicrafts. But the person who came in was really Ma Qiao. As soon as Ma Qiao stepped in, he saw that the room was clean and tidy. There was a table and two people, a man and a woman, were sitting opposite each other. He couldn't help but let out an ayo and hurriedly bowed and apologized. Sorry, I came to the wrong door." As Ma Qiao spoke, he retreated to the door. Just as he took a step back, he saw young Fan's face clearly and couldn't help but stop in shock. He held a clay jar in his hands and looked at young Fan with his mouth agape. He then looked at Tianari Nu and stammered, This lady." Young Fan reached out and pressed down Tinano, who was about to explode. He explained to her, "This is my friend." Young Fan got up and pulled Ma Qiao into the courtyard. He asked, "Why are you here?" Ma Qiao said, "I was worried about Xiao Ning, so I went to her place after I came back. I heard from her that you didn't go to her place to eat pasta soup tonight, so Xiao Ning asked me to come see you. I was thinking that you might have given me all the money to deal with me, so I brought half a pot of porridge with me." "Who is that lady?" Young Fan rolled his eyes and said hesitantly, "Oh, she's my cousin. She came to visit me." Ma Qiao rubbed his forehead and said, "Brother, can you find a more suitable excuse?" "What?" Ma Qiao said weakly, "You said that your hometown is in Jiaoji and you have no relatives in the Central Plains. Now your cousin is visiting you. He came all the way from Jiaoji to Luoyang to visit you alone? And you still want to hide her at home like a thief, not letting anyone know?" Young Fan's face turned red, and she said unhappily, "You know it's an excuse. Why did you say it? Why are you asking so many questions? Just treat her as a thief." Ma Qiao held the pot and said woodenly, "Have you ever seen such a beautiful woman be a thief?" Young Fan said, "That's strange. Why can't a beautiful woman be a thief?" Ma Qiao said, "Once you enter a brothel, you don't have to worry about food or clothing. There are too many paths a beautiful woman can take. Be a thief. Ha, ha ha, what a joke." Young Fan was afraid that Tinano would be angry, so he quickly looked at the door and said in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense. If she hears you, she won't forgive you." Ma Qiao sneered and said, "See, you're not happy with what I said, right? Quick, tell me who she is. Don't you find it annoying?" Ma Qiao looked at the door and squinted his eyes, whispering, "Your lover?" Young Fan's heart moved. This reason seemed to make sense, so he pretended to ponder and said, Ma Qiao impatiently said, "So she really is your lover? My God, such a beautiful girl. Quickly tell me, whose family is this girl? How did you hook up with her?" Young Fan knew that if he did not give him a satisfactory answer and satisfy this curious baby's curiosity, he would not give up, so he followed his train of thought and slowly said, "This girl is the daughter of a merchant I met on the Luo River." "Oh!" Ma Qiao held the pot with his other hand and pricked up his ears. Young Fan said, "This is what happened. One day, I was walking on the Luo River bridge, and she was passing under the bridge with a boat. We fell in love at first sight, and after a while, we liked each other and decided to marry each other. But her parents despised the poor and loved the rich, and didn't want her to marry a servant, so she eloped with me. Young Fan made up a very vulgar story, but the more vulgar a story was, the more it satisfied people's curiosity, so Ma Qiao believed it without a doubt. He smacked his lips and said excitedly, "Then what do you two plan to do in the future?" Young Fan said carelessly, "What else can we do? Let her live here." According to the laws of our Tang dynasty, as long as the legal age for marriage is passed, and the man and woman are in love with each other, and a de facto marriage is achieved, then it will be recognized, and parents can't interfere. Ma Qiao pinched his chin and said suspiciously, "That's not right. According to the laws of our Tang dynasty, a man can only get married when he is 20 and a woman is 15. You are only 17 this year, and there are still 3 years to go." Young Fan said, "So, I plan to live like this for now. After 3 years, not only will we be husband and wife, but we will also have many children. Her grandfather and mother won't object to it, right?" Ma Qiao gave him a thumbs up and praised, "That's a ruthless move." Young Fan took the opportunity to say to Ma Qiao, "Now her parents are looking everywhere for her whereabouts, so it's good that you know about this matter, and don't tell anyone else." Ma Qiao nodded repeatedly, Of course. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this kind of thing even if you beat me to death." Young Fan let out a sigh and asked, "Oh right, how is Sister Ning doing?" Ma Qiao said, "Auntie was also very angry when she heard it. She said that it's okay for a man to be poor, but if he has no ambition, then he will really have no future for the rest of his life. As the saying goes, a man is afraid of entering the wrong profession, and a woman is afraid of marrying the wrong man. If her daughter marries such a man, she will never have a chance in her life. Tomorrow, she will personally find a matchmaker to break off the engagement." Young Fan said cheerfully, "That's good." The two chatted for a while more, and then Ma Qiao said goodbye and left. Young Fan had already eaten until his belly was round, so he naturally took the porridge back. Young Fan flashed into the room and saw Tin Ano sitting behind the table, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. A pair of bright eyes stared at him with interest, which made Young Fan's hair stand on end. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Why is she looking at me like that? What we talked about, could it be that she heard it?" Tin Ano stared at Young Fan until his eyes wandered, not daring to meet her eyes. Only then did she proudly raise her chin, snorted softly, and stood up with the help of the table, saying, "I'm sleepy. You clean up these cups and plates." Finishing, she raised her head and like a proud peacock, she gracefully left. The lights went out, and moonlight shone through the window, filling the entire room like flowing water. On the floor, it was like a sparse shadow splashed with ink. Young Fan went out to play and gamble again. This time, Tin Ano naturally wouldn't follow him again. Last time, Young Fan found the sentence escorted by the Longwu army in the Department of Records of the Ministry of War. At that time, the person escorted was the dethroned crown prince, Li Xian, and the destination was Bazhu in the center of Shu. This was completely different from Shaoju in the south of the Yangtze that he wanted to investigate, but this was the only clue he could find. Tonight, he would continue to read the unfinished documents about the second year of Yongchun. If he still couldn't find any other clues about the Longwu army leaving the capital on official business, he would have to investigate this group of people who went to Bazhu in Shu that year. Although the two places had nothing to do with each other, the people who went to Bazhu on official business might be able to go to Shaoju to do something else. After a whole night of hard reading, when the time was almost up, Young Fan rubbed his red eyes and let out a long sigh. Up until today, he had read all the official letters from the Ministry of War in the second year of Yongchun. That year, the only record of the Longwu army leaving the capital was the one about escorting the dethroned crown prince Li Xian to Bazhu. It looked like he could only start with this clue. Young Fan walked to the window and slightly opened it. He used his bloodshot eyes to look at the dark sky. The world was still vast, but it was already the darkness before dawn. The first rays of dawn were about to appear. Young Fan let out a long breath of impure air and looked back at those tables that were piled up like a mountain. Then, he lightly flipped down the stairs and threw himself into the boundless night like a nightingale. Chapter 32. Early in the morning, Yang Fan went to open the door as usual. Today was the last day of the month, and tomorrow, it would be someone else's turn. Everything seemed normal. When he opened the door, he was still knocked around like a reed swaying in the wind. He was taken advantage of by bold and shrewd young ladies in exchange for a good day's mood. Walking on the street, the stall owners still warmly greeted him. Only when he passed by the second alley of Shiwen Fang's cross street did he feel slightly different. The shed was deserted. Elder sister Ning did not set up her stall early in the morning. Yang Fan knew that she must be busy with the annulment of the engagement, so he was not worried. However, when Yang Fan returned home and ate the light dishes and sweet porridge made by the Tianrienu, he rushed to the Fangzhengji mansion to accept his task and began his patrol for the day. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. At the end of the street, there were always groups of people whispering to each other. As they talked, they kept glancing at him. Their expressions were rather secretive. However, when he walked past them, these people would immediately change the subject and start to gossip in an indifferent manner. Yang Fan felt a bit scared. What was going on today? Beta Persi. Huang Yuan Wai. Yang Fan smiled and bowed. The person walking toward him was Huang Jiaoping, Huang Yuanwai. Huang Yuanwai's extremely round body walked very gracefully, like a rubber ball, bouncing and bouncing to his side. His chubby face was smiling as if the heavens had blessed him. Yang Fan was a bit surprised. Huang Yuanwai usually didn't greet him when they met on the street. After all, his status was there. What was going on today? Could it be that he suddenly made a big deal? Huang Yuanwai smiled and said, Beta Persi, why are your eyes so bloodshot? Did you not sleep well last night? Oh, Huang Yuanwai, Huang Yuanwai didn't want to hear his answer. He immediately laughed and said, Haha, young man, don't be shy. I am an experienced person. This kind of thing, it is better to take it easy and cherish your body, right? What you mean is, Huang Yuanwai glided past him smoothly. That gait, that style, it was as if there was a mountain in front of him, and at the foot of the mountain there was a bamboo fence, and inside the bamboo fence there was a bunch of autumn chrysanthemums. The fat Huang Yuanwai suddenly turned into Mr. Wu Liu, and was leisurely walking over the fence to pick the chrysanthemums. Yang Fan looked at Huang Yuanwai's back and was puzzled. Just as he was feeling strange, Uncle Song saw him and stopped. He said with a smile, Beta Persi, I heard that your family is cooking now. Do you want to buy some ingredients? Yang Fan was startled. Yesterday evening, there was smoke coming from the kitchen, and someone noticed it. Could it be that this second Uncle Song was a reclusive expert who lived in seclusion and would stand on the mud wall of his house to look around? Song Gaoren, who was dressed in coarse clothes and had a mustache, smiled and said, spinach, wild rice, lettuce, mushrooms, alfalfa, shepherd's purse, daylily. They're all fresh. See what you want. Yang Fan hesitated and said, this. Second uncle, I don't have any money on me. Maybe next time. I will take care of your business next time. Second Uncle Song took out a bunch of chives and handed it to Yang Fan. He said kindly, you are spending a lot of money now, so you must be tight on money. If you need it, just let me know. I am not short of your share. Here, this chives is for you. When you go back, you can chop some vegetables and stir-fry some chicken. It will taste great. Second Uncle Song patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, Second Uncle told you, chives can nourish the kidneys and strengthen the yang. Huh. While Yang Fan was astonished, Second Uncle Song, with a Mona Lisa smile on his face, picked up his load and swaggered off. Yang Fan slowly walked forward. As he walked, he suddenly thought of the reason. Ma Qiao. That lousy mouth of his, can't it be guarded? As soon as Yang Fan understood the reason, he angrily went to look for Ma Qiao. After walking through 2 alleys, he still couldn't find any trace of Ma Qiao. Suddenly, a young girl in green walked towards him. This young girl's hair was in a lily bun and she was leading a large black dog. She was looking straight ahead and acting as if there was no one else around. Yang Fan saw that it was Miss Xiaodong. Not good. Yang Fan wanted to hide, but Xiaodong had already walked in front of him. Yang Fan was about to take advantage of her poor eyesight and brace himself to brush past her. Xiaodong looked at him and hesitated. She called out, "Is this second Lang of the Yang family?" Ah, it's Miss Xiaodong." Yang Fan smiled bitterly and stood still. As if he had just seen her, he greeted her with a smile and said, "Yes, it is Yang Fan." "Miss Xiaodong, where are you going?" Xiaodong tiptoed closer like a cat until Yang Fan could clearly count the number of sparrows on her nose and cheeks. She squinted her eyes and said happily, "Ah, it really is second Lang." The joyful expression disappeared in a flash, and the young girl's face changed into a resentful expression. She faintly squinted at Yang Fan and said, "Erlang is so heartless. Do you really not know the affection I have for Erlang? You usually pretend to be stupid. I only know that you don't want to get married too early. I don't blame you. Who would have thought that you would run away with a merchant girl?" As Xiaodong said this, 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks. Yang Fan panicked. He looked around and tried to persuade her, "Xiaodong, don't cry. If others see you like this, they will think that I did something to you. Can you not cry anymore?" Xiaodong stopped crying and straightened her chest. She said in a clear voice, "Second Lang, there is no one else here. Let's talk clearly. Tell me, in terms of appearance, temperament and character, which part of me is inferior to that merchant girl? Tell me." Xiaodong was born nearsighted. Coupled with the fact that she often did needlework, she had a good eye for Yang Fan. At this time, both of her eyes were facing inward. Her eyes were focused on the space between Yang Fan's eyebrows. Yang Fan was completely defeated by Miss Xiaodong's sharp eyes. He was like a lecher who was abandoned by his mistress. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. He lowered his head and said in a remorseful tone, "Xiaodong, you are a good girl. You are hardworking, capable, gentle and kind-hearted." Yang Fan didn't dare to look at her. He slightly raised his eyes and stared at the tip of her nose. He counted the freckles and said in the most sincere tone, "Your eyebrows are as noble as the clouds in the sky. Your eyes are as bright as the stars in the foggy night. Your appearance is as pretty as the flowers in spring. Your figure is as tender as the chives in my hands." Miss Xiaodong wiped her tears and asked, "If that's the case, why do you like her and not me?" Yang Fan sighed and said in a deep voice, "Maybe, this is called fate. Miss Xiaodong, you and I are fated but not fated. You see, your family is rich and I am just a worker with 4 walls. You are gentle, hardworking and capable, while I am lazy, ignorant and incompetent. How can I be worthy of a good girl like you? I am ashamed of my inferiority, ashamed of my inferiority." Miss Xiaodong lowered her head and looked at her flat chest. She said sadly, "You don't have to coax me. I know, I am too thin." No, absolutely not." Yang Fan hurriedly denied, "Xiaodong, don't think like that. You are a good girl who is loved by everyone. Everyone in the village knows about you. Who doesn't know about you? You see." Yang Fan pointed at the dog that was wagging its tail at Miss Xiaodong's knee and said, "You see, even the dog likes you." Miss Xiaodong said angrily, "But Erlang doesn't like me. He has eyes but can't see. He is not even as good as my family's big black." Yang Fan said repeatedly, "Yes. I have no taste, no luck." Miss Xiaodong turned and walked away. Yang Fan grabbed her and said, "Stop, that's a tree. It's none of your business." Miss Xiaodong shook off his hand and left angrily. Yang Fan secretly heaved a sigh of relief and quickly slipped away as fast as he could. He had only taken 3 steps when Miss Xiaodong, who had already walked far away, suddenly stopped and said loudly, "Beta Percy, stop. Say it clearly, even the dog likes me. Are you saying that I am as thin as a skeleton?" Yang Fan broke into a run. Miss Xiaodong's angry roar came from behind, "Big Black, bite him. Woof. Woof woof." Yang Fan covered his head and scurried away like a rat. After a short while, Auntie Hua of the Hua family's knitting workshop's high-pitched and sharp curse sounded from the courtyard of her house, "Second Yang, this immoral bastard." Chapter 33. After being chased by the dog for 4 streets, Yang Fan was panting heavily. He finally got rid of the Hua family's evil dog. At this moment, He saw two servants playing chess under a tree in front of him. Yang Fan asked them and found out that Ma Qiao was cupping in the house of the fourth tune's Blind Chang. Yang Fan arrived at Blind Chang's house. Blind Chang looked at the door blankly and asked, "You're here. Please wait for a moment. It will only take a quarter of an hour." Ma Qiao was lying on his stomach on the couch. His back was full of bamboo tubes. He was clenching his teeth to endure the pain. When he saw Yang Fan, he greeted, "Xiao Fan, are you here for cupping too? Look at your crow's mouth. My stomach feels cold. I'm suffering from the wind now. Hey. My shoulders hurt when I move." Yang Fan snorted and sat down at the side. He said with a straight face, "Ma Qiao, tell me clearly. What's going on in the street?" Yang Fan called him by his full name. It was obvious that he was angry. Ma Qiao listened with a blank face and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry? What's wrong?" Yang Fan was unable to restrain his anger as he said, "What did we say last night? Didn't you promise me with your own mouth that you won't tell outsiders that I have a girl in my house?" Ma Qiao said, "That's right. That's what I said. What's wrong?" Yang Fan asked angrily, "Can you guarantee that you didn't tell anyone?" Ma Qiao blinked his eyes and said, "That's right. I didn't tell anyone at all." "Oh. I told my mother." Yang Fan glared at him. Ma Qiao said confidently, "My mother is not an outsider. What are you afraid of?" "Auntie Liu, she is indeed not an outsider," Yang Fan said weakly, "but if your mother knows about it, it means that everyone in the neighborhood knows about it. Your mother will tell everyone in the neighborhood about it in the shortest time possible." Yang Fan wanted to cry but had no tears. "My dear brother, don't tell me you don't know your mother's temperament." Ma Qiao mumbled guiltily, "You. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just eloping? Who cares? Besides, how could the people in the workshop not be on your side? Don't worry, no matter how this matter spreads, it will only be the gossip of the people in the workshop. No one will tell this to an outsider. If an outsider were to inquire about it, everyone would have to cover it up for you." Blind Chang immediately pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Eloping was too interesting. Yang Fan was speechless. Ma Qiao's words were true. At that time, Confucianism had not yet flourished. The people were keen to spread the news of love and promote it. Even if it was not in line with etiquette, the people would only talk about it with relish. Few would seek perfection or reprimand. Sima Xiangru and Zhuo Wenjun eloped without any censure from the court or condemnation from the people. Li Jing and Hong Fu's elopement was even more talked about and praised by the Tangs. Elopement was a very romantic love story in the eyes of the Tangs. There would not be any moral gentleman who would come out to criticize it. In addition, the people at that time had a very strong sense of region. As long as the neighbors and the people from the same hometown knew of this identity, they would become closer. The people in the workshop would definitely speak up for Yang Fan. Everyone could imagine the resistance that the modern police encountered when they went to the mountain village to rescue the trafficked women. They could imagine how the people at that time helped their relatives and not reason. The problem was that Yang Fan's wife was not really an eloped girl. Yang Fan naturally had misgivings. However, at this point, from the reaction of the people in the workshop, no one connected it to the imperial court criminal that they had been searching for a few days ago. Tin Ano lived in his house. Even if she did not go out, she would be discovered sooner or later. After this matter, it might become a good excuse to cover up her true identity. Thinking of this, Yang Fan's anger dissipated. Even so, looking at Ma Qiao's character, Yang Fan could not help but say, "You really can't accomplish anything." Ma Qiao hurriedly said, I know, I'm good at spoiling things." What else could one say to someone who voluntarily admitted his mistake? Yang Fan was angry and amused at the same time. He stretched out his hand, grabbed his shoulder, and pulled out a bamboo tube. Ma Qiao very cooperatively let out a scream and smiled apologetically. "You're not angry anymore?" After pulling out the fire pot, Ma Qiao grimaced and left Blind Chang's house with Yang Fan. Just as they reached the cross street, a group of 3 people slowly walked towards them. Ma Qiao's eyes flashed, and he could not help but call out, "Oh, Xiao Ning is back. I'll go ask her about the annulment of the engagement." Yang Fan turned his head to look, only to see the slices and the dough maker on his left and right, supporting a white-haired old lady, walking towards the square. He hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. Grandma's son, Aunt Wang, Yang Fan and Ma Qiao went up to greet them. They first greeted matchmaker's son and pastor's mother, then both looked at Jiang Zuning. Jiang Zuning lightly shook his head, his expression was gloomy. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao's hearts tightened. Because they were on the road, it was not appropriate to ask too many questions, so they followed behind them and walked towards Jiang Zuning's house. They entered the Jiang family's house. Pastor poured a few bowls of cold water and served them. Grandma's son and pastor's mother took off their shoes and sat cross-legged on the couch. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao sat next to the couch and carefully asked, Grandma's son, about the annulment of the engagement with the Liu family. How did it go? Grandma's son was already very old. It was said that even the marriage between pastor's mother and his father was arranged by this old woman. She was the most experienced matchmaker in the workshop. Grandma's son smacked her toothless mouth and sighed, Ari, I've been a matchmaker all my life, I don't know how many couples I've talked to. I didn't think that after spending all my time hunting geese, I would be pecked in the eye by the geese. Finally, I've been blind to betroth Ning to such an animal. As the old woman said this, she slapped herself harshly. Pastor's mother's face darkened. She was originally unhappy, but when she saw Grandma's son like this, she quickly pulled her back and said, Grandma, don't be like this. When we first got engaged, I saw that Liu Junfan. At that time, his parents were still alive and he looked like a good young man. Who would have thought that he would become like this today? Grandma, you're not the only one who made a mistake, I made a mistake too. Grandma, you don't need to blame yourself. Right now, we need to quickly think of a plan. Yang Fan heard the conversation between the two and whispered to Pastor, Sister Ning, that Liu fellow doesn't agree to break off the engagement. Pastor's eyes reddened and tears welled up in her eyes. She tightly pursed her lips and lightly nodded her head, but didn't say anything. Ma Qiao impatiently said, Auntie, what's going on? Tell us, there are so many people here, surely we can come up with a plan. Xiao Ning and I grew up together. Xiao Fan also treats Xiao Ning like her own sister. We're not outsiders. If there's anything, just say it. Pastor's mother sighed and said, This morning, Xiao Ning and I went to find Grandma and explained the situation. Grandma was very angry when she heard it, so she accompanied us to the Liu family to discuss the matter of the separation. In the end, when we arrived at the Liu family, Liu Junfan was determined not to divorce, and even said in front of Xiao Ning, When Pastor's mother said this, her whole body trembled, her face was ashen, and she couldn't say anything for a moment. Grandma's son continued, That little bastard said that once Xiao Ning marries him, he will torture her to death. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao's lungs immediately exploded with anger. Yang Fan angrily said, That shameless scum. A man like him, lying under a woman's crotch and begging for pity, begging for charity to get by. If Sister Ning marries him, won't she be wronged for the rest of her life? If he doesn't want to divorce, why can't we? Grandma's son said, Xiao Shu, you've just returned to the Tang dynasty, so you don't know. Our Tang dynasty's laws, of course there is such a thing as a divorce between husband and wife, but a divorce is a divorce. Only when both sides agree can it be a divorce, or else how can it be considered a divorce? That man named Liu hates Xiao Ning for humiliating him in public, and with hatred in his heart, how can he let Xiao Ning go? Besides, he's such a spineless man, even though he made peace with Lady Yarrow, he's still an adulterer. Would Lady Yarrow be willing to bear children for him? If he gave up such a good girl like Xiao Ning, where else could he find a satisfactory young lady? Of course he won't divorce. Ma Qiao asked, Grandma's son, if he doesn't want to divorce, is there no other way? Chapter 34. Grandma's son shook her head that was full of white hair, and said unhappily, Other methods won't work, there's another way, and that is for the man to divorce his wife. Think about it, if we want to divorce him, he won't agree, will he divorce his wife? The other one is the magistrate. Yang Fan's eyes lit up, and said, That's right, if he doesn't want to divorce, then we'll magistrate. Epsilon Majoris and I are witnesses, we'll sue the magistrate. I don't believe that a beggar like him who sells his body for food, has any connections in the magistrate. Grandma's son shook her head, and said, difficult. Difficult. Magistrate, difficult. If a woman wants to sue her husband, no matter if she's right or wrong, she'll be sentenced to 2 years in prison, and even then, she won't win. A man who flirts outside is not like a woman who doesn't follow the rules. Why would the magistrate sentence you to divorce? There are only 2 criteria for a divorce: breaking the law, and violating the law. Ninga doesn't meet either one. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao looked at each other. If one wasn't a professional, they wouldn't be able to understand this. The two were confused, and finally Yang Fan couldn't help but ask, Granny, what do these breaking the law and violating the law mean? Grandma's son said, breaking the law means killing, raping, and murdering the other party's people. Violating the law means a marriage that violates the laws of the Tang dynasty. For example, the law forbids people with the same surname to marry, but the husband and wife have the same surname. Such a marriage is illegal, and must be divorced. Yang Fan frowned, and said, if that's the case, then these 2 methods really can't be used. But that Liu guy is so despicable, he's obviously not a good match. Can't we just divorce him if we want to? Grandma's son sighed faintly, and said, the world belongs to you men, and is on your men's side. Women don't have a place to reason. Modern people always said that women in the Tang dynasty had a high social status, but that was only relative to other dynasties. It was impossible for their social status to be higher than that of men, or to be on equal footing with men. In the history books, there were stories of women being arrogant and domineering. It was precisely because it was not an ordinary phenomenon that it became a legend. Which of those domineering women didn't have an extremely unyielding maiden family? Most of them were princesses of the royal family. How could ordinary women compare? The law of the Tang Empire stipulated that if a husband and wife fought each other, the wife would be punished more severely. A woman who sues her husband will be sentenced to 2 years in prison, regardless of whether she is right or wrong. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was even more severe. If a husband and wife fought each other, regardless of whether they were injured or not, the wife would be flogged 100 times. In fact, if the husband accidentally bumped into the wall while chasing after his wife, the wife would be sentenced to death. But if a wife accuses her husband, she will first be flogged 100 times and sentenced to 3 years in prison. After that, the husband will be tried to see if he is guilty. If the accusation is false, the wife will be hanged immediately. When a husband is out seeking flowers and having illicit relations with another man, it is true that his reputation is not good and he is despised by others, but he is not guilty. Therefore, although Jiang Zuning had bumped into Liu Junfan and Madame Yarrow yesterday, he did not know what was going on, and if they really got into a fight, there was nothing he could do. But on the other hand, if Liu Junfan were to sue Pastor and Ma Qiao, if it was true, she would be sentenced to 2 years in prison. If it was false and the case was fought, her reputation would be ruined. She was an unmarried girl. Once her reputation was ruined, it was easy to imagine how bad her situation would be. When the two heard Grandma's son's explanation, their hearts sank. Ma Qiao muttered, if that's the case, then Xiao Ning will have to marry that dissolute Liu Junfan? Pastor shivered and loudly said, no. I'd rather die than marry a man like that. Pastor clenched her teeth and quickly retreated 2 steps. She flipped her hand and picked up a pair of scissors from the dustpan on the windowsill. Aunt Wang was shocked and said, my dear daughter, what are you doing? The old lady wanted to snatch the scissors from her daughter's hands, but she saw that the tips of the scissors were already against her body. She was afraid that if she tried to snatch the scissors, she would kill herself. She was so frightened that her face was as white as paper. Grandma's son also stood up in shock. Pastor's tears, which she had been holding back for a long time, fell down. She sobbed and said, Mother, that day, I saw him with my own eyes in front of that Madame Yao. If he was out seeking flowers, that's fine. Even if he's a man, I can still tolerate it. But he's such a good-for-nothing. Do I have to be like him and endure humiliation, and beg for food? Pastor held the scissors up and said in a low voice, Mother, don't be afraid, I won't kill myself. I just want to ruin my face. That Liu fellow won't marry a girl who looks like a ghost. Aunt Wang was shocked and said, you can't do that, there's always a way. If you ruin your face, which man will want you in the future? She said, Moo, even if your daughter can't get married in this lifetime, or marry a rough man from the mountains, it's still better than marrying such a man. Even if your daughter is as ugly as a ghost, your daughter can at least straighten her back and be a person. Otherwise, even if I have the face of a flower and the face of the moon, I'll still live like a ghost. Yang Fan said, Sister Ning, things haven't come to that, let's talk about it a little more. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly dashed forward and snatched the scissors from Jiang Zuning's hands. Although Yang Fan's movement was extremely fast, everyone was afraid that Jiang Zuning would ruin his face, so they didn't pay attention to him. Moreover, it wasn't strange for a young man to be agile, so they didn't suspect anything. Grandma Sun was ashamed and embarrassed. She was the one who arranged this marriage, and now that things have come to this, Grandma Sun felt very embarrassed. She said to Jiang Zuning, Ning, please don't do that, things haven't come to that, let's talk about it a little more. Grandma Sun thought for a while, and held on to Jiang Zuning's hand, and said to Pastor's mother, I was the one who arranged the marriage for Da Lang at Su Fangjing's house. In front of Su Fangjing, I still have some face. Since we can't get the one named Liu to agree to the divorce, I'll go to Su Fangjing's house and ask Su Fangjing to come forward, maybe we can get the one named Liu to change his mind. Pastor's mother said happily, that's great, then we'll have to trouble Granny. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket, opened it, and took out a string of money, and stuffed it into Grandma Sun's hands. Grandma Sun's face had gone dark, how could she accept it, and kept on rejecting it. Pastor's mother said, when you ask someone to do something, how can it be free? Granny, please take it, whether it's to buy a chicken or a duck, or a box of pastries, you can't come empty-handed. After rejecting for a while, Grandma Sun took the money and said, since it's like this, I'll thicken my face and accept it. There's no time to lose, I'll go to Su Fangjing's house now. She looked at Jiang Zuning, whose tears had not dried yet, and sighed softly, and comforted him, Ning, don't worry and wait, Granny will ask Su Fangjing to come forward. The BSH of each workshop are all people with reputations, and they communicate with each other. If Su Fangjing is willing to come forward, then he can persuade the BSH of Yongtai workshop to pressure Liu Junfan, and force him to give in. Jiang Zuning held back his tears and bowed, Granny, Ning's life is in your hands. Grandma Sun nodded her head, and trembled as she walked out. Yang Fan quickly gave a look to Ma Qiao, telling him to stay and comfort Jiang Zuning, to prevent her from doing anything extreme. He then caught up with Grandma Sun and helped her out. As they walked, Yang Fan asked, Granny, what did that Liu fellow say? When Grandma Sun heard this, an angry expression appeared on her face, and she said, I've been a matchmaker my whole life, and I've never seen such a shameless man. That Liu Junfan is a scoundrel, he said, if you want a divorce, that's fine, but when he's tired of playing with her until she's crippled, he'll divorce his wife. That man is worse than an animal, to discuss a divorce with him is to tell Tuer to let him go, how can that be possible? When Yang Fan heard this, a murderous glint flashed across his heart, and he thought to himself, if Grandma Sun can get Su Fangjing to come forward and ask Liu Junfan to part ways, then that's fine. If not, I'll kill that animal, and won't let Sister Ning fall into a pit of fire, and never be able to make a comeback. Yang Fan sent Grandma Sun to Su Fangjing's house. Su Mohan was very loyal, and he had watched Jiang Zuning grow up. When he heard that her husband's family was so despicable, Su Fangjing's heart was filled with disdain, and he immediately agreed. He immediately went to Yongtai Lane, and asked for Yongtai Lane's BSH to come forward. When Yang Fan received accurate information, he first sent Grandma Sun home, and then hurried back to Pastor's house to explain the situation to her. When he heard that Su Fangjing had agreed to help, Jiang Zuning's hopes were rekindled, and her emotions calmed down. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao tried to persuade her for a while, and then they both said their goodbyes. Chapter 35. When Yang Fan returned home, he smelled the aroma of food as soon as he pushed the door open. A feeling of happiness rose in his heart and he called out to the kitchen, RNU, I'm back. Strangely, the kitchen was quiet and there was no movement at all. Yang Fan curiously walked over and peeked into the kitchen. There was no one inside. Yang Fan turned around and couldn't help but jump in fright. Tin Ano was standing behind him like a ghost. Yang Fan was aghast. Why are you like a ghost? Scaring people will scare people to death. Tin Ano stared at him and said, Something happened. Young Fan was startled. What happened? Tin Ano flashed to the door and peeked out through the crack of the door. Then, he floated in front of him and whispered, I found something wrong with the situation. Oh. I've noticed that people who pass by your house would look inside curiously. Oh. I also found that people were whispering to each other and pointing. Oh. Tin Ano's face was solemn. Do you think that the news of me being in your house has been leaked? Young Fan felt guilty and hurriedly said, You think too much. The common people live their own lives. Who would care about other people's business? Tin Ano shook his head, Not necessarily. You're a single man and you don't have a meal at home. If you suddenly start a fire and cook for yourself, people will inevitably be suspicious. Young Fan coughed twice and said, You don't have to worry. I've said that no one will care about this place. Besides, with your appearance, even if someone saw you, would they believe that you're a female thief? Tin Ano was still worried and stared at him. Is there really nothing wrong? Young Fan said seriously, Absolutely nothing. I guarantee it with my integrity. Tin Ano sighed, Now that you say it, I'm even more worried. Young Fan said gloomily, Is my personality that bad? Tin Ano rolled his eyes at him and asked, Do you have any dignity? Young Fan stared at her and asked, Is the meal ready? Tin Ano looked at him strangely and said, You can still eat. Young Fan said, Why can't I eat? Nothing will happen. Think about it, if the news of you being here is leaked, won't I be implicated as well? Since I'm not afraid, what are you worried about? Tin Ano tilted his head and thought carefully. Then, he smiled and said, Not bad. This reason really makes me feel much more at ease. Then, let's eat. Yesterday, it was as if they were moving into a new house. Naturally, it was a little more grand. Today, it was impossible to have a sumptuous meal. However, even if it was an ordinary dish, after being cooked by Tin Ano's pair of miraculous hands, it looked and smelled great. When Young Fan saw the table full of delicacies, he couldn't help but feel hungry. He picked up his chopsticks and said, Come, come, come. Let's eat. Tin Ano smiled and said, There's no rush. I still have a main dish that hasn't been served. Young Fan put down his chopsticks and said in surprise, There's still a main dish. Tin Ano took out a bundle from under the short table and gently pushed it in front of Young Fan. Young Fan looked at Tin Ano suspiciously. He put down his chopsticks and opened the bundle. Under the light, there was a glow of pearls and jewels, enshrouding and dazzling. 2 blocks of jade, 1 hanging pearl, and several gold ingots and silver bars. Young Fan was stunned for a while. He slowly raised his head and looked at Tin Ano. Tin Ano said, Today, I went out and brought back some things. Young Fan slowly covered the bundle and pushed it back under the table. He calmly asked, What is the meaning of this? Thank you gift. Tin Ano said, I said before, the grace of saving a life should be rewarded generously. This is my thank you gift. Young Fan's eyes flashed. You're leaving? Tin Ano gently nodded. Young Fan said, I told you to leave the day before yesterday, but you refused. Why do you suddenly want to leave today? The corners of Tin Ano's mouth curled up slightly. I said before, women can change their minds at any time. Why do I need a reason? Young Fan sighed and said, Although the checks in the workshop are not strict, it is not the same in the capital. The checks at the city gates are still very strict for people leaving the city. You have an injury on your shoulder and can easily expose your identity. Why don't you wait for your injury to heal? Tin Ano interrupted, To heal is not something that can be done in a day or two. As long as I can walk freely, leaving the city is not a problem for me. Young Fan was silent for a moment. He then smiled and said, That's fine. Since we are going to part tomorrow, how can there be no wine at the banquet? Tin Ano said, Fine. Although I am injured, there is no harm in drinking wine. I will go get it. Young Fan stretched out his hand and said, You sit, I will go get the wine. Young Fan was about to rise when a burst of hurried footsteps came from the courtyard. Tien Ari Enu's vigilance had been aroused by the strange happenings in the neighborhood. As soon as she heard the sound of footsteps, her gaze immediately became alert. Young Fan was looking at her hand holding the chopsticks. Her fingers were slender and delicate. When the footsteps sounded, her thumb, index finger, and middle finger holding the chopsticks moved like an orchid blossoming. She had already turned from holding the chopsticks into a reverse grip. The index finger of her right hand was lightly placed in front of her thumb, and her pinky hooked the end of the chopsticks. The tip of the chopsticks was slanted towards the right side of Yang Fan's chest. She had become a standard sword grip. Of course, she did not want to deal with Yang Fan. She slightly tilted her head, her left ear listening to the approaching footsteps. Yang Fan believed that when she suddenly stabbed back, the chopsticks in her hand would move like lightning and pierce straight into the throat of the person entering the door. Not only was she fast at killing fish, she was even faster at killing people. Yang Fan immediately asked, "Who is it?" This time, the person outside the door did not rashly rush in. He first said, "Xiao Fan, it is me, Ma Qiao." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened and Ma Qiao walked in. As soon as he entered, it was still the same low table. The man and woman were still sitting opposite each other. They were still eating under the lamp. The situation was the same as last night. Ma Qiao snorted twice and said, "You are eating. Sister-in-law, sorry to disturb you." The chopsticks in Tin Ano's hand fell to the table with a dang sound. She was tongue-tied and said, "Di. Sister-in-law?" Yang Fan quickly stood up and rushed over to block Ma Qiao's line of sight. She asked, "Why are you here?" Ma Qiao walked around Yang Fan's body and looked at the food on the table. He repeatedly praised, "Aya, sister-in-law is really good at cooking. This food smells so good." Tin Ano glared at Yang Fan. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "Epsilon Majoris, don't talk nonsense. We haven't done that yet." As Yang Fan said this, she turned her head and winked at Tin Ano. "RNU, leave for a moment. Epsilon Majoris is here. He has something to discuss with me." Tin Ano slowly stood up and cast a suspicious glance at Yang Fan. He slowly walked to the back door. Yang Fan pulled Ma Qiao to sit down and asked, "Why are you here?" Seeing that Tin Ano had left, Ma Qiao immediately restrained the forced smile on his face. He sighed and said, "Isn't it because of Xiao Ning's matter?" Yang Fan was moved. "There is news from Su Fengzheng's side. Could it be that the one surnamed Liu is still unwilling to agree?" Ma Qiao said, "Su Fengzheng went to Yongtai Lane and saw Mo Bsh there. When Mo Bsh heard Su Fengzheng explain his intention of leaving, he was greatly puzzled. He said that this matter is not easy to handle." Yang Fan said, "Why is that?" "That one surnamed Liu has reached this stage. He shouldn't have much ability in the lane." Ma Qiao said, "That's right. That one surnamed Liu indeed doesn't have much ability. However, even though he doesn't have much ability, that Madame Yarrow he's latched onto has a great background." Yang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked, "That Madame Yarrow, what is her identity?" Ma Qiao said, "That Madame Yarrow doesn't have much of an identity. She's just a merchant's wife living in the lane. But Madame Yarrow's mother is not an ordinary person." Yang Fan asked curiously, "What kind of extraordinary person could the merchant's mother be?" Ma Qiao said with a wry smile, "Madame Yarrow's mother used to be a wet nurse for someone." "Who?" Princess Taiping. Chapter 36. Yang Fan was shocked. He opened his eyes wide and said, "There's such a thing." Ma Qiao nodded lightly and said, "That's right. The Prime Minister's doorstep is a 7th-ranked official. Moreover, she is Princess Taiping's wet nurse. Because of this relationship, very few people dare to offend her. Therefore, Mo Bsh advised Su Fengzheng not to cause trouble." Yang Fan frowned and said, "That Madame Yarrow shouldn't interfere. Think about it, if the one surnamed Liu breaks off the engagement, won't he be able to wholeheartedly attend to her?" Ma Qiao laughed coldly and said, "Even if the one surnamed Liu gets married, won't that Madame Yarrow still be able to summon him whenever she wants to? Will Madame Yarrow be jealous of him? Besides, she only treats the one surnamed Liu as a plaything. It's not like she's marrying him. That day I humiliated her ruthlessly. That woman has a vicious heart. She can't wait to humiliate Xiao Ning." Yang Fan was silent for a moment. He slowly said, "If that's the case, it's my fault. If I hadn't offended them that day, Perhaps Sister Ning wouldn't have met with so much trouble after breaking off the engagement. Ma Qiao said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. You sincerely treat Xiao Ning as an elder sister. That's why you're willing to stand up for her. Even if you didn't humiliate them that day, with their despicable nature, how could they easily let Xiao Ning go?" Ma Qiao was silent for a moment, then said, "Shopkeeper Su is quite loyal. Although he knew that Madame Yarrow has such a status, he still wanted to give it a try, so he strongly invited shopkeeper Mo to come forward and persuade Liu Junfan. He even agreed on behalf of Xiao Ning that as long as Liu Junfan was willing to break off the engagement, he would give him some money. He originally thought that this person was too spineless, so if he was given some money, perhaps he would agree. Who would have thought that Madame Yarrow was at the Liu residence at that time? She actually walked out of the inner chamber and shamelessly ridiculed him, saying that a pasta soup seller's money was nothing in her eyes. She also said that Xiao Ning was going to marry that man surnamed Liu. She asked Su Fangjing not to waste his time and come back to tell Xiao Ning to prepare to be a bride. When Yang Fan heard this, a fierce look flashed across his eyes. Even though Ma Qiao was merely relaying these words, he could imagine how condescending Madame Yarrow must have been at that time and how much hatred she must have harbored for elder sister Ning. This woman was narrow-minded and vengeful. That Liu Junfan was despicable, shameless, and without any backbone. With these two people together, if Pasta really married into the Liu family, he wouldn't just be unable to raise his head, he would be living a life worse than death. Yang Fan's hand pressed heavily on the couch. Suddenly, he touched a corner of the bundle. His heart was moved. Ning Jieje's family's little bit of money is nothing in their eyes. If I use the precious jewels that Anu gifted me, can I buy Ning Jieje's freedom? With just a thought, Yang Fan dispelled this idea. Now that this matter was hindered by Madame Yarrow, even if Liu Junfan was willing, she would not. He was only a shopkeeper and Ning Jieje was only a pasta seller. If they suddenly took out this much treasure, Madame Yarrow would only need to send a name card to the authorities and say that they were suspected of theft. Then it would become a big problem. Besides, that Liu Junfan was a profit-seeking fellow. Although his character was despicable, he was not an idiot. If someone was willing to take out this much treasure to buy Ning Jieje's freedom, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be blinded by greed. If he got an inch, he would take a foot, trying to squeeze even more wealth out of Ning Jieje. Ma Qiao saw him lowering his head in contemplation, his expression uncertain. He knew that Yang Fan was thinking of a way to help Jiang Zuning. He heavily patted his shoulder and said, "Xiao Fan, don't worry. I have already thought of a way." Yang Fan suddenly raised his head and happily said, "You have a way?" Ma Qiao nodded and said, As soon as I left Su Fangjing's house, I started to think of a way. That man with the surname Liu doesn't have any redeeming qualities. If she marries him, Xiao Ning's life will be ruined. She grew up with me, so no matter what, I can't just watch her jump into a fire pit. I thought about it. Yang Fan suddenly understood and said, "So that's how it is. You want to elope with Ning Jieje? This is indeed a good way to take drastic measures." Ma Qiao's jaw almost dislocated. He stuttered, "This is a good way." Yang Fan beamed with joy and said, "Of course it is a good way. I have long seen that Ning Jieje treats you differently. I think she also likes you in her heart. Since you have this idea today, it couldn't be better. The two of you elope and become real husband and wife. That man surnamed Liu won't be able to stay." The corner of Ma Qiao's mouth suddenly twitched. He said, "Brother, although Xiao Ning hasn't married yet, the marriage contract has already been signed. In other words, she is someone else's wife. Elope. Only you can think of that. That is against the law. Even if I elope with her, we have already had 7 or 8 children. She should still be someone else's wife unless he is willing to divorce her. Besides, she has an old mother. I also have an old mother. Tell me, where can we escape to with our families?" Yang Fan then realized that he had thought wrongly. He couldn't help but ask, "Then what's the good way you mentioned?" Ma Qiao said fiercely, "Break off the marriage. That's the only way to do it. Tomorrow I will go to his house and recognize Xiao Ning's mother as my godmother. I will go there as Xiao Ning's brother and break one of his legs. I'm not afraid that he won't report me to the authorities. As long as he takes the initiative to report me, I can ask Xiao Ning to break off the engagement. Yang Fan stared at him and said, "This is the good idea you came up with. Do you know that you will go to jail for injuring someone's life?" Ma Qiao said with a serious face, "I know. That's why I came to find you. If I hit him too lightly, it won't work. No matter what, I have to break one of his legs to fulfill the condition of break off the marriage. In this way, I will naturally have to go to jail for 2 years. I have many brothers in the Ma family, so I don't have to worry about no one taking care of mother. It's just that my cousins don't live in this house and mother won't leave this house to live with my brothers. When I'm not here, I hope you can take care of her." As Ma Qiao said this, he stood up and solemnly bowed to Yang Fan. Ma Qiao had many shortcomings, but he was extremely benevolent and filial to his parents. To his friends, he was supremely righteous. He was just an ordinary man in the marketplace. But who said that to be chivalrous and to die for justice, one must have extraordinary abilities? Those with great skills may not have such a chivalrous heart. Most chivalrous people are like dogs. Ma Qiao was illiterate and didn't know any great principles, but many people who knew great principles would feel inferior in front of his actions. How could Yang Fan let him stand up for himself? He immediately retorted, "Fool, even if you go to jail, will you be sentenced?" If this matter was only between Sister Ning and that Liu Junfan, it would actually be easier to handle. But now, isn't Madame Yarrow involved? Think about it, as long as she sends a name card to the magistrate's office, do you think the magistrate's sentence will be as you wish? Ma Qiao was stunned for a moment and anxiously said, "Then what should we do? Don't tell me we can only watch as little Ning jumps into the fire pit." "No matter what, I have to try." Yang Fan asked, "Does Sister Ning know the news?" Ma Qiao shook his head and said, "Not yet. Su Fangjing came back late, so I have been guarding his house. After asking about the news, I came to you. I even specially told him not to tell little Ning." Yang Fan nodded his head and said, "Good. You go back first. Let me think about it tonight. Maybe I can think of a better way. If it really doesn't work, there's no harm in trying your method again." Ma Qiao smiled bitterly and said, "I, Ma Qiao, grew up in Luoyang, and I can't even do anything when encountering this kind of ruffian. If I give you one night, what good idea can you come up with?" Then I'll go back first. Don't forget what I entrusted you. If I am arrested and sent to jail, I want you to spend more effort on my mother." Ma Qiao nagged as he was sent out by Yang Fan. Tin Ano stood in the room, watching Yang Fan return. She asked, "Why did he look for you?" When Yang Fan raised his head, a murderous aura had completely hidden in the depths of his eyes. He smiled lightly and said, "It's nothing, just a trivial matter. I won't be on duty tomorrow. Early in the morning, I'll send you off." In the dark of the night, the sound of the clapper came from afar and then from near to far. Yang Fan opened his eyes. The moonlight shone through the window, and the sparse shadows on the window lattice made it look especially tranquil. He began to prepare. Opening the chest, he took out a knife from the bottom of the chest and gently inserted it into his belt. He didn't even put on his night clothes. Tonight was not the night he snuck into the Ministry of War to look through the files and broke into the Liu family. Killing Liu Junfan would be as easy as killing a chicken's ear. There was no need to act as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Yang Fan finished packing and was about to leave. His body had just moved when he suddenly stopped, his hand already gripping the hilt of the knife. The door to the rear courtyard opened and clear light poured in, casting a shadow on the ground like a sparse shadow on the window, exquisite and protruding. Yang Fan let out a breath and loosened his grip on the knife. Tin Ano slowly walked in. Tin Ano stood with her back to the light, so the expression on her face couldn't be seen. The clear and cold moonlight shone from behind, accentuating her slender waist. Her figure was extremely beautiful, and there was an indescribable elegance and beauty about her. "You're going to play cards again?" "Ah, yes, playing cards. Do you need a knife to play cards? You're going to kill someone? Kill that guy surnamed Liu?" Chapter 37. Yang Fan did not speak. Tin Ano sighed lightly and said, I have really underestimated you two little thieves. One is willing to go to jail for his childhood playmate and the other is willing to kill for her. There are indeed many loyal people in the marketplace. Young Fan could no longer conceal it and sighed lightly. RNU, go back and sleep. You will leave early tomorrow morning. You don't have to care about my matters. I don't want to care, but I can't watch my savior walk into a dead end. Can you really succeed in killing someone in the middle of the night with your lousy stealing skills? Is there no other way? Young Fan smiled and said, maybe there is, but I can't think of it. Pausing for a while, he continued, if I have no other choice, I don't want to kill. Actually, I wanted to use the jewelry you gave me to exchange for Sister Ning's freedom. Tin Ano tilted his body slightly and looked at Young Fan with some surprise. The value of those jewelry, a commoner like Young Fan might not be able to accurately estimate its value, but as a little thief, he could more or less guess its approximate value. Such a fortune, he could actually give it up so easily for a woman who was neither his relative nor his lover. Tin Ano slightly raised her eyebrows and said, these jewelry that I gave you, although it is not extremely valuable, it is enough to let you escape from poverty and enter a well-off family. You can marry a satisfactory wife and live a rich life without worrying about food and clothing. You are willing to give it away just like that? Young Fan indifferently said, RNU, perhaps mediocre commoners who are busy making a living are like ants in the eyes of heroes like you who can come and go freely. But this doesn't mean that we don't value friendship and do not know loyalty. In my heart, a pearl is not more precious than a smile from a friend or a relative. Tin Ano's eyes became even brighter as he asked, then, why did you change your mind? Young Fan said, because Madame Yarrow is interfering in this matter. If this guy surnamed Liu had ambition and ability, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. He couldn't carry anything on his shoulders, nor could he lift anything with his hands. It would be difficult for him to make a living with this amount of money, but how long could this money last? To him, Madame Yarrow was a mountain of gold that he could use whenever he wanted. Although this scoundrel had no backbone to speak of, he was not stupid or ignorant. If he were to tempt him with benefits, he might instead feel that he was a rare commodity and would be even more unwilling to let go. Moreover, with Madame Yarrow stirring up trouble, this method won't work. So, you want to kill him? Kill him. Since he's no longer around, the marriage will naturally be dissolved. Tin Ano smiled and said, that's right, but is it really as simple as you think? You also know Madame Yarrow's identity. Now that you have gone to her house twice to break off the engagement, Liu refused and he died. What would Madame Yarrow think? If she informed the authorities, who do you think the authorities would investigate? Young Fan clenched his teeth and said, then, I will kill her as well. Tin Ano shook his head lightly. You have gone to her house twice in a row to argue for a separation. Apart from Liu, is Madame Yarrow the only one who knows? Since Madame Yarrow has this kind of identity, if her mother runs to Princess Taiping's residence and cries, even if the authorities do not look at the monk's face, they will still make a big move. You want to help that Miss Xiao Ning, but in the end you will harm her. Young Fan was startled. He really did not think that doing this would have such a troublesome ending. Tin Ano gazed at him and slowly said, to kill, you must take advantage of the moment when the person you want to kill is most relaxed. When you make your move, you must find his weakness. Only then can you succeed in one strike. Dealing with a person is the same. You must also find his weakness. It is easy for you to kill Liu, but you cannot avoid the many troubles that will follow. That Liu is extremely greedy. If you want him to change his mind, you must start with the word wealth. You originally planned to use those jewels. This idea is not wrong. It is just that you used the wrong method. Directly bribing him will not work. Young Fan's eyes brightened. He blurted out, could it be, you have a brilliant plan? Tin Ano said, first light the lamp, okay? The lamp was lit, and the room was dim. Half of Tin Ano's face was reflected in the light, sparkling like egg white. A few strands of beautiful hair gently hung on her cheeks. Her evening makeup was slightly messy, and she seemed to have a few more traces of charm than her usual cold demeanor. Her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. But looking at the stars, One would not feel the same as looking at her eyes. She was originally a little beauty that could move one's heart. Looking at a beauty under the moonlight added 3 points of color. Looking at a beauty under the lamp and looking at a beauty under the moonlight, they are different approaches but achieve the same result. However, the moon is cold while the lamp is warm. So when the same beauty is seen in the eyes, there is a completely different scenery. Under the moonlight, there is a poetic and picturesque feeling, making people appreciate it more. But under the lamp, it is easy to give birth to the feeling of love and possession. Yang Fan stared at Tin Ano with a very fervent gaze, but it has nothing to do with the feelings between a man and a woman. Seeing his impatient look, Tin Ano could only get straight to the point and said, "The problem now is, that scoundrel is greedy for money. But compared to Madame Yao, who has an inexhaustible supply of money, although your money can move his heart, he may not be willing to offend Madame Yao. And because of Madame Yao's special status, it is not appropriate for you to use force." Yang Fan impatiently said, "Does RNU have a good plan?" Tin Ano rolled his eyes at him and said, "If there is a woman who is richer, more powerful, and more beautiful than Madame Yao who favors that scoundrel, and is even willing to marry him, do you think he will be impatient to separate from your sister Ning and not hesitate to offend Madame Yao?" Yang Fan said dispiritedly, "You also said that he is a scoundrel. Where can I find such a blind lady from a noble family to be willing to marry him?" Tin Ano fiercely glared at him and said resentfully, "Really an idiot. Since you are willing to use the jewelry that I gave you to exchange for Jiang Zuning's freedom, can't you use it to create a rich young lady?" Yang Fan's eyes lit up and he said cheerfully, "I understand what you mean. Not bad. This idea seems feasible. Let me think about it." Yang Fan lowered his head and pondered for a moment before he slowly said, "It is easy to use this money to create a rich young lady. But it is difficult to find this person who will pretend to be a rich young lady. Think about it. Which ordinary girl would be willing to show her face in public to accompany me to pretend to be a swindler? Besides, those pretty daughters from humble families, even if they are willing to help, they will inevitably be a little petty. How can they pretend to be a noble young lady? That surnamed Liu may be a despicable and dirty scoundrel, but he is not a person who is ignorant. With just a little contact with this kind of girl, how can she deceive him? If we hire a prostitute from a brothel, it is possible to pretend to be a rich young lady, but with their coquettish behavior, how can they be like a noble young lady? Moreover, this kind of person is not reliable and cannot be used." Speaking to this point, Yang Fan looked at Tin Ano opposite him. His eyes lit up and he said fervently, "This is a good idea, but we need a suitable person to implement it. RNU, please lend a helping hand." Tin Ano was annoyed and amused at the same time. He said angrily, "I was originally helping you to come up with the idea. Why did you put the idea on me instead? I am leaving early tomorrow morning." Yang Fan rubbed his hands and said, "Before I leave, I will do this good deed. RNU, you are also a girl. You should understand that this matter concerns a girl's lifelong happiness. I believe you also can't bear to watch her jump into the fire pit." Tin Ano pondered for a moment before he nodded and said, "Fine, then I will help you one more time. After this matter, I have repaid your kindness." Yang Fan stood up and said with a deep bow, "RNU is righteous. I thank you on behalf of Sister Ning here." Tin Ano snorted coldly, "Don't talk about these useless things. Let's discuss what to do." The two of them sat opposite each other and whispered to each other. When it was almost midnight, Tin Ano covered his mouth and yawned, "It's done. We will start tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, you go and appease that Miss Ma. Tell her to calm down so as not to spoil our plan." Yang Fan said, "Okay, but..." Tin Ano glanced at him and asked, "What are you worried about?" Yang Fan hesitated for a moment before he said worriedly, "I suddenly thought of a serious problem." "What problem? Do you know how to seduce people?" Tin Ano stared at him with his almond-shaped eyes. Yang Fan quickly explained, "Don't be angry. This is a serious matter. I have to be careful. I am worried. Can you make him take the bait?" Tin Ano said angrily, "Why can't I?" Yang Fan muttered, "Look at your creditor's face." Tin Ano faintly said, "Just him. Is there a need to seduce him?" Yang Fan was startled. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, That's right. This friend only recognizes money. As long as gold and silver can pave the way, even if it's a female yakshaw, he will definitely be willing. I have worried too much. Tin Ano's pair of eyes turned into a murderous sword again as he stared fiercely at young Fan. Young Fan felt that something was wrong. He quickly lay down on the bed and said, "Sleep, sleep. We still have to wake up early tomorrow." He waved his sleeve and extinguished the candles. Tin Ano snorted coldly and turned around to walk out. When she opened the back door, the moonlight as clear as water shone on her face. Her face suddenly bloomed into a smile. Her smile was very reserved. First, her red lips were slightly pursed. The smile was like the ripples of a lake. Gradually, it covered her entire face, reaching the tip of her eyebrows and the corner of her eyes. In this quiet night, that smile was just like an epiphyllum at noon, gracefully blooming. Chapter 38. Surrounded by green mountains, the three rivers ripple with white waves. The spring wind does not know the meaning of prosperity and death. The color of grass fills the old city year after year. Smoke worries and rain howls Huisheng. The palace is the old imperial city. If you ask about ancient and modern matters, please only look at Luoyang. To know the rise and fall of Luoyang, you must look at Ding Ding Street. At this time, Ding Ding Street was extremely bustling. The flat dark green stone slabs formed a wide flat surface, allowing one's field of vision to pour out like water. In the distance, black eaves, giant red pillars, and yellow city walls formed a simple and refined, solemn and magnificent picture. That was the lofty and proud Ding Ding Gate. Tall piers, 3 doorways, east and west flying corridors, east and west gates, and left and right horse paths were all connected together by a curved flying corridor. Entering this solemn and imposing Ding Ding Gate, one would be greeted by a street that was 150 meters wide and 4 kilometers long, Ding Ding Street. The perfectly straight Ding Ding Street was like a sharp sword, the tip of the sword pointing outwards, pointing straight at the Dragon Gate. The 4-kilometer-long Ding Ding Street was like a straight sword edge, extending all the way to the imperial city. The sword edge was the heavenly gate of the imperial palace, the sword hilt was the bright hall, heaven, and other huge palaces standing on the central axis of the imperial city. In the bright hall, there was an incomparably huge wooden Buddha statue, gilded with gold and adorned with jade, magnificent beyond compare. The Buddha pinched his fingers, and even that slightly tilted little finger was enough to hold more than 10 strong men standing on it. This huge statue was modeled after the appearance of the current dynasty's Empress Wu, with a benevolent smile on its face, overlooking the multitude of people walking into Ding Ding Street from Ding Ding Gate. The incomparably imposing Ding Ding Gate and this wide and flat Ding Ding Street were built in the Sui Day period. Sui Yang Emperor Yang Guang was the first emperor to pass through this gate. Now, the Sui dynasty was no more, but this magnificent building, built with the concentration of countless manpower and material resources, still displayed its function. Peddlers and pawns, scholars, merchants, endless streams of people, carriages, horses, mules, donkeys, camels from the western region, together formed this bustling and prosperous scene. If you lowered your head and looked at the hard bluestone ground, you would find many shallow footprints on it because of the long period of friction and pressure. Can you imagine that after just a few months of marriage, he would leave his hometown to do business in a foreign land? Once he left, he would not return home for decades. When his son grew up and met him in a foreign land, they actually did not know each other before they told each other their names. In this era, there was such a story. Can you imagine a person following a small merchant to do business, not taking a single cent, supporting and protecting him wholeheartedly for decades, until the small merchant became a big merchant that could rival a country, and then according to the agreement, a part of the family property was given to him. From then on, he went from a penniless person to a rich merchant, continuing the life path of his former master? In this era, there was such a story. Can you imagine this kind of agreement without any official contract? That successful and famous rich merchant would never break the contract and owe him wages, and he would never be tempted by benefits halfway and betray the master he followed? This agreement that lasted for decades was actually all based on the word trust. In this era, there was such a story. Can you imagine a penniless seller carrying a precious ancestral gem, priced at 1 million, peddling it on the street, but but no one showed interest in it, and then suddenly a knowledgeable person saw it and flew into a rage, saying that the seller was tarnishing such a precious treasure with such a low price, forcing the seller to raise the price to 10 million before he was willing to buy it. In this era, there was such a story. This was an era full of miracles. The legend of generals, the legend of politicians, the legend of rangers, the legend of poets, the legend of women, all of the above belonged to the legends of the merchants of the Tang dynasty. Now, Tin Ano had become a wealthy magnate of the western regions. Yang Fan, on the other hand, had transformed into her most loyal servant. The wealthy western regions girl, Tin Ano, and her loyal servant, Yang Fan, were standing on the busiest Ding Ding Street in Luoyang at this moment. This street was filled with pedestrians. Everyone who walked on this street, whether entering or exiting, was looking for the opportunity of life, to win wealth and fame, and to express their life's aspirations. Whether it was high officials, nobles, young masters, peddlers, or beggars, they were all walking on this street, and then separately entered the mansions or shacks on the left and right side, walking under the same sky and entering into their own different lives. Here, a Persian with red hair, blue eyes, a rugged appearance, and a camel in rustic clothes could be a rich businessman who spent a lot of money. A scholar who looked well-dressed and waved a feather fan could be a skillful thief. A white-haired, trembling old man who walked with a walking stick could be an old wanderer who lived in seclusion. It was not allowed to do business on the street, but mobile peddlers could be found everywhere, taking advantage of the endless flow of people, playing hide-and-seek with the public on the 4-kilometer-long street and all the streets and alleys that extended in all directions. Tian Ari Nu wore a hat with a carved beard on her head and a veil covering her face. Although no one could see her face, based on the way she stood and the way she behaved, it was obvious that she was born in a wealthy family. She was the daughter of a noble since she was young. She was graceful and noble. Yang Fan now did not doubt her ability to pretend to be a dragon or a tiger. Tin Ano frowned and said, "What we need to do now is to buy a full set of clothing, a mansion, a light carriage, a maid, a manservant, and everything a noble daughter should have. To buy these things, we need to find a middleman." "Why did you bring me here?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "In terms of wisdom, I am not as good as you, but after all, I have lived in Luoyang for so long, and can be considered as half a local snake. In terms of knowledge, you are not as good as me. Find a middleman. A middleman needs to check the identity of the buyer. Let me ask you, can you meet people with your identity? Or can I meet people with my identity as a shopkeeper?" Although the middleman was a broker that helped to introduce workers, contact people to buy and sell servants, houses, and all kinds of tools, but the responsibility they had was not small. For example, scholars, farmers, merchants, and businessmen were all good people, so good people could not be bought as servants, even if they were willing. If the middleman mistakenly sold a good person as a lowly person, once the matter came to light and the government investigated, he would have to bear the responsibility. The middleman was also responsible for checking the identity of the hired person. Some people sold themselves just to sneak into the mansion, and when the middleman entered, they would steal the property and escape. Once this happened, the middleman would also be held responsible. In addition, whether or not the buyer had the qualifications to order around a servant, and how many servants he could order around, these were all rules. Therefore, the middleman had to know the background of both the buyer and the seller. With the two's current identity, it was naturally impossible for them to pass the middleman's test. Needless to say, Tin Ano's identity was shameful, and although Yang Fan currently had a proper identity, his identity was that of a shopkeeper in the Xiuwen workshop. Suddenly becoming a servant of a noble family, the middleman was a person with a lot of experience, so how could he not be suspicious? Hearing this, Tin Ano was startled, and said, "This is a problem, but don't tell me that we are going to ask each and every person on the street if they are willing to be hired by us." Looking at the bustling crowd on the street, Yang Fan happily said, "This is the ability of a local snake, follow me." Under the curtain of his beard, Tin Ano lightly pursed his lips, and with light steps, he followed Yang Fan. On both sides of the wide Ding Ding Street, there was a row of tall locust trees and elm trees. Different from the behavior of some municipal officials of later generations, who would dig trees today, plant trees tomorrow, and dig trees again the day after, hiding their selfish desires and tormenting behavior, The locust trees here had been planted since the time of Sway Day and had not been touched. Therefore, they were tall, numerous, and had twisted branches. At a glance, one could tell that they had a kind of ancient, heavy charm. Aside from the crowd of people taking a morning stroll, it seemed that very few people would go near this place. Behind the elm trees was a drainage ditch 3 meters wide and deep, and behind the drainage ditch was a square wall that was 1 jong high. Inside the ditch were square squares. Tin Ano followed Yang Fan to the tree, and was surprised to find that the tall square wall was actually scribbled with many scribbles. The people who wrote in this place were naturally not so-and-so was here, but some unique small posters. Xian Kong sees the house, Liu Ren determines the good and bad luck, touch the bones to tell the fortune, iron mouth is straight, Chongzheng Fangfang South Cross Street 3rd curve, Liu Xiazi, going on the spring and autumn hunt, inviting guests, how can you not have the company of a beauty? Qingwen Fang North Cross Street 2nd girl Xiangning, can sing, can warm the bed, has a graceful and beautiful figure, even if her husband is like a wolf, won't get up until dawn. Severe winter is coming, the cold is unbearable, the high-quality charcoal is frighteningly cheap, Li Ren Fang 7 curves 2nd Street Shui Li, the price is fair, the charcoal quality is good. The 4-kilometer-long square wall had become 2 huge advertising signs. Along the way, there were all kinds of things written on it. The content was almost all-encompassing, almost all services that one could think of could be found here. Tin Ano looked at it in amazement. As Yang Fan walked along, he held a piece of paper in his left hand and a piece of charcoal in his right, copying down the things he wanted one by one. Suddenly, a small poster came into sight. Yang Fan looked at it and was immediately embarrassed. My virtuous wife went missing for no reason. She is 16 years old, her name is Little Minute, she has a dark face, big mouth, protruding teeth, and fierce eyes. If anyone finds her, I will reward you 200 taels, I will not go back on my word. The person who wrote it, Xiao Wen Fang Cross East Street West 3rd Curve Big Elm Tree, Xiao Chenyu. Chapter 39. Jixian Lane, Cross Street. On the roadside, there were a few large pagoda trees that were more than 10 jong tall. Under the trees, a few bare-chested men were sitting lazily, chatting with each other. A light carriage stopped, and a young man wearing embroidered clothes and a beard hat jumped out. The man sitting under the tree glanced at them. The light carriage was luxurious, and the horse was majestic. The curtain of the carriage was hung low, and it was hard to see who was sitting inside. On the shaft of the carriage, there was a little girl dressed as a servant, and her face was also very pretty. The men took a glance, and then looked away. With one glance, they could tell that this was a carriage of a rich family. The owner of the carriage could not have any relationship with them, nor would he hire them to do anything. However, the handsome young man wearing embroidered clothes and a beard hat came towards them. The young man was very handsome, and his smile was very bright. When he smiled, there were 2 charming little dimples on his cheeks. Thus, one of the men stared at his luxurious clothes and secretly cursed, "A big man like you has such a beautiful smile. Why don't you go to the tenderness lane and become a bunny husband?" The people under the tree were a group of idlers, some street thugs. Sometimes, they would extort some food from the innkeeper. It was not a lot, and the crime was not serious. Although the innkeeper was dissatisfied, he could not do anything to them, because this kind of crime could not be punished. Once he reported it to the authorities, it would only bring more trouble to himself. They were experts who walked on the edge of breaking the law and committing crimes, and they knew how to act appropriately. Sometimes, they would also do things that really violated the law. They would accept money from others, and they would fight for others. They would act as cheap thugs. Although they were a group of shameless street thugs, as long as they accepted the business, no matter how unfavorable the situation was, they would not be afraid to run away. A gentleman valued his word, and these street thugs valued their word even more. This was because trust and righteousness were the only value in their lives. If they even lost their trust and righteousness, they would really have nothing left. Even the root of their existence would completely disappear. The handsome young man wearing the beard hat and embroidered robe looked at them with a smile, and asked in a clear voice, "What, don't you do business? Seeing a customer come to visit, why don't you greet him?" The big man sitting on the rock under the tree looked up at him. This big fellow was undoubtedly the leader of these people. It was easy to tell who was the leader of a group of people sitting there. The leader might not necessarily have a strange appearance, but there was always something different about him. At least, it could be seen from his behavior and the attitude of the people around him. These people were all street thugs and scoundrels. Naturally, they weren't people with great abilities. However, to be able to stand out among them, there must be something extraordinary about them. He glanced at young Fan and lazily asked, "What does your master want us to do?" As he spoke, young Fan's gaze had already passed over the other men with aggressive gazes and landed on him. The burly man in front of him was 8 feet tall and had dark skin. He looked as sturdy as iron. This kind of person didn't have a master to teach him. Perhaps he didn't have any brilliant skills, but with his brute strength and sturdy body, even a few big men wouldn't be able to get close to him. His arms were as thick as a normal person's thighs. 2 lines of black characters were like couplets written on the pillars of a temple. It was a tattoo. On his left arm, there was the words "Life is not afraid of the Capitol Governor," and on his right arm, there was the words "Death is not afraid of the King of Hell." Most of the men next to him also had tattoos on their bodies. There were literary tattoos, and there were martial tattoos. But whether it was literary tattoos or martial tattoos, whether it was on the arms, shoulders, back, or chest, whether it was flowers, plants, snakes, insects, or beasts, all of these tattoos were overshadowed by this big man's unusually thick arms. Young Fan smiled and said, "As long as the price is right, you will do anything, right?" The big man's eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. He said, "I and my brothers are just a group of bitter laborers in the streets. We earn some hard-earned money to support our families. We only rely on our strength. We don't dare to commit crimes, and we don't have the ability to do so. If you have any business to take care of, please speak freely. If I can take care of an errand, I will accept it." He didn't ask for the price first. A gentleman takes his promises seriously, and the people of the streets take their promises even more seriously. He didn't dare to make a rash promise. He didn't dare to make a rash promise, so he would take it seriously. This person was called Big Insect Chew in the streets. Big Insect was a tiger, but the grandfather of the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan, was named Li Hu. Therefore, the word tiger became taboo. Even the famous general of the Sui dynasty, Han Qinhu, had the word tiger removed in the revised book of Sui of the Tang dynasty and became Han Qinhu. Tigers were called big insects from this era. Therefore, he became Big Insect Chew, not Tiger Chew. However, with his sturdy body and mighty appearance, he was a living tiger, a tiger that was entrenched on a rock under a scholar tree. A trace of appreciation flashed in young Fan's eyes. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, we won't ask you to kill people and set fires, nor will we ask you to make a long ladder and climb up to the sky to pick the moon. My young master came from the western regions and will be staying in Luoyang for a period of time. Therefore, I want to hire a few local servants. As long as you are familiar with the streets and alleys of Luoyang, know how to drink, hunt, ride, and play kuju, and accompany my young master to relieve his boredom, it will be fine." "That's fine." Big Insect Chew gave him a deep look and a smile appeared on his face. He slowly stood up and patted the dust off his buttocks. He smiled and said, "If it's other skills, I and my brothers are indeed not good enough. But when it comes to fighting cocks, hunting dogs, drinking, and kuju, no one is more proficient than us." He cupped his fists and said in a clear voice, "My surname is Chu, my name is Kwanga. Please bring me and my brothers forward to greet the young master." Young Fan said to Tin Ano cheerfully, "A luxurious mansion, luxurious cars, male and female servants, and even an incense burner with dragon saliva. Is this enough?" Tin Ano said lightly, "Not enough. How can you pretend to be a Western region's tyrant with such shabby clothes?" The branches under the large scholar tree swayed and the sun shone brightly on the girl's face and shoulders. It was as bright as jade, pure and flawless. The fragrance of Osman thus wafted from afar, and the fragrance and beauty seeped into one's heart and mind. This beauty had such a big tone and was so generous. Young Fan became more and more curious about her identity. At this moment, Tin Ano's tone of speech had a Western region's accent. Young Fan really did not know that she actually knew how to use her mouth, extremely exquisite mouth skills. Not only did she make her voice sound stiff like a Western region's person speaking Chinese, she even proudly showed young Fan her even more amazing mouth skills. The voice of an old man, the voice of a child, the voice of insects and birds, the voice of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. In fact, young Fan also knew mouth skills, but he was far inferior to Tin Ano. He could only change his voice into a simple man's voice, such as an old man's voice, a rough man's voice, and there seemed to be nothing that Tin Ano could not imitate. Young Fan really could not think of anything in this world that she could not do. After listening to Tin Ano's answer, young Fan could not help but ask in surprise, "This is not enough. Then what do we still lack?" Tin Ano said, "We still lack a pet. How can a daughter of a wealthy family in the Western regions not have a pet by her side?" Young Fan, who was wearing a green shirt and a small hat, rolled his eyes and said, "Pet? Isn't that what I'm pretending to be now?" Tin Ano burst out laughing. Then, as if thinking of something, 2 blushes spread from her cheeks to the tips of her eyebrows. Young Fan could not help but be a little stunned. Tin Ano's pretty face turned serious and she said angrily, "You, go do your work." Watching young Fan's back as he walked towards Chu Kuanga's group of people, Tin Ano's eyes slightly curved like a crescent moon. As a result, there was a touch of moving charm that rippled out from her watery eyes. Tin Ano said that they were still missing a pet, so they went to buy one. Pets were the norm in the Tang dynasty for the nobles, so there were places in the capital that specialized in selling pets. Young Fan and Chu Kuanga walked behind the light carriage, talking as they walked. During the conversation, young Fan learned that Chu Kuanga was originally a low-ranking general in the imperial army. Because he had offended his superior, he was whipped and then kicked out of the army. Chu Kuanga did not want to talk about his unfortunate past with someone he was not familiar with, so young Fan did not ask too much. After a few words, Chu Tiange began to ask about their background. "My daughter's surname is Xiaoho, and her first name is Ying. Her ancestor once served as the military officer of Zhochuan County during the Han Dynasty. Later, he lived in Dunhuang and changed his business. After hundreds of years, he has become a big family in Dunhuang." "Oh. Then, why did she only bring you to Luoyang?" Young Fan laughed and said, "That's not true. My families are Lang and Da Langjun, our Lang Laoi, Langjun Xiaoye, came together, but they went to Yangju. At that time because Miss caught a cold, they did not go together. Now Miss is living alone in Luoyang and is very bored, so she wants to walk around and relax." As young Fan explained the origin of his daughter to Chu Tiange, he secretly praised Tin Ano for his meticulous thinking. In today's world, as long as the family was above average, they would use Kunlun slaves and Korean maids, and these 2 kinds of maids could not be hired without the help of a middleman. But Tin Ano had smoothly solved this problem by setting up his identity as a member of a big family in Dunhuang. The big families in Dunhuang lived in the western regions, so they had not developed the habit of using Kunlun slaves and Korean maids. Instead, they often used some strong and rough men as attendants. In this way, without the help of a middleman, they could easily hire people to pretend to be servants. This girl was not simple, but he did not notice that Chu Tiange, who was slightly tilting his head to look at the light carriage, had a faint look of thought in his eyes. This marketplace was not as simple as it seemed. Chapter 40. Chu Kuanga pointed to a door in front of them and said, "We're here. This is the place." The largest pet shop in Luoyang belongs to Li Jun's family. Young Fan hurriedly stopped the carriage and said to Chu Kuanga, "Brother Chu, tell your brothers to wait outside. We'll accompany Miss to the pet shop to take a look." Chu Kuanga agreed and ordered a few brothers to guard the carriage under a tree at the entrance of the alley. Tin Ano put on a carved beard hat and leisurely got out of the carriage, followed by a maid in green. Young Fan and Chu Kuanga, one on the left and the other on the right, led the way into the pet shop. This was the trading square, located in the northeast corner of Luoyang City. Because it was north of the Luo River and close to the imperial city, it was a place where high officials and nobles liked to live. Therefore, although the trading square was located at the edge of the city, the land was more expensive than most of the shops south of the Luo River. Even so, Li Jun's shop occupied a large area, even larger than the mansions of many officials. However, from afar, The mansions of nobles could be seen with domed eaves and flying corners. Inside, there were pavilions everywhere. Although Li Jun's pet shop occupied a large area, the courtyard was empty and the houses were sparse. This was because most of the houses here were animal houses for all kinds of pets. The door of Li Jun's house was open, and there were no family members guarding it. When the three of them entered, they saw not only many merchants, but also many noble men and women in brocade clothes. They were being served by male and female servants, entering and exiting the house. It was very lively. Li Jun's house only sold one kind of thing: animals. In modern terms, he opened a pet shop. In this pet shop, animal houses and rooms were built everywhere. The big ones were like palaces, and the small ones were only the size of a palm. A gust of wind blew, and the smell of many birds and animals mixed together. It was really not a good smell. Tin Ano and the maid behind her couldn't help but cover their noses. "Young lady, is this your first time here?" An old man in plain clothes with his sleeves rolled up quickly came up to greet him. With a face full of smiles, he cupped his hands and bowed to Tin Ano. This man looked to be in his 50s, with grizzled hair and a thin figure. His eyebrows and the corners of his eyes were full of shallow wrinkles, but his spirit was very bright. Chu Kwanga stood at the side and introduced, "Master, this person is the shopkeeper of this shop." Li Jun hearing this, Tin Ano nodded slightly. He turned his hat slightly and looked at Yang Fan, indicating for him to speak. Yang Fan took a step forward and said to Li Jun, "My young lady wants to buy a pet to her liking, please introduce it to me." With business knocking on his door, Li Jun's face was full of smiles as he repeatedly said, "Of course, of course. This is the young lady's first time here. I will lead the way for the young lady." Li Jun led Tin Ano all the way down. There were things that flew in the sky, walked on the ground, swam in the water, poisonous and non-poisonous, everything was there. Crickets, spiders, parrots, hawks, all kinds of goldfish, monkeys, fighting cocks, fierce Tibetan mastiffs, well-behaved forest dogs, Persian cats, cranes, deer, turtles, and even donkeys and sheep were all kept as pets. "Young lady, please take a look. What do you think of this gorilla slave? This gorilla is so ugly." "Hee. Then young lady, please take a look here. What do you think of this long-eared male? Its hair is like a black satin, glossy and shiny. The donkey's braying is so unpleasant. Ha. Then this snow-clothed lady is clever and clever. Young lady, you will definitely like it. No, I like to ride, shoot, and relax in the countryside. This parrot is not suitable for me." Tin Ano walked all the way, only shaking his head. Li Jun's face was a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but ask, "I wonder what kind of pets the young lady likes." Tin Ano tilted his head and thought for a moment before replying, "It would be best if it could accompany me to relieve my boredom and accompany me to hunt when I go out of the city to hunt." Li Jun heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's easy. Young lady, please follow me." Li Jun led them quickly to a doghouse and introduced, "Young lady, how about choosing a hound? The hounds here are all precious breeds of dogs from the East and West countries. They have all been carefully trained. They understand human nature and human language. They are the best companions for hunting and playing." Tin Ano lightly said, "I don't like dogs. I've never liked them." Yang Fan remembered what she had told him that night. The domestic dogs had become wild dogs, roaming the village with wolves, eating humans. He couldn't help but look at her deeply. Li Jun's voice choked as he thought to himself, "This guest is not easy to deal with. However, since she has entered my house, if I don't let her return satisfied, wouldn't that ruin my reputation?" Li Jun thought for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, please follow me to the backyard. The price of the pets there is a higher level." Yang Fan said, "Sir, just choose a pet that my lady likes. As for the price, it's not a problem." Li Jun led them into the backyard and walked to a cage. He pointed inside and said, "Young lady, please take a look. What do you think of these lynx? This lynx has sharp teeth and claws and is the best at hunting. Not only does it understand human nature, but it also looks good. It is a pet that the nobles in the capital like very much. It's just that, this lynx only eats meat and doesn't eat vegetables. The daily expenses are a bit too high. Tin Aino gently shook her head. Although there was a thin veil hanging on her face, anyone could see that she didn't even look at the lynx in the cage. Ever since she entered the backyard, her eyes had been staring at the strongest iron cages at the end of the yard. Li Jun saw her staring at the end of the yard and coughed. There are 2 cheetahs in the cage over there. This leopard is fierce by nature. If it is already an adult, it is difficult to get rid of its bestial nature and train it. Therefore, the cheetahs here are all caught from a young age and brought here for training. Therefore, it is not easy to sell them. My wife, please think about it. After so many years of feeding it, not counting the manpower and the training master's salary, just it needs to eat more than 10 kilograms of meat a day. Tin Aino waved her hand and didn't listen to his long-winded words. She walked straight over and with a gentle sweep of her eyes, she saw the beautiful female leopard. Li Jun said, "Little lady, this leopard is worth." Tin Aino raised a slender finger and stopped Li Jun from speaking. Then, she slowly pointed at the slender and beautiful female leopard and said, "That's it." The female leopard seemed to understand her words. At this moment, it raised its head and opened its bloody mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp snow-white teeth. It let out a roar that shook the entire cage. Then, it stretched out its slender, blood-red tongue and elegantly licked the tip of its nose. In the Tang dynasty, the Hu people opened businesses in the Tang dynasty. Most of them were jewelry stores and hotels. There was no need to talk about jewelry. Whether it was the style or the quality of the jewelry in the western region, they were all better than the jewelry in the Tang dynasty. There were many Hu restaurants because there were Hu concubines in the Hu restaurants. Men were the largest consumer group in the hotel. A young and beautiful Hu concubine serving wine would naturally attract the customers. Picking a lotus and throwing it on the water, the lover's mind is on the floating flower. Wine and beauty complemented each other. There were too few women from the Han family working as waitresses in public, so they were not competitive. Because of this, the Hu restaurants grew larger and higher in quality. They became the favorite places for high officials, nobles, and wealthy merchants to stay. As a result, the large restaurants in Chang'an and Luoyang were mostly opened by the Hu. Dunhu Square was adjacent to Bay City and was an extremely lively place in Luoyang. The Golden Hairpin Drunk in Dunhu Square was one of the best Hu restaurants in Luoyang. When Tin Aino brought young Fan and the green-clothed servant girl in, there were a few Hu concubines dancing on the stage. The restaurant was extremely large, but it only had 1 floor. In the middle was a circular performance stage that was 2 feet tall. The stage was several feet in diameter, and the tables in all directions were facing each other with the stage as the center. If there were customers who did not want to be seen by others, the waiter would bring over a screen and place it on the 3 sides of the table. There would be a folding screen facing the front of the stage. If the customers did not like the performance on the stage and wanted a more private environment, they could use the folding screen to block the front of the table. This would create a private room where no one could be seen on all 4 sides. But the people who came here to drink would rarely block all 4 sides. They came here to drink for the wine and beauty, so how could they block the beauty from the table? When they were happy, they would even jump onto the stage and dance with the Hu concubines. Sometimes, they would even drive the Hu concubines away and have a solo dance. The customers who could appear here were either rich or noble. It would be hard to imagine the behavior of these people in other dynasties. Can you imagine an old man in his 70s who is the richest man in the world, or a scholarly leader in his 60s, or an envoy in his 50s, dancing and dancing to entertain himself in front of his friends, attendants, subordinates, or even complete strangers in a drunken manner? But in this era, it was very normal. Not only was it normal for those revered and lofty figures, it was also normal for those married women who had children or girls who were still in their boudoirs. This had nothing to do with status or identity, but was a kind of custom. From the Wei, Jin, Northern and Southern dynasties to the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Hu and the Han had been closely integrated. After several hundred years, the culture, ideology, customs, and habits of the Hu had been absorbed by the Han culture of the Central Plains, becoming a part of it. When the high officials and nobles were in the mood to drink, they would sing and dance in public, becoming a very elegant and tasteful activity. When the news of Li Jing's annihilation of the Turks reached the capital, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin, was wild with joy. He pushed away the dancers and singers and began to dance in the main hall. Li Yuan, who was then the emperor emeritus, even snatched the pipa from the singer's hands to accompany his son. The officials also joined in the commotion, leaving their seats and running to the main hall, singing and dancing. Imagine a group of old men wearing the robes of civil and military officials, either bearded or white-haired, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the solemn main hall. It was like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. More than 10 years later, Crown Prince Li Zishi had his eldest son. As his grandfather, Li Shimin ran to his son's eastern palace and led the dance. The emperor was like this, the officials were like this, and among the common people, this kind of phenomenon was even more common. In the hotel, everyone was enjoying themselves. No one noticed the 3 people who had just walked in. Chapter 41. Along the way, Yang Fan quickly swept his eyes over the situation in the hotel. There was a table on the west, with 7 or 8 men wearing hats and gowns, drinking to their heart's content. On their table, there was a Hu man urging them to drink. It was a ceramic figure of a Hu man that looked like a tumbling doll, with red hair and blue eyes, a pointy nose, and one hand pointing forward. The porcelain figure turned until it stopped, and whoever it pointed at, that person would be punished with a cup of wine. The rest of the people were clapping their hands and enjoying the wine. There was also a table on the east, with 2 merchants sitting opposite each other, surrounded on 3 sides by seating screens, leaving only one side of the stage open. There were a few dishes on the table, with 2 slender, enchanting Hu concubines diligently serving the dishes and urging them to drink. The 2 Hu merchants sitting opposite them were drinking in low voices, as if they were discussing business. Yang Fan did not have time to look too much. He accompanied Tin Ano to a seat closest to the stage and sat down. He first asked the waiter to move the seating screens and surround 3 sides. Only then did Tin Ano take off his curtain hat and gracefully kneel down in front of the table. Yang Fan sat on the side and said to Tin Ano in a low voice, "We have arrived a little early, the one surnamed Liu has not arrived yet." Tin Ano said in a low voice, "As long as he is willing to come today, there will be a way to attract his attention. For a man like him, as long as we can attract his attention, won't it be just a little trick to make him obediently submit?" Yang Fan said with a bitter laugh, "A little trick. The expenses these past few days are really not small. Just that leopard alone, in these 2 days he ate more meat than I ate in a year." Tin Ano stammered, "Those pearls and jades were originally my gift to you as thanks. Since you are so generous and insist on taking them out to help your friend in trouble, how can I not spend them all to help you fulfill your reputation of being supremely righteous?" Yang Fan made a distressed expression and sighed, "If you can help me save some, I am sure it will not be too shabby." Tin Ano raised his chin and snorted, "Normally I do not have many opportunities to put on airs, but today I can be generous with other people's money. I will definitely not be stingy." Just as he said this, a Hu man with a sharp nose and dark green eyes walked in, bowed and smiled, "Honored guest, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. I wonder what food young lady would like to order." There were no recipes in this era. Those menus only appeared during the late Qing dynasty and the Republic of China. In this era, if one wanted to order food, one had to look at the sign hanging above the wine cabinet, or let the wine expert show you the name of the dishes. "Wine expert," Tin Ano said, "Wine expert, pick some good dishes from your restaurant, and bring some good wine." Yang Fan's eyes looked at his nose looked at his heart, and sighed in his heart, "This prodigal woman." In the restaurant, when watching the song and dance, all the tables were very quiet, only the 7 or 8 people gathered in one place would occasionally burst into laughter, thinking that the who persuaded the wine expert was pointing at someone else. When that Hu Ji left, 2 actors came up to perform the Joining the Army play, and the atmosphere in the restaurant became relaxed and lively. Joining the Army play was a kind of opera invented by the 5 barbarians during the 16 Kingdoms period. At that time, there was an official who joined the army who embezzled public funds and accepted bribes. After the incident was discovered, an enemy ordered the actor to wear official robes and pretend to be a soldier to perform on stage, while another actor ridiculed him. As a result, this form of performance was very popular. Some actors were inspired and continued to use other stories to perform similar short scenes. This form of performance was then established, and named after the main character of the first play, the soldier. It was called Joining the Army play. This play was indeed the ancestor of the later generations of opera. Although the form of performance at that time was very simple, there were only two people from beginning to end, and the style was also comical, but later on, the number of people who participated in the performance increased, and the roles began to develop, such as Sheng Dan Ching Mo, and other professions, and the plot became more and more complicated. At that time, opera had not yet become popular, and singing and dancing were still the main content of entertainment. Therefore, this Joining the Army play was just a formality, because it was almost time for dinner, and a large number of drinkers were about to take their seats. The play being performed on stage was based on the legend of the cowherd and the weaver maid. There were only two characters on stage, one was the weaver maid, and the other was not the cowherd, but the weaver maid's lover. The plot was very simple. It was about the weaver maid often descending to the mortal world to meet her lover. The lover asked her if she felt uneasy leaving the cowherd alone on the other side of the Milky Way, and was worried that the cowherd would find out about his affair with the weaver maid. The weaver maid did not care. What does my business have to do with him? Instead, she comforted the lover not to worry, saying that the Milky Way was far away, and the cowherd would not find out. This small play was humorous, and mixed with a lot of pornographic content, but it was said in a more reserved and elegant manner. After all, the people present were either rich or noble, and they would not like things that were too vulgar. However, not liking vulgarity did not mean that they did not like such topics. Every time the drinkers understood the hidden meaning between the two actors, they would laugh knowingly. Young Fan had never come into contact with such things, so he watched with great interest. Not long after, the dishes were served. Although Tin Ano had said that as long as it was his specialty, the restaurant did not fill the table with expensive dishes, but according to the number of people eating, a few delicious dishes were prepared appropriately. There were 8 dishes, including soft beef intestines, golden millet hammering, sheepskin silk, 8 immortals plate, snow baby, immortal meat, small heavenly crisps, and pig's head spring. There were also 24 wontons. The 24 wontons had different shapes and fillings, so there were 24 different flavors, and the dishes were very particular. At this time, the more particular places still followed the Han tradition, and carried out the separate meal system. Therefore, in front of Young Fan and Tin Ano, there was a table each. The same dish was served on 2 sets of plates, and was sent to the two's table. The wine was Lanling wine, with sandalwood, broadwood, male clove, and honey. It was golden yellow in color, and the wine was fragrant. The fragrance could be felt from afar. Even if one drank it, one would not feel a headache, dry mouth, or diarrhea. This was Shandong's Lanling wine, with a very long history. It was said that the water there was used to weigh things, and was heavier than water from other places. The wine here was pure and delicious, probably because of the water quality. The two ate the dishes, tasted the wine, and waited quietly. The number of customers gradually increased. The two's position was very good, diagonally from the door. As long as a customer entered the door, they would certainly see them. Not long after, they saw Liu Junfan carefully escorting a well-dressed woman into the room. Young Fan gave Tin Ano a look, and Tin Ano's eyelids slightly drooped down. More than 90% of the guests had arrived. Amidst the clamor, Dong Ling, the manager of Drunken Golden Hairpin, suddenly walked onto the stage with a smile on her face. She bowed in all directions and loudly said, "Honored guests, please be quiet, please be quiet." The inn was silent, and everyone looked at Dong Ling, not knowing what this bearded Persian wanted to do. Dong Ling smiled wholeheartedly and said, "Honored guests, this morning, someone came to my inn to consign a cup of good wine. Logically speaking, my Drunken Golden Hairpin already has the best wine from all over the world. Why would I need to consign it on behalf of someone else? But this cup of wine, I first tasted it, it really is good wine." Drunken Golden Hairpin was one of the best hotels in Luoyang, and Luoyang was the most prosperous place in the Tang dynasty, where high officials and nobles gathered. In other words, Drunken Golden Hairpin was one of the best hotels in the entire Tang dynasty, and Dong Ling said that his inn had gathered the best wine from all over the world, and it was not a lie. However, under such circumstances, the shopkeeper of Dongling Mountain had actually done the business of consignment sale that only small wine shops in the countryside would do. Furthermore, he had personally appeared and solemnly introduced the wine to the guests. It could be seen that this wine was extraordinary. Which guest present didn't like the wine? All of them perked up and listened to his detailed explanation. Dongling said, "This cup of wine comes from the western regions, it's a cup of grape wine, and it's extremely delicious, far better than any of the fine wines sold in this inn." Before he finished speaking, he caused a commotion among the guests. At this time, the Central Plains also produced wine, but the best quality wine still came from the western regions. Even the wine brewed in the Central Plains was extremely expensive, and the wine from the western regions was even more expensive. Wine, Jin Wuluor, Wuji 15 fine horse pack. This was a story about a married young girl who brought her dowry to her husband's house. The dowry she brought was wine and Jin Wuluor. Jin Wuluor was an utensil made of pure gold, which meant that the price of this high-quality wine was comparable to utensils made of gold. Golden Hairpin Drunken even sold the most famous wines of that time, such as Jiannan Roasted Spring and Fuping Stone Frozen Spring. The variety of wine was also quite complete. Now that the owner actually said that this cup of wine was better than all of the famous wines in the inn, it naturally shocked everyone. Among the 7 or 8 scholars, there was already someone who couldn't wait to ask, "What's so good about this wine, and how much is it worth?" A woman's voice suddenly rang out, "Bring me the wine." As soon as the voice came out, everyone was silent. He didn't even ask for the price and directly ordered someone to bring the wine to him. Not every guest had the guts to say such a thing in the Golden Hairpin Drunk. The one who spoke was Madame Yarrow. Madame Yarrow often came to Golden Hairpin Drunken, and this woman loved good wine, especially grape wine. Young Fan had already inquired about this and was clear about it. Today, Madame Yarrow was coming to Golden Hairpin Drunken, and he had also asked Chu Kwanga and the City Fox Society's rats to find out in advance. Dongling bowed and said with a smile, "Madame Yarrow is a regular customer of this inn, but if there's an order, there's no reason for this old man to refuse. However, there's one thing. This guest who consigned this fine wine is in urgent need of money, so he told this old man that this fine wine must be sold in public, to the highest bidder. This old man was entrusted by someone, so I don't dare to privately give it to you." At that time, no matter if it was doing business or dealing with people, they all paid particular attention to the word trustworthiness. Although there were people who broke their promises, there were even more people who valued trustworthiness. Dongling's words made all the guests nod their heads, and Madame Yarrow didn't have anything else to say. She proudly said, "If that's the case, then don't keep us in suspense. Let's begin. I want to see who here can pay a higher price than me." Chapter 42. Although Dongling himself was only a Hu merchant, he had opened such a high-class hotel and had seen who knew how many truly rich and powerful people. He actually didn't care too much about a nouveau riche like Madame Yarrow. However, he only smiled and lightly waved his hand. Immediately, a woman dressed in a crimson dress gracefully walked onto the stage. This Huji was tall and slender, graceful and beautiful. She had golden hair and blue eyes, and was filled with an exotic charm. Her beautiful eyes looked around, and there was a gentleness like flowing water. Her breasts were high and her waist was slender. A fiery red pomegranate skirt was tied around her slim waist, swaying her beautiful round bottom that could cause the downfall of nations and people. In her hand was a light blue glazed wine goblet. The mouth of the goblet had a stopper made of poplar wood wrapped in red silk. The Huji raised the goblet high and leisurely circled around the round stage. The shape of the goblet was 70 to 80% similar to the enchanting figure of this beauty. Dongling raised his voice and said, "Everyone, I said that this fine wine is rare because of its brewing method. This wine's brewing method is very different from other grape brews. Its alcohol strength is more than 2 times that of ordinary wine. Therefore, the taste of the wine is very sweet. Such a fine wine can be said to be priceless. Everyone, you have come today. Now, I invite all of you to bid." The Dongling wine seller was a famous wine tasting master. If he said that this wine was more delicious than all the other wines in his shop, then it was definitely true. No one would question his evaluation, and it was not appropriate for them to ask to taste it first. There was only one goblet of wine, and if the customers in the shop each took a sip, how much would be left? What everyone was concerned about was who this goblet of wine would belong to. In reality, this goblet of wine was indeed different from the wine commonly seen on the market. At this time, ordinary wine was heated and sterilized before adding yeast to ferment it into wine. However, this bottle of wine was made using a rare distillation method, a grape wine. Regarding the brewing of grain-distilled wine, there had always been a saying that it originated from the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties. In reality, with the discovery of antiques, there was physical evidence that proved that distilled wine had already existed in the Song dynasty. If one was a little more daring, they could even speculate that it had already appeared in the late Tang dynasty. However, it was absolutely impossible for it to be any earlier. Otherwise, how could there be no records of high-alcohol liquor among the many poems left by the Tangs? But distilled spirits still did not exist at this time, but the technology to steam wine with grapes had already appeared. However, this technology currently only existed in the western regions and was in the hands of an extremely small number of who. These winemakers knew that this distillation technique was better than the traditional way of making wine, but once they expanded their business, this exclusive technique would inevitably spread, so they kept it a secret. As a result, small workshops could only produce a limited amount of distilled wine. The transportation of wine was very troublesome, and the production was very low. Therefore, the appearance of this fine wine in Luoyang made it especially precious. The few scholars in loose robes discussed in low voices. They pooled together some money, and then one of them shouted, "We'll pay 10,000 taels." In this era, ordinary officials could buy a bucket of rice wine for 300 coins. Wine worth 10,000 coins was already the highest grade wine on the market. Later on, the immortal of poetry, Li Bai, drank fine wine that cost 10,000 taels a bucket. As for Du Fu, who was in dire straits, he often drank inferior wine that cost 300 taels a bucket. The price offered by these people could be considered fair. Madame Yarrow sat at the back of the table, curling her lips into a cold smile. Liu Junfan covered her mouth and laughed. These people actually dare to compete with Madame's wealth. They really overestimate themselves. Why don't we see how much more others can raise the price? I'll go bring the wine over and offer it to Madame to taste, so that we don't have to raise the price again and disturb Madame's mood. Madame Yarrow nodded her head with a smile, appearing extremely arrogant. At this time, the two merchants who were discussing business also excitedly joined the competition. One of them shouted, 15,000 coins. This price was already extremely high. Furthermore, these two merchants had raised the price to 5,000 coins. It would not be good for others to raise the price by 300 and 500 coins. Was there a need for such a price just for a cup of wine? The atmosphere immediately turned cold. Seeing that no one was raising the price so quickly, Madame Yarrow couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She slightly raised her chin. Liu Junfan understood and loudly shouted, 20,000 coins. Immediately, a wave of dejected sighs could be heard from all around. The merchant who had raised the price slightly knitted his brows and hesitated for a moment. However, he had just negotiated a large business deal and originally wanted to win this cup of good wine to share with his business partners. At this time, it was naturally not good for him to show his cowardice. Thus, he said, 25,000 coins. This price was somewhat unreasonable. No matter how good the wine was, it was not worth this price. Liu Junfan hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Madame Yarrow. Madame Yarrow angrily said, "Trash, do you think I can't afford it?" Liu Junfan immediately raised 3 fingers and proudly shouted, 30,000 coins. The merchant groaned inwardly. Although he was extremely wealthy, taking out 35,000 coins just to buy a bottle of wine was still too extravagant. However, in front of an esteemed guest, it was not good for him to back down. He could only grit his teeth and shout, 35,000 coins. In the private room to the south, Yang Fan frowned and said to Tin Ano in a low voice, "This is bad. A merchant has appeared out of nowhere. If the two of them can't compete and Madame Yarrow withdraws, it will be difficult for us to proceed with the next step of our plan." Tin Ano quickly glanced outside and said in a low voice, "That shouldn't be the case. Since this Madame Yarrow is used to being domineering, even though the price is a little high, she will still buy it for the sake of her pride." Tin Ano smiled and softly said, "Men care about their face, but in reality, women care about their face even more than men do." Just as Tin Ano finished speaking, Liu Junfan fiercely shouted, 45,000 coins. It seemed that Madame Yarrow was also worried about cutting her own flesh with a blunt knife. If she increased the price by 55,000 coins, the two sides would not be able to come to an agreement. If she gave up, she would lose face. If she didn't give up, she would feel the pain of spending the money. Thus, she might as well raise the price by 10,000 coins and hope that the other side would back down. The Persian was now riding on a tiger's back. He was about to raise the price when the merchant next to him pulled him back and whispered a few words to persuade him. The Persian took the opportunity to get out of the situation. He put on a resentful look and stopped bidding. Dong Ling stood on the stage, beaming with joy. That person who had consigned the fine wine for sale insisted on selling it in public. At first, he didn't think much of it, but since he had received a commission of 500 coins, all he had to do was help the seller sell the wine, so he didn't mind. He didn't expect that this bottle of wine would actually sell for a high price of 45,000 coins. Although the price was fixed at the beginning, no matter how high it was sold, he wouldn't be able to take a cut from it. However, once this news spread, it would undoubtedly raise the reputation of his golden hairpin drunk. This profit would truly belong to him. Dong Ling's face was full of smiles as he said, 45,000 coins, Madame Yarrow bids 45,000 coins. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? The surroundings were completely silent. Dong Ling shouted twice, but no one responded. He then said, if there is no one willing to raise the price, then this bottle of fine wine will belong to Madame Yarrow. Yarrow Yun lightly raised her chin again, her expression incomparably arrogant. Liu Junfan hurriedly stood up and walked quickly to the stage. As he walked, he looked left and right, immensely proud of himself. Liu Junfan jumped onto the stage. Just as he was about to take the wine bottle from the hands of the gaudy Hu Ji, an extremely clear and melodious voice suddenly came from one of the private rooms, 60,000 coin. Just as Liu Junfan's hands touched the wine bottle, his smile froze on his face. He slowly turned his head and looked towards Madame Yarrow. The surrounding guests all looked towards the source of the voice. Madame Yarrow's eyebrows twitched as a wave of anger suddenly rose. Her pair of sharp eyes fiercely glared around, suppressing all the discussions that had arisen. In a loud voice, she shouted, 70,000 coins. Almost as soon as her voice fell, that melodious female voice rang out again, 80,000 coins. Hong. The clamor that had just been suppressed by Madame Yarrow's gaze could no longer be stopped. Sounds of exclamations, gasps of cold air, and the sounds of people craning their necks to inquire about the identity of the buyer rose one after another. Madame Yarrow was so angry that her entire body trembled. She fiercely glared towards that private room. Yang Fan was sitting to the side and was also in a lower position. Thus, Madame Yarrow did not even glance at him. Her gaze was firmly fixed on Tin Ano. This was a little girl with a sweet smile. She was younger than her, prettier than her, and wealthier than her. Competition had already made her angry. The other party was also a woman, which made her even more hostile. Furthermore, this person of the same gender was far superior to her in all aspects. Madame Yarrow could no longer suppress the jealousy in her heart. Madame Yarrow clenched her teeth and said word by word, 90,000 coins, 100,000 coins. The manager of Golden Hairpin Drunken, Dong Ling, felt as if she had suddenly drunk a cup of the highest quality wine. Her head was a little dizzy, her hands were trembling, and her body felt a little light. 100,000 coins for a cup of wine. The women of the Tang dynasty were truly heroic. Chapter 43. Dong Ling danced with joy. She retreated and stepped on the tip of Hu Ji's foot, causing Hu Ji to cry out in pain. Dong Ling turned pale with fright and quickly turned around to support the wine cup in Hu Ji's hand. She said, "Be careful, this is 100,000 taels. If it breaks, I'll use you to pay the debt." When Hu Ji heard this, she was shocked. She quickly hugged the wine cup tightly to her bosom, putting on a heroic look that said, "If the cup lives, the person dies. Madam, I think, let's forget about it. It's just a bottle of wine. How can it be worth so much money?" Liu Junfan, who had just swaggered onto the stage, took advantage of everyone's attention being focused on the private room to come down from the stage. She embarrassedly moved to Madame Yarrow's side and quietly advised her. Madame Yarrow ignored her and only fiercely glared at Tin Ano. She clenched her fists and shouted, 120,000 taels. Unfortunately, even though she had increased the price by 20,000 taels, there was no effect at all. Everyone held their breath and looked at the private room, waiting for the young girl to increase the price. The young girl did not disappoint. Her crisp voice rang out again, 200,000 taels. There was still no noise in the audience. It wasn't that the price wasn't high enough, but because the sudden increase in price was so unexpected that everyone was momentarily stunned. Of course, Tin Ano wasn't afraid of bidding. This fine wine cup was brought by her. Even if she called out a price of 10 million taels, her total loss would only be the 500 taels she had paid the owner. What was there for her to be afraid of? Madame Yarrow's expression greatly changed. Her originally straight back slightly bowed. Only then did the noise of the audience spread through the entire restaurant like a tornado. It was unknown who knocked over the wine pot or who knocked over the wine cup. There was also someone who stood up and looked around. However, because he couldn't keep his footing, he fell onto a screen and knocked it to the ground. In the city of Luoyang, it was not uncommon to see people fighting for their wealth. It was said that on a hot summer day, there was once a noble young master who was enjoying the cool air by the Luo River. In passing, he plucked a pearl from his waist and threw it into the river, telling a Kunlun slave who was an expert in swimming to get it. The Luo River was deep and turbulent. How could it be so easy to find a pearl? 9 out of 10 pearls simply could not be found. But that was just a rumor after all. 200,000 for a cup of wine was something that he had seen with his own eyes. How was this any different from throwing pearls into the water? Tin Ano smiled and ordered, "Kuer, go get the wine." Kuer was the green-clothed maidservant that she had hired. This girl's figure and appearance were quite pleasant, but her IQ seemed to be a little low, so no one was willing to hire her. Tin Ano actually liked to keep her by his side. If she didn't understand things, then she wouldn't meddle. He would just treat her as a decoration. When he was discussing things with Yang Fan, he didn't need to be overly careful. Kuer agreed and walked up to the stage. She took the cup of wine from the hands of Hu Ji, who would rather die in glory than live in disgrace, and walked back. When she got off the stage, she actually jumped off in a daze. The surrounding customers were all on tenterhooks, afraid that she would trip and 200,000 would go down the drain. Madame Yarrow was so angry that her face turned pale and her body trembled. Liu Junfan smiled and tried to persuade her, "Madam, how can a cup of wine be worth 200,000? Why do we need to lower ourselves to the same level as these people? Scram, you're so noisy, so hateful." Madame Yarrow vented all of her anger on him. She gave him a tight slap on the face, causing Liu Junfan to see stars. Madame Yarrow's face was filled with hostility as she said, "Scram and stand outside. This old lady is sick of seeing you." Okay, don't be angry. Liu Junfan walked out of the private room in a sorry state. The scene that happened in the private room was covered up by the clamor of the entire restaurant. Therefore, only a few customers on the opposite side of the stage, as well as the manager of Dongling Mountain and that Hu Ji saw it. Even so, seeing their strange gazes, Liu Junfan still felt extremely ashamed. He stood at the door of the private room, dressed like a servant, so he could only slowly move his body, pretending to move to the left and right, as if he wanted to go to the toilet, so as to avoid arousing other people's curiosity. Kuer carried the cup of wine back to the private room. Tin Ano took the cup in his hand, gently pinched it, and reached out to pull out the cork. Immediately, the fragrance of the wine filled the room. Tin Ano filled 2 cups with the fragrant wine and pushed 1 cup to Yang Fan. Yang Fan took the cup and carefully sniffed it. He felt that the fragrance was overflowing, with a hint of sweetness. It really smelled good. Tin Ano gently swirled the wine cup, sniffed the fragrance in the cup, and took a sip. He closed his eyes and savored it for a moment, then drank it in one gulp. His face relaxed as he said, "It really is a good wine." He looked at young Fan and saw that he was looking at him, so he squinted at him and said, "Why aren't you drinking?" Young Fan smiled and said, "That one sip will cost me a few hundred coins. I can't bear to drink it." "Is it expensive?" "Isn't it expensive?" "It's not expensive." Tin Ano shook his head, slightly narrowed his eyes and said, "In the past, a bowl of rice soup was hard to find even with 1,000 gold. Today, a cup of good wine from the Central Plains is shipped from tens of thousands of miles away. Is it expensive? It's not expensive at all. Come, let's drink. This is the first time I'm drinking with someone, and also the first time I'm asking someone to drink with me. This cup of wine, let's drink it all." Golden Hairpin drunk shopkeeper Dong Ling sold an extremely expensive cup of wine and couldn't restrain his joy. Seeing that Madame Yarrow was indignant, in order to ease the atmosphere, after he left the stage, he ordered for the singing and dancing instruments to be quickly prepared. In a short while, the sound of drums rang out and a youth wearing a pointed hat and a thin felt shirt carried a dark green lacquer plate onto the stage. The dark green lacquer plate was 3 feet in diameter and looked like a large lotus leaf that had opened up. When the lotus leaf was placed on the floor, that youth, who leaped onto the plate and danced along with the rapid sounds of the drum. This youth, who was about 15 or 16 years old. His skin was as white as jade and his nose was like an awl. He hooked his hands and stirred his sleeves, swayed his head and twisted his hips, lifted his knees and jumped. Sometimes, he leaned to the east and west, and sometimes, he did a roundhouse kick. Every movement was in response to the sound of the drums and was filled with the beauty of his movements. But no matter how graceful his dance was, his feet never took a step out of the round plate. Some of the more knowledgeable customers saw this brilliant Hu Tungwu and couldn't help but cheer. Young Fan and Tin Ano watched the dance and drank the wine. Very quickly, the two of them drank more than half of the cup of wine. The wine that Tin Ano drank was more than 2 times stronger than ordinary wine and the after effects were very long. At this time, the wine faintly took effect and Tin Ano's jade-like clear cheeks seemed to be smeared with a layer of rouge, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. This was the first time that young Fan saw her drink and he didn't expect her to drink so quickly. Without any persuasion, she drained the cup. She was a complete drunkard. He couldn't help but say, "Don't drink so quickly." Although this wine is sweet and mellow, the shopkeeper also said that the strength of this wine is more than 2 times stronger than the best wine in his shop. "Don't get drunk." Tin Ano held the cup in her hand and said charmingly, "How can I get drunk with this little wine? This wine has already been opened and there is no ice cellar to keep it. It won't be long before it turns sour. Just drink it all." As she said this, she smiled at young Fan and said, "What, a man can't even drink as much as a girl like me?" She tilted her head and looked at young Fan. There seemed to be a faint trace of seduction in her eyes. Young Fan was still at the age of Mu-Ari. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He raised his cup and said, "Good. Although I don't drink often, I'm confident that my ability to drink is not below yours. If you want to enjoy yourself, I'll keep you company. Cheers." The two of them raised their cups from afar and drank it all in one gulp. After Hua finished her dance, she picked up the dark green lacquer plate and retreated amidst the cheers of the entire hall. Several Huji danced up onto the stage. What was the most popular dance in Luoyang? Of course it was the Hu Xian dance. Who in the world could dance the best Hu Xian dance? Of course it was Huji. Who loved to watch Hu Xian dance? Of course it was men. It was the nature of men. As a result, as soon as the 6 beautiful and graceful Huji went up on the stage, the entire hall was greeted with cheers. Although Tin Ano had drunk quite a lot of wine, the more he drank, the brighter his eyes became. Looking at the 6 Huji singing and dancing on the stage, young Fan couldn't take his eyes off them. He couldn't help but tease him, "Are you looking at the person or the dance?" Young Fan came back to his senses and said, "I'm not looking at the person or the dance. I'm just thinking, although you showed off your wealth in front of Liu Junfan today, how are you going to take it a step further? It's not easy to do it naturally." The corner of Tin Ano's mouth curled up. He said, So you're worried about this. You're a man, so you think it's difficult. But for me, it's as easy as turning my hand over. Young Fan said, "What brilliant plan does Mountain Man have?" Tin Ano drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and gently placed the cup on the table. He said, "Watch me." Lightly flicking his belt, he walked out of the room. Young Fan didn't know what she was going to do. Tin Ano had already stepped onto the stage. The customers who were watching the dance immediately became excited. They knew that this female guest was drunk and wanted to dance on the stage. Just now, some of the guests had already seen her appearance. They felt that she was pretty and lovely, tender and alluring, like a flower swaying in the wind. In terms of appearance, although the Huji on the stage had the advantage of the exotic charm, they were obviously inferior to her by a few notches. The other customers only knew that the female guest in the private room was extravagant, but it was only now that they saw her appearance. Huji's dance was something that could be seen every day. If she wasn't drunk today, it would be very difficult to watch a girl from a good family who was extravagant and wealthy like her. Therefore, all the customers applauded her. They had just seen a battle of wealth, and now they were able to see the dance of one of the victims. Today's trip was not in vain. As soon as the 6 Huji saw the female guest step onto the stage, they tacitly moved back while dancing, giving her a large space. Tin Ano seemed to be unable to drink, her feet were a little unstable. Young Fan couldn't help but feel worried. Tin Ano steadied herself and turned around. Seeing his concerned gaze, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Her high-spirited appearance was indescribably cute. She swayed her body to the beat of the drums, waiting for the next piece of music to start. The accompaniment to this Huxian dance had a fast rhythm, vigorous and powerful. It was made up of jie drums, clappers, and other percussion instruments. The musicians on the side of the stage saw that there was a guest on the stage, so they also came to join in the fun. Suddenly, they moved the door and the Huxian dance started playing again. The heart responded to the strings, the hands responded to the drums. With the sound of the strings and drums, Tin Ano's sleeves were raised high and the sleeves slid down, revealing half of her white wrists. Before anyone could see that pair of delicate and moving wrists, Tin Ano's body was already dancing like snow in the wind. The dance was beautiful because of the movement and the heart was flying because of the dance. Tin Ano was sometimes like a snowflake floating in the air, sometimes like a fluffy grass dancing in the wind. That enchanting body was perfectly displayed as she spun. Chapter 44. Amidst the cheerful rhythm of the dance music, Tin Ano's clothes fluttered in the wind. Her figure was agile and light, her waist and legs were flexible and powerful. Sometimes she stomped and sometimes she spun. That beautiful face that was like a flower appeared and disappeared as she spun left and right. It was hard for people to catch her, so it made her even more alluring. It was unknown when, but those 6 Huji had already stopped dancing and quietly retreated from the side of the stage. This stage had become Tin Ano's stage. That stage was also like a lotus leaf, a large round lotus leaf that was made up of hundreds of lotus leaves. Just now, it was just a small lotus leaf plate, but no matter how that Huji twisted and turned, his feet never left the lotus leaf plate. It was as if that small lotus leaf plate was the entire world. But at this moment, this huge lotus leaf plate seemed to be unable to restrain Tin Ano's beauty and flamboyance. She moved forward and backward on the stage, left and right, turning left and right, thousands of times. Everyone was intoxicated and even forgot to cheer. Dong Ling looked at her solo dance in surprise. If he didn't clearly remember that it was this young girl on the stage who had just spent 200,000 yuan to buy a cup of wine, he would have immediately rushed up to the stage and offered her a high salary to stay in his hotel as a pillar. On the stage, Tin Ano's dance was bold and unrestrained. Everyone was infatuated with her dance, infatuated with her flame-like beauty. Only 2 people didn't have this kind of feeling. One was Madame Yarrow. Her heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Right now, she only wished that Tin Ano would trip and fall to her death. How could she still feel her beauty? The other was Young Fan. From Tin Ano's solo dance, he seemed to have tasted something different. But he was still too young, and his understanding of human nature was too little. He couldn't understand the inner monologue that was being expressed through the dance, He also appreciated Tin Ano's beauty and was infatuated with her dance. But because he was familiar with Tin Ano, he felt a little strange in his heart. Tonight, she was not like her usual personality. Ever since he brought this female thief home, she had given Yang Fan too many surprises. She was like a little maid who didn't mind being dirty or tired, cleaning up Yang Fan's dog face until it was spotless. She could also make good dishes. Ordinary green vegetables and beans, through her skillful treatment, could be turned into delicious delicacies. She was far better than the kitchen maids hired by the aristocratic families. She could make clothes. She said that the clothes she made were even more beautiful than the clothes made by Luoyang City's most famous Cheng weaving workshop. Her craftsmanship was also very good. Although Yang Fan hadn't seen her make a set for him, he did not doubt her ability. Later, he saw Tin Ano go out and quickly return with extremely valuable treasures. Now, he saw Tin Ano's beautiful dance that made the famous Tang dynasty's Hu Xian dance pale in comparison. Yang Fan really didn't know what she couldn't do. He didn't understand why she was a wanted criminal by the government even though she had so many skills and so much wealth. Suddenly, the drum became urgent. The sound was like rain, and there was no pause in the middle. This was the moment when the Hu Xian dance was about to end, and it was also the most difficult moment of the Hu Xian dance. In the corner of the stage, those Hu Xian dance were full of surprise and disbelief. They suddenly opened their charming eyes. They admitted that Tin Ano's dance was better than theirs, but they didn't believe that Tin Ano could perfectly interpret the last movement of the dance. They had practiced countless times since they were young to have such superb dance skills. Even though this female guest was very talented, the last part of the dance was not something that could be practiced just by relying on talent. It required sweat and endless hard work. When the drum reached its climax, Tin Ano put her feet together and pointed her toes to the ground. She spun like a top. The drum became more and more frequent and urgent. She also spun faster and faster, spinning as if she was flying. Everyone held their breath as they watched. When they had difficulty breathing and were forced to take a deep breath, the drumming stopped abruptly, and the beautiful figure of Qian Renu, who was spinning rapidly, suddenly froze in place. At this time, she crossed her feet and stood on her tiptoes. Her left hand was on her small waist, and her right hand was raised high. Her skirt was spinning like an arc, and before it completely fell down, the ribbon wrapped around her arm fluttered in the air as if it was blown by the wind. At this moment, she was like a fairy who had just stepped into the world. Good. Good. Thunderous applause came from all around. Tin Ano's chest was heaving up and down, and the two blushes on her cheeks became even brighter. She smiled and glanced at Yang Fan, then walked down the stage. Unexpectedly, even though her dance was beautiful and she had perfectly completed the entire dance movement, she still felt dizzy from the rapid spinning. She was clearly walking towards Yang Fan, but her feet were erratic, and she actually walked in the wrong direction. Tin Ano took a few steps to the edge of the stage, but her feet were unstable. She stepped into the air and fell down the stage. When the customers saw her move, they knew that something was wrong. They thought that she would be able to stop in time, but now that they saw her fall down the stage, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Several impatient customers immediately wanted to be the hero and save the beauty, but they were not that fast. At this time, Liu Junfan, who was standing in front of the private room as punishment, was in a favorable position. Seeing a little beauty as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as jade about to fall down the stage, he hastily dashed forward like an arrow and supported her arm. Tin Ano staggered and stood still. She smiled shyly toward him and said, "Thank you very much for this Longjuan's kindness in lending a hand." Liu Junfan supported the young girl's arm. He felt that it was slender and soft, warm to the touch. His nose also smelled a faint delicate fragrance, and immediately his bones softened and his tendons went limp. Seeing this young lady with bright eyes and white teeth shyly thanking him, he immediately felt his body was as light as a swallow. Hastily he pretended to be cultured and withdrew his hand to return the courtesy. He said, "It was just a slight effort, it's not worth mentioning. Young lady is too polite." Tin Ano tidied her clothes and saluted again. She said, "Your servant's surname is Xiaoho, and my given name is Ying. I come from Dunhuang." I don't know Lang Juan's honorable surname. Liu Junfan hastily said, Xiaosheng's surname is Liu, my given name is Junfan. But in his heart he thought, turns out she is a wealthy merchant from the western region. No wonder she is so generous. At that time, the Tang people had a blind view of the western region and even the more distant western merchants. They thought that each and every one of them was extremely wealthy. Actually, those who were able to travel thousands of li to the Tang dynasty to do business, of course they all had considerable strength. The people of the Tang dynasty were able to come into contact with these western merchants. Even if they were wearing coarse cotton clothes, they would still have several rare and precious treasures on them. Over time, the Tang people formed this idea in their hearts: the Westerners were rich. This was especially true for the Persians at that time. Due to the political instability, many of their sons and grandsons fled to the Tang dynasty to live in their residences. These people all had many precious jewels, which further deepened the idea that the Westerners were rich. At that time, the Tang people called Persia rich Persia. From this point on, in the Tang people's hearts, anyone from the western or western regions who could appear in the Tang dynasty was extremely wealthy. What's more, this Miss Xiaoho had just thrown out 200,000 taels to buy a cup of fine wine. Because of this first impression and after hearing about her background, in Liu Juanfan's heart, this Miss Xiaoho was already a super rich person. Inside the private room, Madame Yarrow was so angry that she almost crushed her teeth. Liu Junfan was still dizzy and did not realize it. Xiaoho Ying thanked her again and flew back. Liu Junfan watched in a daze as her beautiful figure disappeared from the private room. Only then did she reluctantly turn around. Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, she saw Madame Yarrow's jealous and hateful eyes. Liu Juanfan's heart skipped a beat. She immediately felt that something was wrong. When Tin Ano returned to the private room, Yang Fan gave him a thumbs up and praised, "That's a good idea." Tin Ano laughed, "It's not just good. Watch me go and give him another dose of strong medicine." With that, she poured a cup of fine wine, took the cup and left. Liu Junfan saw Madame Yarrow's murderous gaze and was so shocked that he did not dare to enter. He was still pacing back and forth at the door of the private room, thinking about how to pacify Madame Yarrow. Tin Ano had already walked in front of him and said with a smile, "Just now, I snatched Lang Juan's fine wine, but Lang Jun generously helped me. I am very ashamed. This cup of wine, I toast Lang Jun to express my gratitude." Most of the Tang people were bold and unrestrained. Seeing this scene, they all laughed. Someone said, "You really don't get to know each other without fighting. The young lady is interested in you. Quickly drink this cup of fine wine." Someone slapped his thigh and sighed, "Ah, if my legs were a little faster, I would have supported the young lady and this cup of fine wine would have been in my stomach." Someone next to him laughed and scolded, "You drunkard, you only have eyes for wine. Don't you know that a beauty is even better than wine?" Chapter 45. Being spoken to like this, Tin Ano could not help but feel somewhat bashful. Her cheeks blushed like two blooming peach blossoms, indescribably delicate and lovely. But her pair of bright and charming eyes stared at Liu Junfan with a burning passion, as if she really had some affection for him. Liu Junfan knew that if he drank this cup of wine again, Madame Yarrow would be even more displeased. But the beauty's affection was endless, and the men's envious gasps of admiration from all around made his heart feel like it was floating. He could not say that he did not want to drink, so he steeled his heart and took the cup. He bowed and said, "Thank you, little Nyangzi." Finished speaking, he raised his head and drained the cup of grape wine in one gulp. Tin Ano smiled sweetly and said, "Lang Juan's capacity for liquor is really good, and your temperament is also very straightforward. This servant is very happy." She quickly finished speaking and gave him a brilliant smile, as if she was unable to restrain her shyness. Tin Ano lifted her pomegranate skirt and unexpectedly turned around and ran back. Liu Junfan heard such moving words, and then looked at such a moving figure, his heart swayed. He could not help but think, my Tang dynasty's women have always been straightforward, but Duan Huang's women are somewhat better. This kind of young woman is really too tasty. The lingering fragrance lingered in the air, the beautiful figure in his eyes. Liu Juanfan's heart was infatuated, and he reluctantly turned around. As soon as he saw Madame Yarrow, he sobered up from his drunkenness and could not help but secretly exclaim, "Bitter." At this time, Madame Yarrow's face was as black as a burnt wak. On the carriage, Tin Aino leaned on the cushion and slightly closed her eyes. That wine was indeed very strong. Her identity was very special. In the past, even if she had something on her mind, she had no one to talk to. But in front of young Fan, this strange young man who, once they broke up, would most likely never meet again in this life, she did not need to bury everything in her heart. As long as it did not expose her current identity, she could talk. She also did not need to bury all of her true nature. If she wanted to cry, she would cry. If she wanted to laugh, she would laugh. This made her very relaxed, and the feelings that had been suppressed for a long time became somewhat indulgent. This was the first time she drank so much wine, and after the hot dance, the alcohol had taken effect. She was a bit tipsy, but this feeling of being tipsy was really very good. Young Fan looked at her flushed cheeks, and took out his cushion from behind his waist. He gently placed it on her shoulder, and then placed it on her back so that she could sit more comfortably. Then he softly scolded, "If you want to get close to him, you can pretend to be drunk. Why did you really drink so much?" Tien Ainu closed her eyes and let the gentle breeze that blew in from the window caress her cheeks. Her silky hair gently swayed on her cheeks, and her ears that looked like ingots appeared and disappeared from time to time. Hearing young Fan's words, the Tien Arienu did not open her eyes. She replied softly, "I didn't drink because of him." "Then why?" Young Fan asked. Tin Aino faintly shook her head, and did not answer. The wheels rumbled, and it sounded a bit dull. Seeing Tin Aino leaning against the corner of the carriage, as if she had fallen asleep, young Fan did not ask her again. He gently leaned against the back of the seat, and closed his eyes to sleep. After a long while, Tin Aino's soft voice came, "I drink, I am happy, I learn to make the best food, I learn to make the best clothes, I want to make the place I live as comfortable as possible. All of this is because I don't want to let myself be wronged." Young Fan gently opened his eyes, and looked at her. Tin Aino leaned against the corner of the carriage, as if she had fallen asleep. She still did not open her eyes, and her voice was murmuring like she was dreaming. At the corner of her eyes, there were faint traces of tears, and she softly said, "Because I treat every day as if it's my last day." Young Fan stared at her for a long time. Why would a girl as beautiful as a flower have such emotions, and why would she have such thoughts? Just what secret was hidden in her heart, and just how much pressure was she under? Young Fan really wanted to ask her just who the person who had saved her from the mouths of the starving people was, but he only looked at her, and in the end, he did not ask. The rumbling of the carriage gradually faded, and the light carriage left the green brick and flat stone crossroads, and entered a narrow yellow alley. Mountains and rivers will meet. If the mountain does not go, then the water, and if the water goes, then the mountain. As long as there is a will, there will always be a meeting. Liu Junfan swallowed his anger and flattered her again and again, acting like a spoiled child. In the end, he had to use all of his skills on the bed, and finally, he managed to coax Madame Yarrow from anger into happiness and no longer resented him. Only then did Liu Junfan relax. In order to make Madame Yarrow happy, a few days later, he invited several of Madame Yarrow's close friends to go on a trip. The destination of the trip was not too far away, just by the Luo River. The news was quickly found out by Chu Kuanga's City Fox Society rats, and so, Xiaoho Ying also came. The Luo River flowed slowly, accompanied by many mystical legends. For example, in the legend of the river map and the Book of Luo, when Emperor Qin was patrolling Luoyang and offering sacrifices to the Luo River, suddenly a black-head duke came out of the water and shouted to him, "Come and receive the treasure of heaven." The excited Emperor Qin danced and sang loudly, "The water of Luoyang is dark." Offering sacrifices to the great marsh, suddenly facing the south. How could Wu Zetian let Emperor Shi Huang enjoy all the glory? Thus, last year, someone suddenly fished out a rock from the Luo River. On it was carved the words "The Holy Mother descends, Yongchang Empire." Another auspicious omen had appeared in the Luo River. Wu Zetian was overjoyed and immediately named the stone Blessed Sage illustration. The god of Luo River was named Marquis Yansheng and the Luo River was named Yongchang Luo River. The name of the country was also changed to Yongchang first year. It seemed that since the beginning of this story, everyone had heard it for many eras. Could it be that many years had passed? No. It was all because Wu Zetian liked to change her year name. Women, even if it was the one and only empress since ancient times, since she was a woman, it was inevitable that she would have an emotional side. The stars were brighter today. Empress Wu was very happy and wanted to change her year name. The rainstorm tomorrow was heavier. Empress Wu was very unhappy and wanted to change her year name. The day after tomorrow, Empress Wu grew a new tooth. Empress Wu was happy again and wanted to change her year name. In this way, during the period when Empress Wu was in power, she had to change her year name 2 or even 3 times a year. As a result, there were countless years. Just based on the year name, many Tangs who wanted to talk about a certain event in a certain year and a certain month would have to calculate for a long time before they knew which year it was. Whether or not the heavens favored Wu Mainyang and allowed the god of Luo River to perform a miracle to support Wu Mainyang to continue Emperor Qin's great achievements was not important to the common people. What they cared about was whether or not their stomachs would be full. And when the miracle appeared on the Luo River, Empress Wu was happy and in return, she decreed that fishing in the Luo River was forbidden. This made life difficult for the fishermen who lived around the Luo River. They had to either give up the fishing business that their ancestors had been engaged in for generations or move away from the Luo River to make a living by fishing elsewhere. A large number of fishermen moved away or changed to other industries, causing the two sides of the Luo River to be quiet and secluded. It became a good place for officials and nobles to relax in the autumn. At this time, the Luo River was still a vast and boundless swamp. Boats sailed in the middle of the river, their sails erected in great numbers, blocking out the sun. The riverbank was shaded by willows and luxuriant grass. A long bridge that led straight to the main gate of the imperial palace stretched across the Luo River. The bridge was bustling with people and carriages. This bridge was called the Tianjin Bridge because it was connected to the main gate of the imperial city. Every morning, when the moon was still high in the sky, the bridge would be crowded with horses and carriages. As a result, it became a scene in Luoyang and was known as the Tianjin Morning Moon. The banks of the Luo River were quiet and peaceful. On a spacious stretch of land on the riverbank, bamboo poles were planted in the ground and a cloth fence was set up next to the river. Only the side facing the river was open to view the scenery. Inside the cloth fence, people were playing the harp, and the faint sound of singing could be heard. It seemed like a wealthy family was enjoying the autumn here. 1,000 zhong away, another area was also surrounded by a cloth fence. However, it was still several dozen steps away from the riverbank. A few servants were currently cooking outside the cloth fence, creating all sorts of delicacies. The fragrance of meat wafted through the air, and on the empty space in front of the cloth fence, there were 2 strong men wrestling with each other. Within the tent was Madame Yarrow and her entourage. At this time, another group of people arrived. They were dressed in bright clothes and riding vigorous horses. With a single glance, one could tell that they were either rich or noble. Their companions were all burly and awe-inspiring, and in the middle of them was a young man and a young woman, each of them riding a majestic Arabian horse. This young man and woman were both wearing embroidered hats, narrow sleeves, and a pair of black deerskin boots. Their waists were slim and their backs were slender, giving them an elegant demeanor. The young man was tall and slender, with a slender waist and arms like an ape's. His eyes were bright like the stars, and his nose was sharp. When he smiled, 2 dimples would appear on his cheeks. He was charming, but he couldn't help but diminish some of the heroic aura of a man. The young woman was a little shorter than him and had a petite figure. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and because she was dressed in men's clothing, she seemed even more charming. This pair of youths were Yang Fan and Tin Ano. Next to them was a large horse, and on the back of the horse was a leopard. The beast tamer followed closely behind the leopard. They stopped by the Luo River, looking as if they were also here to enjoy the scenery and have a picnic. As luck would have it, the spot they chose was right between those 2 tents. Note: in the Tang dynasty, leopard tamers would often ride on horseback when they went hunting with their masters. Chapter 46. Yang Fan and Tin Ano's party hurried to the banks of the Luo River and stopped. The servants began to get busy. Several large men took out poles and began to set up the tents. Others unloaded bamboo mats, felt blankets, and various other utensils from their carriages and began to set up the tents. Their arrival did not attract Madame Yarrow's attention. There were many people who came to the Luo River to sightsee, so who had the leisure to pay attention to just who had set up the tents next to them? The tents set up by Yang Fan's party were between two families of tourists who had come to enjoy the autumn scenery. To their right was Madame Yarrow's tent, while to their left was another group of tourists. Within this tent, 3 women were currently sitting on felt blankets, playing a drinking game. The servants stood around respectfully, waiting upon him. In the middle of the 3 women, there was a tortoise made of jade. The tortoise was carrying a candle-shaped tube on its back. The entire tortoise and the candle-shaped tube were carved from a single piece of jade. The tube was also engraved with lotus-shaped buttons. Within the tube was a long jade token. One of the women took one out and glanced at the words engraved on the token. She smiled and said, "Do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. Release." Haha, I don't need to drink this round. Although this woman was beautifully dressed and skillfully applied makeup, it still could not conceal her old age. It was only because she had taken good care of her skin that her skin was rather tender. Coupled with the fact that she wore a black wig that covered her head of white hair, she appeared somewhat younger. However, time spared no one. After all, she was a woman over 60 years of age. The wrinkles on her face were as clear as the carvings on the turtle's back. The other 2 women were different. These 2 women seemed to be in their 20s. They were charming and incomparably beautiful. One of the young women reclined on the couch. She wore a large red peony gown, a white muslin gown, and a pink daffodil flower and green leaf skirt. The skirt was wrinkled, and when the sunlight shone on it, it seemed like the snowy moonlight spilled onto the ground, making her graceful and gentle figure seem even more alluring. This mature and charming woman was not dressed like the old woman. Her beautiful black hair was only tied up with a hairband. 2 strands of hair fell over her slender shoulders, making her slightly wide and somewhat rigid chin appear pointy, giving her a charming and playful air. Her forehead was broad and fair, as if it was inlaid with a beautiful piece of jade. Especially her skin, it was snow-white and tender like a newborn baby, and that pair of rosy and plump lips made her look even more tender and alluring. The autumn wind blowing from the Luo River carried the fragrance of osman thus, and from time to time, it would gently lift her skirt, allowing her smooth and jade-like legs to sneak out for a breath of fresh air. The other woman was different from this incomparably beautiful woman. Her appearance, temperament, and clothing were like that of a young woman, but also like that of a young woman. It was very difficult to accurately judge. She wore a plain white gown, a watery green grass-pleated skirt, and a white brocade belt was tied around her slender waist. Her black jade-like hair was simply coiled into a flying immortal bun, with only a white plum blossom hairpin in it. With her long and elegant neck, she was both simple and noble. Her appearance was very elegant, and she was originally a beauty, but compared to the extremely charming red-clothed young woman next to her, her appearance paled in comparison. However, her body had a special kind of womanly scent, soft and gentle, the kind of scent that could directly drill into one's heart. The most beautiful was not necessarily the most feminine, but she was full of feminine scent. Her facial features and figure seemed to cater to the tastes of men, giving people a feeling of wanting to love and protect her at first sight. The white, wide forehead, and charming young woman did not pay attention to the old woman's laughter. She slightly raised her head and listened to the shouts and neighs of horses outside the tent. She frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Why can't even this place be peaceful?" The woman in plain white gown laughed and said, Why bother with him? The autumn air is refreshing, and there are naturally many tourists. We will just enjoy ourselves." As she said this, her white hand lightly stretched out and took out a jade chip from the jade tube. After a careful look, it was engraved with the words, "Having a friend come from afar is not a joyous occasion. 5 points for the honored guest." The woman in plain white gown said sweetly, "Having a friend come from afar is not a joyous occasion. Haha, this is the will of heaven. Ling Yu, you should drink half a cup." The red-clothed young woman lazily picked up the jasper cup and gently sipped half a cup of wine. She put down the cup and casually picked up a cup. Like a Persian cat, she squinted her eyes and glanced up. She said, "The way is not good, floating on the sea, I drink 10 points. Ah. Today, this wine has chosen my family." The old woman in her 60s sitting above her laughed loudly. She raised the wine pot and attentively filled the jasper cup for her. She said with a smile, "Today's banquet was originally set up for you to relax. Even the heavens have sensed our good intentions. Ha ha, since it is so, Ling, you should drink another cup." The red-clothed young woman was not afraid of wine. She picked up the cup and drained it in one gulp. At this time, on Yang Fan's side, cloth had been set up, felt blankets were laid out, seats, cushions, and tables were set up. Food boxes were opened and various kinds of food were placed on the table. Wine, 3 basil milk, cheese, and other drinks were also set up. The wine utensils they used were either gold or silver. The Tangs liked prosperity. They were not afraid of wearing red or purple, and they did not dislike gold and silver. They were afraid that when the word gold was mentioned, it would be tainted with vulgar hypocrisy. There was no market for this in the Tangs. An octagonal golden cup decorated with the image of a barbarian and a silver plate engraved with complex geometric patterns were placed on the table. The gold and silver light reflected off each other, making it look magnificent. Yang Fan stood by the side of the tent with his arms crossed. He glanced at Madame Yarrow's tent on the right and asked Chu Kuanga with a smile, "Brother Chu, what are your brothers best at?" Chu Kuanga didn't understand his intentions for a moment, so he said, "About this. To tell you the truth, my brothers are all thieves, and most of what they learn are not elegant things." "I wonder what brother is referring to." Chu Kuanga was not stupid. Yang Fan had used his men to inquire about Madame Yarrow and Liu Juanfan's every move. Now that they had followed Madame Yarrow here, Chu Kuanga knew that they must have something up their sleeves. Chu Kuanga even had some doubts about their identities as the Western region's tyrants. However, it was not important whether Xiahou Ying was the real daughter of a Western region's rich and powerful family. What was important was that the salary she paid him was genuine. They, the ruffians, had to stand up for others when necessary to seek revenge and eliminate disasters. Why should they care about her identity? Therefore, Chu Kuanga was happy to pretend that he did not know anything. As long as the other party's actions did not seriously violate the laws of the country and implicate his brothers, he would not ask. Xiahou Ying and Yang Fan seemed to see that he had already suspected their identities, but they did not point it out or make any further attempts to cover it up. The two sides maintained a subtle tacit understanding. Yang Fan said leisurely, "Brother Chu, please do not be angry if I say something. What people in the streets are best at should be provoking trouble and fighting, right?" Chu Kuanga's expression changed slightly. "Why do you say that, brother? After we were hired by Miss Xiahou, we have never caused trouble." Yang Fan interrupted him and raised his chin at the people who were cooking food and wrestling in full swing. He said, "I am not blaming Brother Chu's brothers for causing trouble. I just see that those people are enjoying themselves and are very boring. Why don't you let your men go over and have some fun?" Chu Kuanga glanced at the people on Madame Yarrow's side and couldn't help but feel enlightened. As expected, Yang Fan was going to cause trouble. Chu Kuanga's eyes revealed a faint smile as he calmly replied, "If it was anything else, I really wouldn't dare to pat my chest and guarantee that they would be able to accomplish it. As for provoking trouble and fighting," Chu Kuanga sighed softly and said leisurely, "I really can't think of anyone who can do better than them." Chapter 47. On the sand, two strong men were wrestling. A blanket was spread on the sandy ground to serve as the competition ground. Two strong men had a piece of cloth around their waists, and they wore a headscarf on their heads. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The two of them were plump and strong. The thick and heavy carpet under their feet twisted and deformed because of their exertion. On the side, there were a few servants and maids watching with great interest. Inside the tent, Yarrow Shafuran and a few of her noblewomen were either sitting or lying down, eating fruits and laughing as they watched the performance. These matrons were well aware of the relationship between Liu Junfan and Madame Yarrow. In front of them, there was no need for the two of them to hide anything. Thus, Liu Junfan sat cross-legged on the table, allowing Madame Yarrow to rest her head on his thigh. He peeled the grapes and placed them into her mouth, serving her meticulously. On Yang Fan's side, a few people dressed up as slaves received Chu Kuanger's orders and gradually came to the side of the wrestling field. They laughed and commented, pointing and commenting. When the two strong men saw that the audience had increased, they fought even harder. These two people were not professional sumo wrestlers, but servants of a rich and powerful family. In this season, playing polo, bow-kicking, sumo wrestling, hunting, and so on were the usual games of the rich and powerful. Therefore, when a master hired a servant, he would pay attention to selecting someone who was skilled in this area. In order to gain favor, the servant would also pay attention to learning and training in this area. Therefore, these sports were very common in the eastern capital, Luoyang. Their sumo wrestlers were also very good at it. The hoodlums only watched for a while before they started laughing and laughing. San Lang, look at that guy. His lower body is unstable and his arms are weak. How dare he come to sumo with such trash? With only one hand, I can make him tumble thrice. Haha, look at the other one. He's even worse. He's exerting all his strength, but he still can't gain the upper hand. How embarrassing. This kind of soft-footed shrimp, if he were on the couch, he definitely wouldn't be able to subdue a woman, and he still has the nerve to come to sumo wrestling. Forget it, let's not watch anymore, it's so boring. The more the two men heard, the angrier they became. Suddenly they shouted and separated to the left and right. The tall, round-faced man glared at the ruffians and shouted, "Since you look down on our skills, do you dare to come down and have a match with me?" The other man slowly retreated to the side of the field, folding his arms and laughing coldly. Chu Kuanger had already followed the ruffians to the side and was waiting for these words. As soon as the man finished speaking, he smiled proudly, took off his shirt and threw it to one of his brothers. He then kicked off his shoes and walked onto the carpet with his shoulders swaying. "What, you're not convinced? Let me teach you what real sumo wrestling is like." When the man saw Chu Kuanger's majestic figure and bulging muscles, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. He cautiously took 2 steps back, slightly bent his waist, and opened his arms. He stared at Chu Kuanger's movements with bright eyes. The women in the tent, who had been watching the fight with indifference, became interested when they saw that their opponents had been changed. They all sat up and looked out. Madame Yarrow also sat up from Liu Junfan's lap. When she saw Chu Kuanger's strong muscles, her eyes lit up and she praised with interest, "What a big man." Liu Junfan was jealous and quickly flashed out of the tent. She sternly scolded, "Whose family's servants are you? How can you be so unruly? Tell your master to come up and talk." Madame Yarrow stared at Chu Kuanger's bulging muscles and laughed, "Xiao Liu, stand to the side and don't disturb my mood. What's the harm in telling them to compete?" Liu Junfan had no choice but to retreat to the side. When the man saw that Chu Kuanger's physique was strong, he knew that he wouldn't be easy to deal with. Originally, he only wanted to make a move because of his pride. Now that even his mistress was paying attention to him, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He opened his arms and cautiously waited for Chu Kuanger to make a move. Who would have thought that Chu Kuanger didn't make a move and only stood there steadily, beckoning him with his pinky finger? When the man saw Chu Kuanger's disdainful action, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. With a roar, he pounced forward with his eyes wide open. Although Chu Kuanger's attitude seemed frivolous, he was actually extremely cautious. When he saw him coming, he immediately lowered his tiger back and with a roar, he sped up to meet him. With a muffled paa sound, the two mountains of flesh collided. Sumo wrestling was actually a type of wrestling. When Yang Fan was in Nanyang, he had also learned wrestling. Although the rules were somewhat different from sumo wrestling, they were mostly similar. The two people in front of him were both proficient in sumo wrestling, and their wrestling techniques were very outstanding. Yang Fan watched with relish, and combined it with the wrestling techniques he had learned from his master. He quickly tasted the flavor of sumo wrestling. Sumo wrestlers were tall and fat, and had boundless strength. Although this was an advantage, technical movements and body agility were the key to victory. The tall and fat person might not necessarily win, otherwise, there would be no need for both sides to compete. As long as they weighed each other and measured each other's height, wouldn't the outcome be decided? Although Chu Kuanga wasn't as fat as the strongman, he was still extremely strong. Furthermore, his sumo wrestling technique was even better than the strongman's. Using all of his strength, good sumo wrestling technique, being able to grasp the right timing, and perfectly coordinating the use of leg strength and waist strength, these key factors allowed him to gain the upper hand as soon as they exchanged blows. Although the strongman was fat to the point where he seemed to be able to fit Chu Kuanga's entire body in, he couldn't gain the slightest advantage in front of him. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Kuanga didn't understand how big of a situation Yang Fan was trying to make and didn't want to end the battle quickly, the strongman would have lost long ago. Even so, after the strongman threw himself left and right, gasping for breath, Chu Kuanga also felt impatient. He suddenly stepped forward, tripped his feet, and pushed with both palms. The strongman lost his balance and staggered back a few steps. His body slanted, and he hurriedly used his right hand to support himself from the ground to stabilize his body. But in sumo wrestling, this was already considered a loss. The strongman stood up, and with a face full of shame, he cupped his fists and said, "I lost." Chu Kuanga calmly stood there, and his eyes glanced at the other strongman. When the strongman saw Chu Kuanga's sumo wrestling ability, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. His ability was not much different from the strongman who had just been defeated. If he were to go forward, he would only be defeated. Unfortunately, his mistress and the other noble ladies were watching from inside the tent, and if he were to stop now, it would definitely make the mistress unhappy. The strongman secretly hated Chu Kuanga, but the other party's provocation was very strong. At this moment, if he pretended to be deaf and mute, and turned a blind eye, he would be disliked by his mistress. Helpless, the strongman could only brace himself and stand up, and loudly said, "Just now, you all spoke arrogantly and ridiculed us two brothers. Now that my brother has already fought with you, shouldn't I challenge one of you?" Chu Kuanga was startled when he heard this. Just now, although he had easily won, he had also estimated the strength of the other side. Although they weren't very brilliant, with just the few rotten melons under him, he was afraid they wouldn't be a match for them. However, since the other side had asked him to choose an opponent, how could he refuse? Chu Kuanga thought, in any case, Brother Yang only told us to provoke a conflict between the two sides, he didn't say who would win or lose. Since our goal has been achieved, why should we care about winning or losing? With a hearty smile, he retreated to the side and said, "All right, you can choose any of my brothers. Who do you want to compete with?" As soon as Chu Kuanga said this, his brothers immediately puffed out their chests. These fellows were all brave and ruthless men, and whenever they saw a fight, their hands and feet would itch. They only wanted to fight to their heart's content, regardless of who won or lost. Unexpectedly, the strongman's words caused the servants and maids on his side to become dissatisfied. The Tang people worshipped heroes, and the strongman's actions clearly showed that he was bullying the weak and fearing the strong, which made them feel very disgraced. They also belonged to different masters, so they didn't care about the Yarrow family's strongman's face at all, so they immediately booed. The strongman had just received Chu Kuanga's agreement, and was secretly delighted. Hearing his own people constantly ridiculing him, he was ashamed and angry, and had the idea of breaking the jar. He originally wanted to find a strong person from Chu Kuanga's side to fight, and if he won, he could at least save some face. But now that he heard the booing, he knew that no matter who won or lost, he would lose face, so he just wanted to vent his anger. His eyes swept over the people around Chu Tienga, and suddenly pointed a finger, saying loudly, "Him, I'll fight him." Yang Fan was standing in the crowd, watching the excitement with a smile, but he didn't expect that the man would point a finger at him. Yang Fan looked around, and then said in surprise, "Me?" The strong man gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Yes, you." Chapter 48. As soon as the strong man said this, the onlookers immediately went into an uproar. Yang Fan was 17 years old. He was tall and slender, and his face was handsome. He looked like a young girl. He was handsome, but he was not at all mighty and majestic. On the other hand, the big man's thighs were thicker than Yang Fan's waist. If they fought, Would it still be a contest of skills? It would be a one-sided trampling. Shameless. Too shameless. How can you have the nerve to compete with that young man? Before Chu Tiange's people could say anything, the maids behind the strongman were the first to speak. Look at this lovely young man. He was so charming that they wanted to swallow him with water. If he was trampled by this big man who looked like a mountain of flesh, how miserable would he be? The women all raised their arms and shouted, "Wang Rufeng, you're so shameless. How old is the young man? You have the nerve to challenge him. Wang Rufeng, if you can't do it, just admit defeat. Don't be so shameless." This Wang Rufeng was the second in command. Those who were familiar with him usually called him Wang Er. At this moment, the maids and maids of the madams had all defected to Yang Fan, so they directly called him out by name and did not stand on ceremony. Chu Tiange's brothers were about to protest, but when they saw that they had turned against each other, they did not say anything. Wang Rufeng gritted his molars and tightened his face. He did not make a sound. He only stared at Yang Fan and sneered. Yang Fan touched the back of his head and said shyly, "Since this uncle wants to compete, then I'll give it a try." Chu Kuanga rushed to his side and said worriedly, "This man is tall and strong. Can you do it?" Yang Fan looked at Wang Rufeng, who was like a mountain of flesh. Wang Rufeng had a fierce face and was looking at him with a sneer. Yang Fan tightened his belt, stretched the corner of his clothes, and said to Chu Kuanga without confidence, "I think it should be fine. This uncle looks very friendly. I don't think he will make things too difficult for me." Yang Fan had never pretended to be so honest in front of Chu Kuanga. Naturally, Chu Kuanga did not believe that Yang Fan was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Seeing his charmingly naive appearance, he knew that he must have something to rely on, so he relaxed and said, "All right. Then be careful yourself. Go." Yang Fan hurriedly said, "There's no hurry. Big brother Chu, I still have something to ask you." Chu Kuanga said, "Speak." Yang Fan bashfully asked, "May I ask, in sumo wrestling, what can and can't be done? What counts as a loss and what counts as a win?" Chu Kuanga, Wang Rufeng, all the spectators, cough. In sumo wrestling, almost any part of the body can be used. Neck, shoulders, hands, arms, chest, abdomen, waist, knees, legs, feet can all be used. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Kuanga began a surprise training for Yang Fan. You can use pushing, falling, grabbing, pulling, dodging, pressing, tripping, and other movements to control the enemy. When fighting, you can't grab the opponent's waist, you're not allowed to pull the opponent's hair or ears, you're not allowed to twist, hit, kick, or kick the opponent. Also, when fighting, you absolutely cannot leave the area of the competition. Other than your feet, any part of your body that touches the ground is considered to have lost. If two people fall at the same time, the one who falls first loses. If you can push the opponent out, carry him out, or throw him out of the carpet, it will be considered a complete victory. Chu Tienge thought for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "You've never learned sumo wrestling, and you're at a disadvantage in terms of physique and strength. However, you're nimble. You can try your best to dodge later. If you can't beat him, immediately fall to the ground and admit defeat. Don't let him throw you out of the competition area. That would be a huge loss of face." Seeing Chu Kuanga pulling Yang Fan and earnestly instructing him on how to sumo, even Wang Rufeng was speechless. A maid in green said indignantly, "Wang Rufeng, he doesn't know sumo wrestling at all. You still have the nerve to compete with him?" Wang Rufeng looked embarrassed. The strong man who had just lost a match next to him said, "Nonsense. How many men in our Tang dynasty don't know sumo wrestling at all? This person is so pretentious. It's clear that he's timid and afraid of fighting. He's just putting on a show. If you want to talk about shame, he's the one who's shameful." At this time, Yang Fan had already understood the rules of sumo wrestling. He slowly walked onto the carpet, and the cursing and scolding immediately quieted down. Yang Fan didn't take off his clothes. He only cupped his fists at Wang Rufeng and said in a clear voice, "Hero Wang, I'm Yang Fan. Please advise me." Wang Rufeng roared, "Good. Come on." Wang Rufeng stretched his arms and pounced at Yang Fan like a giant bear. The onlookers' hearts were in their throats. In their hearts, the winner and loser had already been decided. What they were worried about now was not whether Yang Fan would lose, but whether Wang Rufeng would dive down and crush this handsome young man into a meat patty. At this time, Tin Ano took advantage of the fact that everyone was paying attention to the movements on the field to walk out of the tent. He lightly patted the leopard's head and ordered it to return to the tent. Then, he leisurely walked over. When Madame Yarrow saw the young man walking onto the field, she couldn't help but make a fuss and said, "Ayo, what a handsome young man. What is he trying to show off? My Wang can throw him out with one hand, but he doesn't want his face to hit the ground first and break his skin. It's such a pity for him." A woman at the side covered her sleeves and laughed. "He looks tender, like a young chicken. If you like him, quickly tell Wang to be lenient." Madame Yarrow said in a frivolous manner, "What's so good about a young chicken? It looks good, but it's useless. It's better to make soup from an old chicken. It's nourishing to drink and chewy to eat. This is what you don't understand. A young chicken is very nutritious. Come on, it'll be sad if you can't go up or down." As Madame Yarrow spoke, her pair of watery eyes glanced at Chu Kuanga, who was staring at Yang Fan and was ready to help at any time. "I'm not afraid of the capital governor in life, and I'm not afraid of the king of hell in death. Look, even his tattoo is so valiant. If I were to be hugged by such a pair of strong arms." Madame Yarrow subconsciously clenched her legs, and her face was flushed. Liu Junfan was standing outside, but her ears were listening to the movements inside the tent. When she heard this, she couldn't help but curse in her heart, "Shameless woman. Not to mention that you're like a wolf and it's getting harder and harder to satisfy you, and now you're blaming me for not serving you well. At your age where you're like a wolf and tiger, which man would be able to stand you?" Liu Junfan was gritting her teeth and cursing when she suddenly heard a pleasant woman's voice. "Ah, isn't this the Liu family's Lang Jun?" Liu Junfan turned her head and saw a person in front of her. She was wearing an embroidered hat, a narrow-sleeved gown with a lapel collar, and a pair of deerskin boots. Her skin was smooth and clear, and her face was as tender as a lotus flower. Her eyebrows were like willows, and she was really delicate and charming. Liu Junfan couldn't help but be surprised and happy as she said, "Miss Xiaohou, why are you here?" At this time, on the carpet, Wang Rufeng roared and pounced at Yang Fan again. He closed his arms, and the mountains of flesh on his body rose up. It looked like if Yang Fan was hugged by his arms, he would suffocate to death. Yang Fan didn't imitate Chu Tiange and forcefully collided with him. There was a huge difference in weight between them. Martial arts could make a person strong, and it could also make a person nimble, but this kind of difference in weight and physical strength couldn't be ignored. Since Yang Fan had martial arts skills, there was no need for him to use this kind of stupid method of killing 1,000 people at the expense of 800. However, he couldn't use too high a level of martial arts in front of everyone's eyes. Thus, he only flicked his legs and narrowly dodged the moment Wang Rufeng's thick arms were about to close in. This was the third time he had avoided fighting. The strong man on the side booed again and again to boost Wang Er's momentum. In Wang Rufeng's view, compared to Chu Kuanga, this Yang Fan in front of him didn't need to show any skills at all. He just needed to pick this person up and throw him out of the competition area. In the end, 3 attacks in a row, a push, a bump, and a hug were all dodged by Yang Fan relying on his agility. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Seeing that after 3 attacks, Yang Fan had been forced to the edge of the carpet, Wang Rufeng was secretly happy and pounced forward. Taking advantage of the time when Yang Fan was retreating again, his body flashed and firmly locked onto him. At this time, Yang Fan had been forced to a corner of the carpet. Wang Rufeng sneered and reached out to grab him. According to Wang Rufeng's intention, he wanted to grab Yang Fan's belt and throw him out. Yang Fan only wanted to test his sumo techniques, but he found that other than his heavy body, he had no redeeming qualities in terms of technique or speed. He didn't have the patience to continue grinding and actually made a move at the same time. At this time, Yang Fan still did not reveal his true martial arts. He spun around, and his body was as slippery as oil. Wang Rufeng's palm slid past his lapel. Yang Fan's figure stabilized, and he had already moved to the side. Wang Rufeng stretched out his palm to grab the position he had predicted. His ribs were wide open, and Yang Fan pushed out with both palms. With just a light push, Wang Rufeng's huge body flew out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Chapter 49. Hey, hey, hey! Wang Rufeng let out a strange cry as his body flew more than 10 feet away before crashing to the ground. A mountain of flesh quickly collapsed, and the ground trembled a few times. For a moment, mud and sand flew up, and cheers sounded from all directions. In sumo, as long as the opponent's body touched the ground, it would be considered a win. However, the most brilliant winning move was to hit the opponent out of the ring. Among the methods to hit the ring, one could grab the opponent's belt, turn around, and use inertia to throw the opponent out of the ring. One could also rely on their powerful strength to pick up the opponent and throw them out of the ring. The most exaggerated method was Yang Fan's. Through a palm strike or a headbutt, he would suddenly send the opponent flying with a forceful collision. Although Yang Fan's forceful collision actually had an element of trickery in it, it was not against the rules. Besides, how many of the spectators could understand what was going on? They only saw Wang Rufeng pounce over, Yang Fan step back, and throw a mountain of flesh out of the ring with both palms. Good. Good. Beta Percy, you're really amazing. Chu Kuanga's brothers on his side all cheered. Even the servants and families of the noblewomen, except for the servants of Madame Yarrow, all cheered. The other strongman saw that Wang Rufeng was like a lion pouncing on a rabbit. He was waiting to see Yang Fan fall to the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Who would have thought that in an instant, the outcome of the battle would be reversed? The one who fell to the ground in a sorry state was actually Wang Rufeng, causing him to be dumbfounded. Chu Kuanga's ruffian brothers did not spare him and took the opportunity to ridicule him. They only used slang from the streets, and none of them were pleasant to listen to. The strongman was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but he did not know how to deal with them. The other party was a sharp-tongued person, and there were 6 or 7 of them. If they really quarreled, he would not be able to gain the upper hand. Wang Rufeng lay on the ground, feeling dizzy from the fall. It took him a long time to recover. He looked up at the white clouds drifting in the distant and clear sky. He tried hard to recall for a long time, but he didn't know how he fell out. Yang Fan glanced to the side and saw Tin Ano and Liu Junfan talking and laughing as they walked down the forest. He gave Chu Kuanga a look, telling him to delay for a while. Chu Kuanga understood and laughed. He walked over to Wang Rufeng and helped him pat the sand off his body. He said with a smile, "It's hard to avoid mistakes in a contest of skills. It's nothing. My brothers have always been sharp-tongued and are not willing to forgive people. Please don't blame them, Brother Wang." He turned and scolded, "Shut." As soon as Chu Kuanga said this, his brothers all shut their mouths. Chu Kuanga bowed to the women in the tent and said, "My honored guests, the purpose of this wrestling contest is to relieve your boredom and to have some fun. If I can please you, then that's all. I hope you won't take it to heart. Seeing that many of you noble guests have brought horses with you, I presume that you are also very fond of bowing. It just so happens that my brothers and I are also fond of bowing. Everyone enjoying the autumn scenery by the banks of the Luo River can be considered as fate. Why don't each family send out a few people to have a bow-striking competition? It doesn't matter who wins or loses, it's just to relieve boredom." When Madame Yarrow saw that the man she admired was speaking, she was already very happy. When she heard him speak politely, she was even happier. Her charming eyes wandered over his firm chest and she smiled. "Fine, I'll offer 1,000 taels as a reward. Madame Feng, Madame Hua, your families will each send out 3 people, and my family will send out 4. Let's have a contest. How about it?" The 2 women only wanted to have fun. They didn't care if their servants won or lost face, or if their bones were broken. They immediately agreed and both sides began to prepare. Yang Fan didn't understand sumo, let alone bowstriking. He had grown up in Southeast Asia, a place where even horses were rare. He didn't know how to ride a horse, so how could he have ever seen bowstriking? Because of this, he automatically retreated to the side. Unfortunately, Wanger had his eyes on him. In the leftmost tent, the women were still having a drinking contest. The younger generation will surpass the older. Haha, WN this time it's your turn to drink. The young woman in red held a jade chip in her hand as she spoke to the lady in the plain jade gown with a face full of smiles. A maid in a green gown who was standing at the entrance of the tent suddenly giggled and cried out involuntarily, "That dog ate *T, what a miserable fall." The young woman in red raised an eyebrow and asked, "Seong Ning, what are you looking at?" The green-robed maid at the entrance of the tent hurriedly turned around and bowed. She giggled and said, "There are two families over there who are enjoying the autumn river. They are having a contest of sumo techniques. One of them is as fat as a bear and the other is as thin as a monkey." This servant thought that the bear would win, but who knew that the monkey would beat the bear? The young woman in red laughed and said, "You stupid girl, why can't you even understand what I'm saying?" She lazily waved her hand and ordered, "Remove the right side of the tent. Let's watch the show." The young woman in red gave the order and the side of the tent was immediately removed. The bow-kicking game was very popular in the Tang dynasty. Light cavalry was very popular in the Tang dynasty. The imperial court paid attention to the training of light cavalry with high speed and good for long-distance attacks. When Li Shiminit found out that the Tubo people played polo, he promoted the sport in the Tang dynasty. When the Tubo ambassador found out that Tang Taizong liked polo, he specially gave him a polo as a gift. However, Li Shiminit didn't want the Tubo people to know his true intentions, so he pretended not to like it and burned the polo. But after that, the game of polo became popular in the Tang dynasty. Nowadays, the nobles, scholars, and soldiers all like to play polo. Even the daughters of the noble families and the palace maids in the imperial city were good at polo. However, most people couldn't afford a horse and rarely had the chance to ride a horse. Therefore, they weren't good at riding, so they played polo. Polo was kuju, and polo was bow-kicking. Nowadays, the imperial family built polo fields in various palaces. Some high officials also built polo fields near their mansions. The polo fields they built were slightly wider than modern standard football fields, but the length was slightly shorter. The total area was about the same size as a football field, but the quality of the construction was extremely exquisite. From the top, it looked like a mountain, and from the bottom, it looked like a mirror. In order to make the ground smooth and flexible, so that grass wouldn't grow in summer and it wouldn't freeze in winter, some rich and powerful families didn't even hesitate to spend huge amounts of money to pour buckets of oil onto the field. With so much effort, it could be seen how much the upper class liked to play polo at that time. Their obsession with polo was no less than the love of modern people for football, and it might even surpass it. Of course, this temporary field couldn't be so particular. They used the poles left over from the tent to make the goal, and drew lines on the sand to make the field. The field was a bit smaller than a normal field, so using the local materials, it was quickly set up. The players from both sides were also neatly dressed, ready to enter the field. At this time, there was a maximum of 10 people on each side, but there was no minimum limit. In other words, the number of players on both sides was not required to be exactly the same. If you wanted to, one person could take on 10 people on the other side, and no one would care. Although there were many people on Chu Kuanga's side, there were only 5 people who knew how to play polo. Yang Fan and the others who didn't know how to play polo helped to tie the ponytails one by one. Wang Rufeng was thrown miserably by Yang Fan just now. In his mind, Yang Fan said he didn't know anything about sumo at the beginning, and then asked Chu Kuanga to explain the rules to him on the spot. He was deliberately showing weakness and tricking him. Now that he had lost a lot of face, he hated Chu Kuanga to the core. Now that he saw that Yang Fan didn't prepare a horse for the competition, he guessed that he really wasn't good at horsemanship. Wang Rufeng's eyes darted around, and he whispered a few words to a polo player who was also in Yarrow Manor. That person nodded slightly, and walked over with his horse. He said to Yang Fan, "Little brother, your sumo skills are so superb, so your bowing skills must also be extraordinary. I would like to experience your skills, how about it?" Yang Fan smiled, "I'm ashamed, I don't know how to ride a horse, and I don't know how to bow." That person looked up to the sky and laughed, but there wasn't a trace of a smile on his face. He said coldly, "Just now you said you don't know anything about sumo, but in the end, didn't you still beat Wang cleanly? As a man, Being too humble is hypocritical. Yong Fan didn't care about winning or losing. He sneaked a glance and saw Tin Ano and Liu Junfan chatting under a row of trees in the distance. Thinking that as long as he could stall for time and attract Madame Yarrow's attention, he would be fine. He smiled, and replied in a good mood, "I really don't know how to bow, but, since this brother has requested it, I will give it a try." Chapter 50. Chu Kuanga heard their conversation. After that person walked away, he immediately approached Yong Fan and comforted him. "Don't worry, this isn't a one-on-one challenge. We only have 5 people on the field. Although you're not good at archery, it doesn't matter if you're one more person. You just have to sit on your horse and pretend. Winning or losing has nothing to do with you." The archery began. Archery goals were divided into 2 types, single goal and double goal. A single goal was a small hole about a foot wide under a wooden wall. Behind the hole was a net, and the outcome was determined by the number of goals scored by each team. Generally, women were better at using a single goal because there was less movement on the field with a single goal. The double goal was similar to modern times. Both sides would each set up a goal that was more than 10 feet high, and the winner would be the ball that hit the opponent's goal. The balls used for archery were bright red and the size of a fist. They were made of hardwood, and the ball staves were about 10 feet long with a crescent at the top. Yong Fan also took a ball stave and flipped onto a horse. Wang Rufeng held the ball and stood in the center line. He raised the red ball high in his hand and glanced at both sides. Suddenly, he tossed it up. The red ball first rose and then fell to the ground. Ha! Before the red ball hit the ground, Chu Kuanga and one of the opposing players shouted and urged their horses forward. With a whoosh, the crescent moonwood staves in their hands struck the vermilion ball at the same time. My father and brother went to Yangju. I was suffering from a cold at the time, so I didn't go with them. Now that my father and brother haven't returned, I'm bored alone in Luoyang, so I walked around the city to relax. I didn't see much of the scenery of the Central Plains, but I did see a real Central Plains character. Xiahou Ying looked back at Liu Junfan with a smile and said affectionately. Liu Junfan was very pleased with the beauty's praise, but he pretended to be humble and said repeatedly, I'm ashamed. I really don't deserve your praise." "Not at all," Xiahou Ying replied. "I've been going around Luoyang recently and seen a few local people, but this is the first time I've seen someone as elegant and handsome as you." This Western region woman didn't seem to hide her appreciation and affection for Liu Junfan. Such praise coming from such a delicate, rich, and noble girl was simply like the voice of a fairy. Liu Junfan's heart felt as if it was floating, but his face was indifferent. He brushed his clothes in a natural and unrestrained manner and said with a smile, "You flatter me, you really flatter me. I heard that Dunhuang has 16 major surnames, and one of them is the Xiahou family. Young lady, you are." Xiahou Ying smiled. "Lang Jun, you are truly knowledgeable to even know this." In fact, there were more than 16 great families in the Western region. For thousands of years, the great families had risen and fallen. Some families had fallen, while others had risen. The number of ups and downs had never been fixed. My family can barely be considered a great family in the Dunhuang area. It's nothing much, just a few more relatives and more land, cattle, and sheep. It really is the Xiahou family of Dunhuang. No wonder you can spend so much money, 200,000 for a cup of wine. Liu Junfan was very excited. At that time, commerce was flourishing, and the main trade route of the Tang dynasty was the Silk Road. Therefore, the Tang people were most familiar with the customs of the Western region. Liu Junfan had heard that Dunhuang had more than 10 great families, including the Suo family, the Zhong family, the Cao family, the Li family, the Yin family, and the Xiahou family. All of them were rich enough to rival a country. These families had herds of cattle and sheep, over 10,000 war horses, and as many servants as the clouds. They had a large number of pastures and shepherds, which indirectly meant that they had a large army. They also did business, but their status was different from the lowly merchants of the Central Plains. They were practically the local tyrants. The imperial court had always used the policy of keeping these great families far away from the emperor, using both kindness and authority. Therefore, These families were considered to be of high status in the Tang dynasty, enjoying a high political status. This beautiful girl who had faintly developed feelings for him was actually the Xiahou family of Dunhuang. Liu Juanfan's heart warmed. She said excitedly, "I saw that this young lady has a beautiful heart and an extraordinary temperament. I knew that you were an extraordinary person, but I didn't expect you to be from the Xiahou family of Dunhuang. A person like this young lady is like a fairy who has been banished to the mortal world. Your father must be an extraordinary person in the Xiahou family." Xiahou Ying covered her mouth and laughed. "Lang Jun has a good eye. My father is the leader of the Xiahou family." Liu Junfan was secretly shocked. The leader of the Xiahou family. In other words, the little beauty in front of him was equivalent to a princess in the Dunhuang region. How could a person of such status favor him so much? Liu Junfan was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor and began to pay more attention to her demeanor. Liu Junfan coughed and said politely, "Actually, Luoyang is located between the rivers and Luoyang, in the middle of the world. To the north is Mount Mang, to the south is Yik, to the east is Hulao, and to the west is Hangu. It is surrounded by mountains and stands in great numbers. It has the reputation of being the capital of the world, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Luoyang oppresses Jianghuai to the east, Guanlong to the west, Yuyang to the north, and Jingxiang to the south. It is the dragon's vein of the Central Plains. Not only does it have the honest and majestic aura of the Central Plains, it also has the charming and romantic qualities of the southern water villages. Therefore, it has the great beauty of heaven and earth, becoming the divine capital that is admired by all." There were a lot of scenic spots and places of interest. Although this young lady has been to a few places, I haven't seen any of them. It must be because I don't have a guide and don't know where the scenic spots are. If this young lady doesn't mind, I am willing to be your guide and accompany you on a tour of Luoyang. What does this young lady think? Good. This is my wish, but I don't dare to ask. Xiahou Ying smiled like a flower and happily said, "When I was in Dunhuang, I often heard people say that the Central Plains is a place of outstanding people. But ever since I came to the Central Plains, I have only met people who reek of money. Lang Jun is the only handsome young man that I have seen so far." At this point, Xiahou Ying hesitated for a moment, her face blushing. She lowered her head and asked in a small voice, "I wonder. Lang Jun, are you married?" Liu Juanfan's heart thumped. An unimaginable thought immediately jumped out. Could it be that this Miss Xiahou Ying was planning to? Liu Junfan didn't have time to think too much. He hurriedly answered, "I have studied hard since I was young, wholeheartedly seeking scholarly fame. I am infatuated with my studies, so I have yet to marry." As soon as these words came out, Miss Xiahou's expression immediately relaxed. An extremely happy expression appeared on her face. Although she immediately turned her head to tidy up the hair on her temples to conceal it, the obvious bashful and happy expression fell into Liu Juanfan's eyes. Liu Juanfan's heart thumped wildly. He forced himself to be calm and said, "Please forgive this one for being presumptuous. Young lady, cough. Are you married?" "Not yet. The men of Dunhuang are all vulgar people. How can I, like them?" Xiahou Ying said in a low voice. She raised her head shyly and said softly, "What I like is a modest young master like Liu Lang, who is as gentle as jade." Although women at this time were bold and unrestrained, they were not excessively straightforward. Xiahou Ying's words were already a very clear confession. When Liu Junfan heard this, his heart was like a polo ball on the court that had been hit into the air. He was dizzy and swaying, unable to find a place to rest for a long time. On the beach, the bowstroke competition was in full swing. He didn't have the heart to watch it. His mind was completely focused on the beautiful mountain of gold in front of him. Little Liu was already drunk before he drank. Yang Fan had indeed never played polo, let alone rode a horse. So when he arrived on the field, he acted as a decoration. He stopped his horse and stayed motionless, watching the excitement. The main force of the bowstroke was Chu Kuanga and his 4 brothers. However, the other side also saw that he was the weakest link. At the same time, they wanted to make a fool of him. Therefore, they took advantage of the advantage of numbers and kept a close eye on the others. They only left a gap in the direction of Yang Fan and forced them to pass the ball to Yang Fan. Chu Kuanga and the others knew that Yang Fan didn't know how to play at all, so they were unwilling to pass the ball to him. As a result, they continuously lost the ball. Every time they lost the ball, the two sides would change sides and play again. No matter how they changed sides, Yang Fan didn't need to move because he was basically riding a horse on the center line. After a few rounds, the score of the two sides had become 5-1. Chu Kuanga's team was trailing by a large margin. This made Chu Kuanga impatient. When he got the ball again, he rushed straight to the opponent's goal, but was blocked by 4 opponents. He had no choice but to give it a try and pass the ball to Yang Fan. Chapter 51. On the other side, Liu Junfan understood the girl's intentions and couldn't help but be overjoyed. With a trembling voice, he called out, "Little girl." Tin Ano shyly lowered her head and softly said, "You're treating me like an outsider." "Lang Jun, just call me Xiao Ying." Xiao. Xiao Ying. Even an idiot would understand her intentions at this time, let alone a man like Liu Junfan who had rolled around in a pile of rouge. Liu Junfan almost fainted from joy. He had never imagined that he would be able to receive the favor of such a rich young lady. He had once heard that the women of Dunhuang were far more unrestrained than the women of the Central Plains. The girls there could choose their own husbands without the consent of their fathers and brothers. As long as the husband was in love and the concubine was interested, the family would allow it. He had also heard that some of the girls of Dunhuang would first live together to try out the marriage. The young lady in front of him was as charming as a flower and as beautiful as jade. Even if it was just a casual marriage, it would be a good thing. Furthermore, with her family background, if he could become husband and wife with her, he, Liu Junfan, would reach the heavens in a single step and become the son-in-law of a wealthy family in Dunhuang. These arrogant and bossy girls from rich families would do anything they wanted to anything they wanted as long as they saw someone or something they liked. The more they couldn't have it, the more they would do anything to get it. Liu Junfan was best at dealing with these kinds of arrogant and willful women. He had no doubt that with his ability to please women, he would definitely win the heart of this Miss Xiao Ying. He would have someone to rely on for the rest of his life. Xiao Ying. Liu Junfan excitedly reached out to grab Xiao Ying's soft hands. Just as he was about to touch those small white hands, Xiao Ying suddenly withdrew her hands as if remembering something. She suspiciously asked, "That day at the restaurant, Xiao Ying saw Lang Jun with a middle-aged woman. Today, I saw the two of you swimming along the Luo River. Judging from her age, she doesn't seem to be your mother. Who is she to you?" Liu Junfan's heart skipped a beat. Seeing that the girl's beautiful eyes were staring at him, he became even more anxious. At this moment, his mind was filled with fantasies of climbing up to the rich and powerful. How could he be willing to let his beautiful dream become a bubble? In a moment of desperation, he casually said, "Oh, you're talking about that woman. She's a married woman who lives with me. Her surname is Yaro. She can be considered a distant relative of mine. Xiao Sheng's family is poor, so it's not easy for me to study. So while I'm studying, I'm also working as an accountant in Lady Yarrow's mansion to earn some money. Lady Yarrow takes good care of Xiao Sheng. Seeing that it's not easy for me to live alone, sometimes when I go out, she often brings me along to see the world." Xiao Ying let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, so that was how it was. That's a relief. Ouch. Look, my servant is exchanging greetings with someone else. It's so interesting. Come, Lang Jun, let's go take a look." Liu Junfan was shocked. Just as he was about to find an excuse to refuse, Xiao Ying grabbed his hand and ran off happily. Holding her hand in his, it was soft and creamy. It was indescribably comfortable. This girl's noble family background, wealth that could rival a country, and alluring beauty made her even more alluring in Liu Junfan's eyes. In order to climb up to the rich and powerful, he didn't hesitate to act like a dog in front of Lady Yao. How could he dare to offend such a beauty? In a daze, he was dragged by Xiao Ying to the field. Chu Kuanga passed the ball over. When Yang Fan saw that the ball was in front of him, he had no choice but to use his cane. Unexpectedly, the ball flew out of the court and almost hit the onlookers, causing them to laugh. But when a player on Yang Fan's side was intercepted for the second time and had no choice but to pass the ball to him, Yang Fan struck with his staff again. This time, the ball turned into a stream of light, passing through several players on both sides and accurately landing in front of Chu Tienga's horse. The ball was passed very accurately. What was even rarer was that the person he chose happened to be Chu Tienga, who was rushing back and was far behind the enemy. Chu Tienga received the ball in his hand and took advantage of the enemy's emptiness to score with the ball. The score became 5-2. Almost everyone thought that Yang Fan was a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse, so when the third ball was forced to his feet again, no one would have thought that he would be able to play a good ball again. However, with a swing of his stick, the ball once again chose the right gap and the right person. The score thus became 5-3. This time, everyone believed that he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and that his so-called inability to play polo was just a pretense. In fact, Yang Fan really didn't know how to play polo, and he really didn't know how to ride a horse. However, he knew how to play sepak. Yang Fan had been living in Nanyang since he was a child, and sepak was a popular ball game in Nanyang countries. Every nation in the world had invented ball games, but the way they played them was different, the rules were different, and the balls were also different. Nanyang's sepak was a hollow rattan ball made of rattan branches. The way it was played was very casual. It could be hit with hands, kicked with feet, or hit with a wooden stick. This kind of ball game wasn't very competitive, and it focused on technique. It was simply a game that Nanyang people used to kill time when they were bored. However, because the ball was very light, it required a high degree of ball control skills to be able to use the ball freely. And Yang Fan happened to be a master of sepak. The first ball flew because Yang Fan didn't understand the weight and hardness of the polo ball. But when he hit the ball, he had a plan in mind. When he got the ball the second time, he could quickly adjust his strength and the angle of the ball. Polo was also a kind of sport, and it couldn't be separated from the use of the body's flexibility, coordination, control of strength, the requirements for reaction speed, and the requirements for the ability to analyze and judge. In these aspects, whether Yang Fan was a master of sepak or a martial arts master, he had reached the highest standard of a polo player. What he lacked was not knowing how to ride a horse and being unfamiliar with the staff. However, it was like a Ba Gua Zhong grandmaster turning around and learning the chop hang palm. With his comprehension of martial arts and the physical fitness he had already achieved, he could execute the palm on the spot. A disciple who had already learned the chop hang palm for 3 years would still be left in the dust. Yang Fan only needed to master a little bit of this knowledge to far surpass these non-professional players. Although his horsemanship couldn't be improved immediately, and he couldn't gallop, grab the ball, dribble the ball, or attack, with his eyesight, he could accurately judge the situation of the game and find the opponent's weakness with a quick glance. When the ball was under his staff, he would be able to accurately, steadily, and quickly pass it to the person he wanted to pass. Chu Tienga changed their style of play. With the motionless Yang Fan in the middle of the field, they launched a counterattack. During the attack, any player who was intercepted would immediately pass the ball to Yang Fan. As long as Yang Fan got the ball would accurately pass the opponent to the player who should be the most in possession of the ball, regardless of whether that person was far or near, or where he was. For a moment, the situation of the game changed dramatically. The score was quickly caught up, and the gap began to widen. The 10 people on Madame Yarrow's side were suppressed by the 6 people on Chu Tienga's side, and they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Yang Fan rode in the middle of the field, neither advancing nor retreating. He held his staff horizontally on his saddle. As long as the ball didn't reach him, he wouldn't move, no matter how much the opponent attacked him. But as long as the red ball was in front of his horse, or even flew over his head, he would just wave his staff. As long as he waved his staff, it was impossible to intercept his ball, cut his ball, or snatch his ball, because he wouldn't let the ball stay in his hands for a second longer. He would immediately pass the ball to the player who should be in possession of the ball. Later on, as long as the opposing players saw him wave his staff, they would immediately run towards their own goal in a conditioned reflex so that they could intercept the ball in time. As for Yang Fan, once he waved his staff, he acted as if nothing had happened. He held his staff horizontally on the saddle bridge, coldly watching the show from the sidelines. Only I, Great General Yang, can leap over a horse with a sword. Although Yang Fan didn't fight for the ball and didn't integrate into the intense competitive atmosphere of polo, he had already stolen the limelight. Everyone wanted to see his magical passing skills, so when his team got the ball, the audience immediately shouted, "Pass it to him! Pass it to him!" When Yang Fan got the ball and waved his staff, there was a burst of fanatical cheers. All the audience was conquered by his magical passing skills. The Tangs loved polo, and Yang Fan had now become the god of ball in the hearts of the audience. As the game developed, all the efforts of both sides were just to pave the way for his comet-like skills. The fanatical fans only cheered for Yang Fan. Surround him, force him to dribble the ball. Wang Rufeng stood on the edge of the field, his hands clasped into a trumpet, and he shouted angrily to the people on the field. Another ball was passed to Yang Fan's feet. The moment the ball was passed, several opposing players rushed over and surrounded Yang Fan. The other members of the opposing team were staring at Yang Fan's companions. Due to the tight encirclement of the opposing players, Yang Fan's vision was blocked, and it was difficult for him to accurately pass the ball to his own players. If he didn't dribble the ball to break out of the encirclement, he could only swing his staff and hit the ball over the heads of the opposing players. In this way, it was difficult to guarantee who the ball would be passed to. The cheers of the audience stopped. Everyone wanted to see how the god of ball in their hearts was going to deal with this situation. They wanted to see if his miracle staff would create another miracle. They hoped that Yang Fan didn't know how to ride a horse was also a disguise, just like how he didn't know how to play ball. If at this time, Yang Fan suddenly urged his horse to gallop, dribble the ball, and charge straight to the opponent's goal, they would not be surprised, nor would they curse. They would only roar and cheer for him. Under everyone's eyes, Yang Fan moved. Chapter 52. Yang Fan did not use his stirrups to spur the horse forward with the ball. He still waved his cane, and he actually only waved his cane. Yang Fan waved his cane, and the polo ball swept over the heads of the opposing players surrounding him. It turned into a rainbow light and drew an arc, like a comet across the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the sky. Their eyes followed the movement of the red light. From the moment the ball flew out, everyone knew from the angle that it was not going to be passed to anyone. Could it be that Yang Fan knew that the ball could not be accurately passed, so he deliberately sabotaged it and wanted the ball to go out of bounds? Immediately after, they were dumbfounded to find that the shadow that had turned into a red stream of light was actually flying straight towards the opponent's goal, standing in the midfield and shooting directly. This play was beyond everyone's expectations. Yes, the field they had randomly drawn on the beach was not very standard, and it was indeed a little smaller than a standard field, but it was not a field where one could directly throw the ball into the goal by standing in the midfield. It should be noted that the balls used to shoot the ball at this time were made of solid hardwood, which had limited elasticity and was relatively heavy. Standing in the center line and waving the cane, it was impossible to hit the ball into the opponent's goal, even if you were a Hercules. Because if your strength was too great, it would only break the crescent-shaped tip of the cane, or the solid wood ball could not withstand the force and would shatter with one blow. However, Yang Fan did it. He waved his cane, and the ball turned into a stream of light. Under everyone's stunned eyes, it shot directly into the opponent's goal. This was not something that could be done with infinite strength. The arm strength must be great, and it must be skillful. The ball was not hit out, but was picked up by the cane and thrown out when it was rotated to an angle where it was easiest to exert force. Only this could explain why the cane was in good condition, and the ball was not broken, but could be hit so far. However, when picking up the ball, one must be gentle, and when throwing the ball, one must be firm. The subtle use of strength depended on one's heart, and this was not something that could be done just by understanding its principles. The ball flew into the opponent's goal, bounced a few times on the ground, and rolled out along the sand towards the tents of the women who had been watching them on the other side. The onlookers cheered wildly. The scene of Yang Fan waving his staff to hit the ball, and the ball turned into a stream of light. The moment the staff stopped in the air, the heroic posture was deeply imprinted in their minds. At the edge of the field on Yang Fan's side, every time a goal was scored, a red flag would be planted. The person in charge of the referee, was planting a new red flag. The flags on Chu Kuanga's side had already formed a forest. The courage of the opposing players to continue playing was completely crushed by Yang Fan's strike. Amid the thunderous cheers, they reluctantly admitted, "We lost." "Well done, Erlang." Chu Kuanga laughed and raised his thumb at Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled, turned over the horse, and quickly chased after the red ball. The horse, which had not run a single step since the start of the game, snorted loudly, shook its head and wagged its tail as it walked to the side, minding its own business. A gorgeous young woman in a bright red and embroidered robe lay on the soft couch. She held her cheek in one hand, and her other hand that was jade white like jade was holding the red ball lightly. Her fingers were slender, and her cardamom-painted nails were very long, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. At this moment, the red ball quietly stopped in her jade-like palm. The ball was illuminated by the sun, and the red light seemed to be able to reflect through the back of her palm. She gently spun the polo ball and carefully examined it. Her eyes could not help but reveal a look of surprise. It was just an ordinary hardwood polo ball. There was nothing special about it. The young man standing in the middle of the field had shot such a wooden polo ball into the goal with one swing of his staff. The beautiful young woman raised her eyebrows in surprise and stared at the young man walking towards them. As soon as Yang Fan arrived in front of the tent, several men in embroidered robes rushed out and stretched out their hands to block his way. These people seemed to be servants, but they were all dressed in embroidered robes, with embroidered belts around their waists and silk headbands on their heads. They exuded an extraordinary air of nobility. Looking at their tall and sturdy figures, and their eyes were faintly shining, it was obvious that they were not easy to get along with. The servants knew the master. If the servants were already acting like this, then the identity of the master could be imagined. Yang Fan knew that these tourists must be extremely noble and influential people. He quickly stood still and bowed deeply, saying, "I made a mistake and hit the ball into the tent. I have alarmed the noble, please forgive me." The beautiful woman in red who was lying on her side smiled faintly and gently shook the hand that was holding the red ball. The men in embroidered robes who were blocking Yang Fan immediately took a few steps back and opened up a path. Yang Fan stepped forward and bowed again from 2 feet away, saying, "I ask the noble to return the polo ball." The beautiful woman smiled faintly and said, "Your equestrian skills are not good." Her voice was slightly hoarse and had a bit of magnetism. When she spoke, her rhythm was reserved and soothing, and she was as beautiful as the clouds. Yang Fan smiled, "I will not hide it from the noble, I have never learned to ride a horse." A strange light flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes. She asked in surprise, "You have never learned to ride a horse? Then, how did you train your bow?" Yang Fan said, bowing, "Huh? This is also my first time." The beautiful woman's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. She turned back to the woman in white robes and smiled, it is your first time bowing and you already have such skills. Have you seen it before?" The woman in white robes smiled and said, "I have never seen it before. If this young man isn't lying, he's really a prodigy in archery." The beautiful woman smiled slightly and said with certainty, "He is not lying." As she said this, she turned back and a pair of bright eyes looked at Yang Fan. She asked, "What is your name? Where do you live? What do you do now?" Yang Fan hesitated slightly and decided to tell the truth in front of this beautiful woman. He did not know why, but this beautiful woman's eyes seemed to have the power to see through people's hearts. Yang Fan instinctively felt a sense of threat. There was no need for the other party to ask for his name. Since she asked, she must have a purpose. If he randomly made up a name, once the other party sent people to investigate, it would ruin his plan. But there was no harm in telling her directly because Madame Yarrow's subordinates were not here. Yang Fan said, "My name is Yang Fan. I am a worker of the Showen workshop." The beautiful woman in red smiled and said, "Oh, so you are a neighbor. My surname is Li and I live in the Shongshan workshop." The Shongshan workshop was in front of the Showen workshop. It was next to the Tianjin Bridge and was the closest to the main gate of the imperial city. Many of the first-class rich and powerful lived in this workshop. Of course, Such a large workshop did not only contain the rich and powerful, but also the common people. But looking at her ostentatious appearance and the fact that she lived in the Shangshan workshop, she must be from an extremely rich and powerful family. Yang Fan's heart trembled slightly and he secretly increased his vigilance. The beautiful woman in red gently turned the red ball in her hand and looked like she was thinking about something. The red ball rotated lightly in her palm. Her clear eyes looked up and she said with a smile, "Even though this is your first time bowing, you have great talent in this area. Being a small worker is really unfair to you. I have the intention of inviting you to join my residence so that you can focus on practicing polo. What do you think?" Yang Fan quickly glanced at the three women sitting there and secretly guessed their identities. He cautiously replied, "I am used to being lazy and am not used to working in a noble's residence." The beautiful woman in red raised her eyebrows and did not speak again. The plain-clothed woman next to her sweetly said, "Little Lang Jun, don't be in a hurry to refuse. This noble is a real noble, a noble beyond words. Haha, if you can gain her favor, it will be a great opportunity for you." Yang Fan smiled and said, "You can't play polo for a lifetime. Even though I am just a worker, my life is stable. I have no ambition and do not seek wealth. I only seek food and clothing. Besides food and clothing, I can obtain freedom. That is enough." The woman in red smiled slightly and said, "Little Lang Jun, don't be in a hurry to confess. Why don't you think about it? If you change your mind, you can go to Shangshan Lane to find me." With a look, a man in a brocade robe handed something to Yang Fan. The thing was heavy in his hand. Yang Fan looked at it and saw that it was a fish talisman made of brass. The fish talisman was carved in the shape of a fish with words engraved on it. It was used in the Tang dynasty to prove the identity of the emperor and officials. It was also known as the waist token during the Song and Ming dynasties. The materials of the fish talisman varied according to the identity of the person. The crown prince used a jade fish talisman, the prince used a gold fish talisman, and the ordinary officials and bodyguards used a copper fish talisman. The waist token in Yang Fan's hand was a copper fish talisman. There was only a big Wei carved on the front and a small line of words on the back, escort of Princess Taiping's residence. Yang Fan suddenly raised his head and looked at the beautiful woman in red in surprise. She wore a well-tailored red palace gown made of superior materials, wrapping around her curvaceous and alluring body. The sunlight shone on her glowing dress, making her seem like a mermaid lying on the shore of the Luo River. Was she the princess of the princesses, the flower of Luoyang, Li Lingyu? Note: Princess Taiping did not leave her name in the history books. The name Li Lingyu was just a rumor. For convenience, this name was used in the story. It was not Princess Taiping's real name. Chapter 53. As expected, Princess Taiping saw shock, appreciation, and a momentary intoxication in Yang Fan's eyes. She smiled, waiting for the pleasant surprise and thanks she had expected. However, his eyes only lasted for a moment before they became clear again. They were as clear and pure as the Luo River at the bottom of the riverbank. Everyone has their own aspirations. How can I force them? I like freedom and am used to being undisciplined. I really can't stand being bound by rules. I appreciate your kindness. Yang Fan didn't expose her identity. He just held up the waist token and respectfully returned it. The three women were a little surprised. The old woman suddenly understood and laughed. "You young man, you don't know how to read. Haha, do you know that the person in front of you is—" Yang Fan didn't let her continue. He made a deep bow and interrupted her. "Please return the polo. I don't dare to disturb your pleasure." The old woman was a little stunned. Her expression was a little embarrassed. Princess Taiping was surprised. She couldn't help but glance at him with interest. Just now, although her eyes were on Yang Fan, she didn't actually put Yang Fan in her eyes. There weren't many men that she could put in her eyes. Now that she looked carefully, she saw something different. Yang Fan's appearance was very handsome. He was so handsome that he looked like a girl. But Princess Taiping was able to sense something that ordinary people couldn't. The ridge of his nose and the edge between his tightly closed lips, his slightly thin but steady and spirited demeanor, Princess Taiping couldn't help but think of a man. The only man she loved. She remembered the first time she met him. He was wearing a short shirt with arrow sleeves. He walked down from the court. He talked and laughed calmly with a sunny face. At that time, he was about this age and looked like this. That man had just starved to death in the prison of the Ministry of Justice last year. Princess Taiping felt miserable in her heart. She took a deep look at young Fan, raised her hand, and threw the red ball back. The red ball drew a red line in the air and accurately fell into Young Fan's hand. Young Fan took 3 steps back. He cupped his hands and turned to leave. Wait! Princess Taiping suddenly called out to him again. Young Fan halted his steps and turned around. He asked respectfully, "May I know what other instructions does noble lady have?" Princess Taiping gently picked up a gold-painted wooden goblet filled with grape wine and slowly placed it into the Luo River beside her. The goblet flowed down the winding river until it reached Young Fan's side. This was a game of persuading people to drink. They would admire the scenery near the river, dig a pond, and draw the water into the pond. Then, they would place the wine cup in the water, and whoever it floated to, that person would drink the cup. Princess Taiping said sweetly, "Please have a drink." Young Fan cupped his hands in salute to her, bent over to pick up the wooden goblet and gulped down the entire goblet of wine. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you." His smile was bright and radiant, as pure and radiant as the sunlight shining off the Luo River. The old woman looked at Young Fan who was leaving, and then looked at Princess Taiping who was still staring at his back. She covered her mouth with her sleeve and smiled gently. "Does Ling Yu like that young Langjun?" This action was very elegant and playful. If it was done by a young and beautiful woman, it would be very charming. However, this old woman was too old. She even wanted to act like a little girl, which made her feel like she was making a fool of herself by imitating others. Princess Taiping didn't look at her. She just looked at the young man who was far away. She said lightly, "Although there are many teams of our Tang dynasty participating in the bow throwing competition every year, the Westerners always win. This year, there will be another competition. If this young man is trained well, maybe he can help our Tang dynasty win the championship." The old woman didn't believe it. She only thought that Princess Taiping didn't mean what she said. She slightly lowered her eyes and secretly made a plan in her mind. When Young Fan returned to the court, a good show had already begun. The servants and maids gathered in a circle and looked up to see what was going on. Several noble women who accompanied Madame Yarrow had a faint smile on their faces. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed that they were taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Young Fan hurriedly separated the crowd and walked forward. When the servants saw that the star of the court had returned, they were very courteous. Young Fan walked into the crowd and saw Tin Ano and Madame Yarrow standing face to face. Madame Yarrow was like a rooster who was fighting, angry, while Tin Ano smiled sweetly and looked calm. Liu Junfan was sandwiched between the two women like an angry little hen. His face was swollen and purple. No one knew what he was saying, but in fact, he didn't say a word. Madame Yarrow angrily scolded, "You bitch, how dare you bully me like this? Do you know that I'm the one who provides for his food, clothing, and all his other expenses?" Xiahou Ying said, "Liu Lang is handsome and talented. As long as he concentrates on his studies, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. From now on, with me helping him, he won't need to care about your feelings." Madame Yarrow sneered, "I'll use the leftover soup to cook it. If you like it, feel free to take it. I've long since hated this kind of dog material, but you treat it like a treasure." Heh. The Liao slaves are indeed ignorant. Xiahou Ying said indifferently, "You don't need to provoke me with words. I won't lower myself to your level. In my eyes, you're no different from the slave who was trying out for marriage. There's no need to be angry at you." When Madame Yarrow heard this, her face immediately turned red. It turned out that when a great family in the western regions took a fancy to a man, they wouldn't marry him immediately. Usually, they would send 2 or 3 slaves to share a room with him. Only after the man was proven to have no hidden illness would they marry their daughter to him. Madame Yarrow said that Liu Junfan was a leftover soup, but Xiahou Ying mocked her for being a slave who was trying out for marriage. How could Madame Yarrow, who had always thought highly of herself, not be angry? Seeing that Xiahou Ying was pulling Liu Junfan away, Madame Yao immediately said to Liu Junfan in a stern voice, "Liu Junfan, you beggar, you murderous dog, if you follow her today, don't ever come to my door again." Liu Junfan's heart was wavering. If Xiahou Ying clearly expressed that she wanted to marry him, he would naturally follow her without hesitation. However, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. If he completely broke off relations with Madame Yarrow and Miss Xiahou refused to marry him, wouldn't both sides be in vain? As he was feeling apprehensive, Xiahou Ying proudly said, "With me, Liu Lang will be as rich and powerful as a marquis. Why do you need to live under someone else's roof?" Madame Yarrow angrily said, "Little slut. I'm going to die from anger." Wang Fan Qi, slap her. Wang Rufeng and Fan Bin immediately rolled up their sleeves and were about to rush forward when Chu Kuanga's group immediately swarmed forward. He scowled and said, "Who has eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard to dare to be rude to my little wife?" Wang Rufeng, Fan Bin, and the others already knew how powerful Chu Kuanga was. Seeing that the unfathomable bull god had also rushed back in time, they immediately became timid. Madame Yarrow had brought many servants, but there weren't many who could fight. On Xiahou Ying's side, other than the dull-witted servant girl Ku everyone else was tall and strong. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was superior. There was no need to fight anymore. Seeing that her subordinates were hesitating and not daring to step forward, Madame Yarrow was so angry that she almost went crazy. She cursed, "First I raised an ingrate like Liu Junfan, then I raised a bunch of useless pigs and dogs. Instead of raising trash like you, I might as well raise an animal. Xiaobei, bite her for me." Madame Yarrow pointed her finger at Xiahou Ying, and the lynx that had been snuggling next to her leg immediately bristled. It bared its sharp teeth and let out a heart-shaking roar, preparing to pounce at Xiahou Ying. Xiahou Ying made a sharp whistle with her fingers, and a terrifying roar came from the tent not far away. A pale yellow shadow darted out of the tent and shot towards Xiahou Ying like an arrow. It straightened its back and wagged its tail. It raised its head high and opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, letting out a loud roar. Its roar swept up a huge wave of air, causing the fur on the lynx's body to tremble. Standing behind the lynx, Madame Yarrow and a few female servants had their hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. In a panic, the maids and servants scattered. Madame Yarrow staggered 2 steps and stepped on her own skirt, causing her to fall flat on her back. The lynx called Xiaobei let out a frightened whimper, then turned around and ran. It disappeared like a wisp of smoke, and in the darkness, it charged directly towards Princess Taiping's tent. Only then did everyone see that standing in front of Xiahou Ying was a cheetah. It was common for the people of Eastern Capital to see nobles riding hawks and dogs out of the city to hunt, but those who could afford to raise cheetahs were truly wealthy and noble families. Not many of them had seen one, and even when they did, it was only from afar. They had never seen one so close before. Now that such a large lynx was right in front of their eyes, everyone's expression changed, and no one went to help Madame Yao. Chapter 54. Xiahou Ying glanced at them with disdain and patted the cheetah's head. She grabbed Liu Junfan's arm and said, "Liu Lang, let's go." It was as if Liu Junfan had been cursed. His mind was in a daze, and his footsteps were as swift as a cloud as he followed Xiahou Ying. He couldn't hear a single word of Madame Yarrow's vicious curses behind him. Although Madame Yarrow's mother was Princess Taiping's wet nurse, Miss Xiahou was from a noble family in the western regions. Would Princess Taiping offend a noble family in the western regions for the lover of her wet nurse's daughter? Princess Taiping was undoubtedly the Empress' most beloved daughter, but she had never heard of her interfering in political affairs. Besides, Liu Junfan had followed Madame Yarrow for a long time. He clearly knew that her old mother, who had been Princess Taiping's wet nurse, was not necessarily favored by the princess. After all, Princess Taiping was already an adult and had long since married and had children. Her wet nurse when she was young, she could only use her name as a tiger's skin to fool the people outside. By the time Madame Yarrow crawled up from the ground in a sorry state, Xiahou Ying and her group had already left, leaving behind only a few servants who were dismantling the tent. Naturally, Lady Yarrow couldn't lower herself to flaunt her prowess in front of those lowly servants. Just as she was feeling extremely humiliated and had nowhere to vent her anger, that lynx came running back whimpering. With one of its legs limping, it jumped to Lady Yarrow's side and stuck close to her body. It raised its head and looked at her pitifully, whimpering as it begged for mercy. Madame Yarrow took a look and saw that her Xiaobei's front leg was still curled up, as if it had been injured. She looked in the direction that the lynx had escaped from and saw a large man in embroidered robes walking towards the tent with a stick in his hand. That was where the other tourists who were enjoying the autumn scenery were gathered. It turned out that the lynx had fled in fright and went straight for the tent. The guards of Princess Taiping's residence were afraid that it would scratch its master and beat it back with a stick. Madame Yarrow flew into a rage. She was so angry that she was about to go crazy. Today, everything was really going wrong. She stormed towards the tent and screamed from afar, "Which bastard injured my lynx? Come out now." A large man in embroidered robes came out and stood up. He loudly said, "I was the one who hurt your little beast. What are you going to do about it?" Madame Yarrow knelt down and touched the ground with her forehead. Her voice trembled as she said, "I didn't know the princess was here and offended your highness. Please forgive me, forgive me." She glanced around and was about to attack her master when she saw Princess Taiping's appearance. Last year, when Princess Taiping was 23 years old, she was fortunate enough to go to the Princess Palace with her mother to celebrate Princess Taiping's birthday. She had seen Princess Taiping's real appearance once. She had fawned over this noble person for half of her life. How could she forget her after seeing her once? Princess Taiping was a little surprised. She looked at her carefully, but she had no impression of her. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "You know me? Who are you?" Lady Yarrow replied with fear and trepidation, "I am the daughter of Madame Han, Yarrow Yun-er. Last year, I accompanied my mother to the princess's mansion to celebrate Her Highness's birthday. I was fortunate enough to be summoned by the princess to see the princess." "Daughter of Madame Han? Yarrow Yun-er?" Princess Taiping tilted her head and thought for a while. She suddenly understood and nodded, "Yes, I remember now. So it's you. Just now, what happened?" Madame Yarrow hesitated and didn't dare to answer. Princess Taiping saw her stuttering appearance and associated it with the scene she had just seen. She could roughly guess what was going on. Her expression turned cold and she slowly said, "What rank is your husband in? How dare you call yourself Madam?" Madam was not a title that anyone could call themselves. Only the wives of rank 5 and above imperial officials could call themselves Madam. How could Yarrow Yun-er's husband be an official? Being asked by Princess Taiping, Yarrow Yun-er was even more frightened. She trembled and said, "Yes, yes, yes, I am arrogant. I am guilty." Princess Taiping snorted and said, "I remember your mother said that your husband had passed away for a long time. Are you still living alone at home?" Yarrow Yun-er bowed and said, "Your Highness, thank you for asking. My husband has passed away for many years. I have been living alone at home." Princess Taiping said lightly, "In that case, you should find someone to marry so as not to make trouble outside." Madame Yarrow blushed and didn't dare to say anything. Princess Taiping waved her hand coldly. Madame Yarrow was relieved. She hurriedly bowed 3 times and left. When she returned to her tent with lingering fear, Xiahou Ying and others had disappeared. The place where they had set up their tent was as clean as a bone chewed by a dog. Madame Yarrow was humiliated in front of Xiahou Ying. When she vented her anger on others, she ran into Princess Taiping and lost face in front of her female companion. She was so ashamed that she didn't have the mood to continue her sightseeing. She hastily packed up her tent and returned to Yongkang Lane in disgrace. After returning to Yongkang Lane, Madame Yarrow didn't go back to her home first. She went to Liu Juanfan's house angrily. Liu Juanfan's father was originally a small official in Luoyang. Before Empress Wu made Luoyang the administrative center of the whole Tang dynasty, he had bought a house here. At that time, the property in Luoyang was much cheaper than now, so the house he bought was not small. It was just that after her parents passed away, the family declined. Before she managed to climb onto Madame Yarrow's thigh, Liu Junfan had been living off her savings and had pawned everything that she could. As a result, There was only an empty shell left in the family. Madame Yarrow angrily barged into Liu Juanfan's house. She sat in the hall for a long time, but she still didn't see him come back. The anger in her heart burned even more, so she ordered her servants to smash the Liu house inside and out. Only then did her anger slightly dissipate and she angrily returned to the house. At this time, Liu Junfan was at Xiahou Ying's house. The door of the house Xiahou Ying rented was facing the main street, not inside the lane. Liu Junfan was a discerning person. With one look, he knew that this was the house of an official of the imperial court above the third rank. This was because it was impossible for the house of an official below the third rank to directly face the main street. Xiahou Ying briefly explained to him that this was indeed the house of a minister. At that time, most of the officials in the capital had mansions in the capital. When they retired or were sent to other places to be officials, the empty mansions would be rented out. Or when there were too many mansions, the empty mansions would be rented out to guests. In the early Tang dynasty, most of the high-ranking officials and nobles in the capital would do this. Because the inn industry was not yet developed, guests of status who came to the capital to stay for a long time found it inconvenient to live in simple inns, so they rented the extra mansions of the high-ranking officials and nobles. Of course, the more extravagant the guest, the larger and higher the grade of the mansions they rented. After the golden hairpin drunken wine, the slave competition by the Luo River, and the pet leopard that only first-rate nobles would keep, Liu Junfan no longer doubted Xiahou Ying's identity. Now that he saw that the mansion she rented was so extravagant and noble. Even though it was only a temporary rental, there were many servants in the mansion, and the daily expenses were more than 1,000 taels of gold, he had no more doubts about Xiahou Ying's identity. Liu Junfan followed Xiahou Ying out of the light carriage. As soon as they entered the mansion, pretty maids welcomed them. When they entered the courtyard, they saw heavy doors and a few winding corridors. When they entered the back of the mansion and entered the main hall, they saw bead curtains hanging low, a picture screen standing solemnly, and the furnishings in the room were all luxurious. Miss Xiahou went inside to change her clothes. When she came out again, she was wearing a dazzling embroidered gown, with pearls swaying in the wind. She was graceful and charming, like a fairy from heaven. Xiahou Ying ordered the servants to prepare a banquet to entertain her Langjun. With just one order, the 8 delicacies of the land and water were laid out one by one. There were also several beautiful maids who sang and danced to liven things up. Liu Junfan had never seen such an extravagance before. With a beauty by his side, tenderness, hundreds of charming dancers, and melodious singing, he unknowingly became tipsy. When his eyes were drowsy, he vaguely heard Miss Xiahou confiding in his ear. She said that when his father and brother returned from Yangzhou, she would tell her father that they were destined to be married, and they would live together forever. Liu Junfan was captivated by her beauty and agreed without saying anything. When he was dead drunk, he was helped down by the pretty maids and rested in the guest room of the minister's mansion. When he woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. The sun was high in the sky. Liu Junfan opened his eyes and saw that the embroidered bed was like smoke. When he breathed in, a fragrant scent assailed his nostrils. When he reached out to touch it, the silk on the bed was as smooth as fat. His only regret was that he did not have a naked beauty by his side. Otherwise, this place would be heaven. Chapter 55. As soon as Liu Junfan got up, a pretty maid who was waiting outside came in to help him wash up and put on his clothes. Liu Junfan asked about Miss Xiahou, but the pretty maid said that Miss Xiahou was drunk and had not woken up yet. Liu Junfan understood the principle of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Although the two of them were engaged, they had not really become husband and wife yet. If he wanted to maintain his freshness in Miss Xiahou's heart, he could not blindly cling to her. So he said that he would go home for the time being. Liu Junfan had been with Madame Yarrow for a long time and knew her temperament. He knew that she would not let this matter go. After Liu Junfan quietly returned to Yongkang Lane, he first peeped at the corner of the street. Sure enough, there was Marquis Ding of the Yarrow family in front of his house. He then went around to the back alley and climbed over the wall. He saw that his house had been smashed to pieces as if it had been hit by a war. Liu Junfan remembered that he was about to go to Dunhuang to be the son-in-law of that rich and powerful family, but he did not feel any heartache. Fortunately, his important things were hidden in a secret place. He quietly rummaged through it and sure enough, the house deed was still there. Liu Junfan took the house deed and climbed out from the top of the wall. He quickly went to the broker house. The broker took over Liu Junfan's business. When he came to take a look, he saw that his house was in ruins. He could not help but frown. Fortunately, Liu Junfan promised him a generous commission, so he spent a little money to hire a few idlers to clean up all the broken things in his house and only sold this empty house. In less than 2 days, the broker found a buyer for him and sold his house for 200,000. Liu Junfan thought that his house was only worth 200,000, which was the price of Miss Xiaoho's wine. He could not help but feel deeply moved. He was even more happy that he had climbed up a high branch. He tactfully told Miss Xiaoho about his house situation. Miss Xiaoho was reasonable and comforted him with kind words. Then she let him stay in her house. From then on, Liu Junfan went in and out of the minister's mansion. The maids and servants all called him Lang Jun. Every day, he indulged in debauchery, dancing, and singing. He was as happy as an immortal. However, although Miss Xiaoho was a woman from the western region, her temperament was straightforward. She dared to love and dared to hate, but she was not corrupt in bed. Although they had sworn an oath of eternal love, as if they were husband and wife, it was only in name. She was not willing to have sex. Liu Junfan had no choice but to pretend to be a gentleman and deliberately put on an honest front in order to win the girl's favor. Suddenly one day, Miss Xiaoho received a letter, happily telling him that her father and older brother were about to return from Yangzhou and were already on the way. As soon as her father and older brother arrived, she would report to her father, and they would become husband and wife. However, the Liu family no longer had any direct blood relatives, so it was not easy to live in Luoyang. His words implied that he wanted him to go to Dunhuang with him. Being a live-in son-in-law was very shameful. It was no wonder that the young lady had some misgivings about probing him. But to Liu Junfan, it was exactly what she wanted. He immediately agreed. Amidst her joy, Liu Junfan finally realized that her marriage with the Jiang family had not yet been concluded. Once she married Miss Xiaoho, she would definitely be exposed when she registered with the government. Wouldn't that ruin her future? Liu Junfan was secretly glad that she remembered this early. Early the next morning, she found an excuse to leave the minister's mansion and secretly went to the Jiang family to break off the engagement. Ever since Jiang Zuning received Yang Fan's instructions, he told her to wait patiently. There would be a way to make Liu Junfan break off the engagement. Jiang Zuning couldn't help but be skeptical, but Yang Fan made a solemn vow. He wasn't like Ma Qiao who didn't know what to do, so he suppressed his feelings and waited patiently at home. These past few days, Yang Fan left early and returned late, very busy. Jiang Zuning asked a few times, but Yang Fan said that he already had an idea and told her to wait patiently. Jiang Zuning didn't want to ask again, so she patiently waited at home. Who would have thought that one morning, Liu Junfan actually came to break off the engagement? When Liu Junfan came, she was even more anxious than Jiang Zuning. She anxiously went to help Grandma's son, and also pulled Su Fangjing over as a witness, and immediately broke off the engagement. Jiang Zuning finished pressing the handprint, and held the peace separation book tightly to his chest, still in a daze as if he was dreaming. Liu Junfan received the peace separation book, and also invited a matchmaker and witness to go with her to the Yamen to cancel the records. She felt relaxed and left happily. Liu Junfan hurried back to the minister's mansion. Miss Xiaoho was just about to leave when she saw him return. She happily told him that her father and brother had already returned to Luoyang and would arrive today. She wanted to go outside the city to welcome them. Because they hadn't told their father and brother about their matter, it wasn't good for him to come out, so she told him to wait in the mansion. Liu Junfan repeatedly agreed, and waited for Miss Xiaoho to bring Chu Da, Beta Perzi, and a group of servants out of the city. Then she quickly asked the maids to dress him up, put on makeup and flowers, and dressed him up according to the style of the rich young masters of the capital. Then she waited at the middle gate, waiting to rush out to welcome her father-in-law. Liu Junfan waited from noon until the sun was setting in the west. He stood until his back was sore and his legs were numb, and he was about to become a husband gazing stone, but he still didn't see Miss Xiaohou and her father and brother return. He couldn't help but have a plan. Early morning, Zhuqiu Avenue. Yang Fan and Tin Ano walked side by side in the crowd. Tin Ano was holding a horse in her hand, and today she was still dressed as a man. She wore a hat, a small lapel and a narrow-sleeve gown. On her feet was a pair of soft embroidered shoes, and a striped pants slightly revealed, looking neat and tidy. Tin Ano stopped, turned around and said to Yang Fan, "Even if you escort a gentleman for 1,000 miles, we still have to say our goodbyes. Let's part ways here." Yang Fan stood still, and waved away the faint trace of melancholy in his heart. He said softly, "Take care." Tin Ano stared at Yang Fan, wanting to say something but hesitating. The two of them hadn't been together for a long time, but they had experienced a lot together. She had always thought that Yang Fan was just an insignificant passerby in her life, but when they were about to leave, she suddenly felt a trace of reluctance. She thought for a moment, and said, "After this farewell, we may not meet again. Before I leave, I have something to tell you." Yang Fan was slightly surprised, and said, "Speak." Tin Ano said gently, "In the future, think carefully before you act. Some things can't be solved with knives and swords. Use your brain, and you may be able to solve them. Don't be like this time, thinking about risking your life in the heat of the moment." Yang Fan smiled and nodded, saying, "I will remember your words. Before I leave, I also have something to tell you." Tin Ano said, "Speak." Yang Fan said, "Don't wallow in the past, and don't think of it as a burden. If you live each day as if it's your last, you won't be able to see the future. Don't you know that you look very good when you smile? But I rarely see you smile, except when you pretend to be Xiaohou Ying." Tian Ainu used her clear and bright eyes to stare at Yang Fan for a long time. Suddenly, she smiled brilliantly, like a firework that lit up. "I will remember your words." Tin Ano said crisply, turned the saddle, and mounted the horse. She coiled the reins 3 times, tapped the stirrups, and galloped away, never looking back again. Yang Fan watched her figure disappear into the distance. He only saw her figure disappear at the end of the long street, but he did not see that after turning 2 long streets, she suddenly turned her horse and flashed into an alley. A commotion on the street attracted Yang Fan's attention. Yang Fan looked in the direction of the commotion and saw several officials in silk robes walking over with a green-robed gentleman tied up. They were pushing and shoving each other along the way. The green-robed man was none other than Liu Junfan. There were a few scratches on Liu Junfan's left cheek and bruises on his right cheek. His clothes were wrinkled, and his hair was disheveled. He cut a sorry figure. Duke, I've been wronged. Damn you, you still dare to cry injustice." One of the officials lashed out with a whip and cursed, "You even dared to lie to Minister Wu, huh? You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. You rented Minister Wu's house and hired a bunch of servants to be extravagant. You owe Minister Wu 400,000 taels. You must be tired of living." Liu Junfan wailed, "Duke, I've already paid back 200,000 taels. Pa." Another lash of the whip made Liu Junfan tremble. The public servant confidently roared, "Don't tell me you don't want the remaining 200,000 taels to generate interest. You daring liar, how dare you talk back to me? Pa, Ayo, spare me, I won't do it again. Liu Junfan fell to the ground, holding her head and wailing. Passers-by stopped to watch and began to discuss Minister Wu. Which Minister Wu? Hey, how many Minister Wu are there in our dynasty? It must be Minister Wu Sansi of the Ministry of Rights. TSK. This guy really has guts. He even dared to lie to Wu Sansi. He's really a good man. Good my ass. Now that he's an official, even if he doesn't get beaten to death, he'll be banished for 3,000 miles and sent to guard the border wall. With such a thin body, Hearing the discussion, Yang Fan smiled faintly and walked past Liu Junfan, who was rolling on the ground.